You need a body here. Here's a sound check. I'm going to start talking so we can make sure that the microphone can hear me. It's omnidirectional microphone, and we have all that.
Now, let me turn up.
Sure. And I'm just going to keep saying random things here because the whole testing thing gets boring. Just going to continue.
That's totally fine.
Oh, that's okay. That's all right. No offense on me or nothing. I'm just going to keep with the talking and the blathering and things like that. And I'm going to start slipping into Arlo Guthrie mode. The next thing you know, I'm going to be doing Alice's Restaurant and Goth Conference, and I'm not sure anyone wants to hear that.
All right.
That's a much
Garrison
calmer presence if we're going.
All right. I'm gonna. Or actually, if you want to, James, do you have the ability to hear sound on your phone?
Do I have the ability to hear sound on my phone?
Yeah.
Can
you go? Well.
Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah. Can you go into the hall and just go to the Convergence 27 YouTube channel?
And just be talking like this. And that's fine too. This is probably a much better pace for me to be speaking at for microphone testing. Do we have any kind of levels that are being presented in the stream here? I'm just going to continue talking like this, and that's fine. Yes, as we're doing the ongoing microphone checks, and it's all good here
Video
in
looks
the
good.
Brown Palace downtown.
I'm really happy
Denver.
with video.
Lovely for folks to be here today. This is all great and fine and maybe, and who knows, it's okay. We'll be live in here shortly, maybe. I'm just continuing to talk for audio testing purposes, and I have no idea if any of this is going anywhere. No one. Cool, yay.
All right. We're now streaming live.
Good. Where our presenters going to be? That's James's problem.
That is
not mine.
James's problem.
Cool.
It's time to be a high-tech lowlight. Ah, thank you so much. This is where the hell the other part is. You must be in the other room.
There's people floating up here, and then there's people who are like at like in the best way. I love that. It's really nice. The first time I went was Convergence. That was the first one I went to. No, it's a different city every year. It's all around the park. This is the first time it's in Denver. It's amazing. It's really, really fun. Yeah, the vendors are always fantastic. The breakout sessions are great. The conferences are fun. The shows at night are really good. It's just, it's fun. It is. It's a good time. I'm so happy we're doing it. And I haven't met the two of you. Are you in attendance or are you just? That's great. What is your name? My name's Amy. Amy Shayna. Hi, nice to meet you. Shayna, so good to meet you. I'm glad you're here. Have a seat, get comfortable. I don't know anything either, so just grab a seat. Join us at this table if you want. Like, I don't think there's assigned seating. I think it's all community, right? Yeah.
That's why we're here.
Wonderful. The more community, the better. Just join all of us, yeah. And if the crew says move, then so be it. But I'm like, no, just join us. Yeah. I don't want a separation. I want everybody like together. You know? Do you live here in Denver? Okay. Which area?
Don't thank me yet.
I mean, our boss, we're not that far at all. So it's people from the same area.
Are you gonna?
I also do, I'm with the city later this afternoon.
Cool. I was just going through the website, I was like, I think I just created profiles, so.
So, yeah,
Anxiety is so real and so underrated, and especially when it's social anxiety. Like people,
It's so paralyzing.
it is. It is. The grocery stores are places.
If you get a chance, buy one of shot.
I can't listen to it. Oh, they're absolutely. I'm like, which is more painful? Like, so I completely empathize. People from there, they just don't understand. They're like,
So are you the translator?
I will be attempting to service I don't expect you guys to be involved, but I'm here.
you know,
I've done a lot of
I'm
times
an
in
advocate,
offices, so.
and
It's
I'm
always
like,
nice.
right, of work, it's like an I just like to place an
I've done
order
a few myself. I've
stating
never
what
tried to do it.
reasonable accommodations
I've
are.
never been to a mess.
So if you'd like, I can write for you why it's absolutely necessary, you work from home and maybe go in for a meeting at the office once a month, where it's a brief period of time where you know that you must escape. If that sounds reasonable, then I can write that to your company, and then I can help advocate for your boss, and I can also come in as a consultant. Come in as a consultant for your company and explain, so that your boss's needs are met as well. So that way I'm working on both sides to
Yeah. You know,
He's gotta find one first.
yeah, and I think we can get you a bracelet.
That's.
I mean, like I'm 99% sure that's not the case. Let me double check.
Yeah, there are a lot of work from home jobs that see many,
Oh, yeah.
so I'm.
No, discussion. It's usually guys is like old school stuff. Like your company is 17, 16.
If you know service now and you're really good at it,
It
yes.
gets together. Our company is going to say,
But we are all over the place, so we are all over the place.
exchange.
We have a couple offices, but not everywhere.
I think this is the
In
word
Canada, we have South India, we're all over the
works
place.
along. Like it
I've
used to have
looked
some.
at a lot of jobs out of Austin
I guess it's something the lady stopped
that are
talking.
work from home positions.
And then I do a monthly one.
So maybe looking at those jobs out of Austin would be really good.
So there's a.
They're all IT, they're all on Austin, they're all work from home. So hopefully that's the lead to work outside of Denver. And maybe start looking at this. I hope that's all.
Absolutely.
They were really good paying positions.
How to.
I saw 75 people now. So I don't know what you consider really good, but to me, it's all like 75.
Yeah, so I asked for.
I make a little bit more
I
than
had
that.
the older, I've been here, 6 months, so.
This is the starting page.
If we should hopefully,
Yes.
if we do it,
It's
I would
easy,
see
like,
like
those
those
offers, we have 6 boys. She spoke with us.
Yeah, those students.
Almost invited her.
She's
Oh,
They
I was on my contact. So I don't know what happened.
Good morning.
I gotta be floating between both rooms, I think. I got you in here and I got Jet in there.
Oh.
Here. Good
Oh,
to see you.
Nice to see you too.
We had,
Wow,
the teachers
Good to
come by.
see you.
Thank you.
Life is good. Your birthday this week.
Awesome, you're 29?
Clearly.
Yeah.
How can I be 27 on the marathon?
Yeah.
No way.
We started.
25.
25.
Yeah.
25 times 2 plus 7.
No, that's math. No.
It's every Monday.
I'm gonna check with you, Jeff, for just a second. Because I think I've seen your profile there, Jeff. You're like, Silver.
If you decide to vote.
It is, but it's a lot of stuff. Yeah, like next summer. Like, I'm gonna do a birthday thing, and I'll like invite my friends. So we're just going to Tahiti to do a concert, so it's just a little stuff, but vacation stuff. Or we also do a little girlfriends, they stay with us.
Our whole topic, we have
So I have what I call my place in LA is in
for this
Humboldt area.
Yeah,
It's sort of the, it's a unincorporated area for something that's to us.
But if people are interested,
My friend, it's had a
read prior to
I
and that's the book. At the previous
I'm like not a
read and you come by. So some people just come just for the book discussion. Some people just come just for.
So it's weird to like not live in Texas for the first year, but I'm here full time.
I would love to. I spent like 4 months in Texas, CFO and COO of a company. That's what was it? It was in Dallas. It was 1,600 commerce employees. I could see you and Mark. Mark's not so hard to go. It was really hot. I mean, I went to the cool down.
Yeah, I get that. Yeah, because well, Houston's hotter and way more humid than Dallas, and it's like moving to the sun, but it's stay moving with space.
Yeah.
But then it's just but I still I'm here full time.
I'm debating what's to do a place in St. Louis and Sunny.
Really?
That's in Lafayette, so it's.
Oh, nice. Well, I'm happy for you.
I'm gonna check in this one out for that.
Salon. Yes.
I love that there's like this sacred sisterhood, like this space is so rich and like I'm hanging out with the two of you and I'm not like seeing like the social care and seeing like the patience and the presence and loving every part of this. And like I just admire you for showing up, both of you. It's so huge.
I am very proud of him. I would have probably come to this on my own because I'm the goth. I just like
You have the courage.
and goth girls. Don't forget.
I'm seeing you in a face of courage.
That's so funny because when we were like talking about the camera, we were like, this is a goth town and a lot of us don't color some stuff and I also like to wear that. And I'm learning all of the things like that. Something I also never knew about. So.
But I'm more of a metalhead rocker, but I got pulled in by other friends and stuff like that too. So it's just the community and the people more than anything that draws me to being around in the goth community.
It's an accepting, loving community.
It's, I would say that's probably more so here, because I know for me, when I was growing up, identifying myself, I flitted around different groups, and I always got knocked for it because I just didn't fit the mold. But when I hung out with whatever you call them, goths, ravers, punkers, skaters, metalheads,
No judgment.
I fit better there, and they were more accepting of me there than in any other group. So I was like, oh, these must be my people.
I love that. I love that.
So I identify as like, yeah, I don't fit anywhere else, but these people are accepting. So yes,
The first group of folks that when I said I was bi, they didn't question it. They didn't say, no, you're not. You mostly date guys and all this other stuff. I'm like, but it's easier to date guys. It's not as easy to date women.
You're quite complex.
Well, and you get the how do I even approach you? How do I go? Like, especially with my age, in the older crowd, like you were taught that that's not what you did. You didn't do that.
And then you've got my age group, which is older than you, and
You really didn't.
age 11, I mean, it was 1983, and I was open ally and standing up for my friends who were super bullied for being a queer community. And I was fighting on AIDS projects where it was finally just called AIDS. It was no longer gay cancer, and fighting for queer community and all gender rights. But this was 1983, and I lived in Houston where we had a trans mayor. Yeah, we had a trans mayor in 1980. No, Houston has the second largest queer population, right behind San Francisco. And it's always been that way. It's always been that way. Houston's been open and accepting,
Actually, I
and
did a Pride Parade in Houston.
Yeah.
It was very interesting
Yeah.
at night with all the lights and all that.
So
stuff.
much
It was
fun.
kind of cool.
it's amazing. But when it was sixth grade and junior high, my friends were beat up, they were bullied, and I was like, this is completely intolerable. And by the way, I'm dyeing my hair blue.
Yeah.
Like all of that at the same time, because I'm like, I know how I feel. I know the music I like. You don't get it. You don't have to. I'm going to be me. And I can't find latex small enough to fit me. So I started cutting up garbage bags, safety pinning them together, making my own clothes and wearing dog leashes.
Nice.
Because I couldn't find belts that fit, so I was just chaining myself up and wearing garbage bags. Like blue hair, because that's what there was, and I didn't care. And I'm like, yeah, I live by NASA in a suburb, and here we go. Because it didn't matter. I quit caring what people thought, but I did care how people were treated.
Yeah. And here, when I was in high school, you just didn't say anything. You didn't. You were okay to be metalhead. You were okay to be a goth. You were okay to dress however fit within school rules, all that fun stuff. But you weren't okay to say, "This is who I am and this is who I love." It just wasn't okay.
I'm so sorry.
We are at time. Sorry
Okay,
to
great.
interrupt. So my name's James. I'm going to be kind of helping to moderate and oversee this, whatever is going on in this room today. I'm sure you're all here. Emily established this is the mental health panel. A little bit of an experimental thing. Not entirely sure how we want to run this, but I figured we'd at least open up by giving our panelists a chance to introduce themselves quickly. Tell us a little bit about your work, and I don't know, I guess literally a roundtable discussion. Who would like to go first? You're right.
I'm Jen. I joke I'm Jen with two N's. Because there's always lots of us, but I am from, I guess, the south of Texas, a little bit almost. I've grown up with these like overarching ideas and not knowing who I was and how I got accepted into circles. I feel like this place is very welcome. And it's here that I feel like I found myself. My background is in biological sciences. I thought I was going like medical school route, and then got a divorce, and then realized, therapy's kind of cool, and it helped me so much. So as a single mom, I got a master's degree in public health, and I do private practice, and then I also work with a nonprofit that teaches kids and families, mainly in the permanency place, so foster care, kinship, and adoption, but the grant I work on there serves anyone, so any kids, even truancy issues. So I teach kids and families about trauma and how trauma affects their brain and how it creates behaviors. A huge part of that is in attachment, early connections and foundations, and also in mindfulness, which is dear to my heart. I've probably been doing that the longest as a profession. Yoga and meditation is 15-ish years, which is really probably helps with background in this. So I'm excited to be here. Like, I love new communities. I
love new people. I love discovering things I didn't know about. So I'm really honored to be here with you guys because already it feels like, I don't know which way we said it, but my sisterhood. So I love seeing that. Because you guys are often left out of the picture sometimes. So grateful people.
Thank you for having us.
My name is Andrea. I am a domestic violence advocate. I have been working at the shelter for about 2 years. I realized that there was a huge gap between them coming into shelter and finding work, some sort of stability, housing for themselves and their children, and then leaving shelter. And unfortunately, we can't keep them there forever. So sometimes they go back to their abusers. I work with a lot of women that obviously have trauma or experience it, and with children as well. So anyway, I decided I wanted to open up my own nonprofit and where I can offer them job opportunities for them to become financially successful. And there we have found that there's opportunities to partner with banks to help them educate themselves financially. And we are actually in the process of doing all of that. Shayna is a board member of that nonprofit. We both are working together to offer these services to our community. One of the reasons why I'm very passionate about domestic violence is because I myself was a victim of domestic violence. And I experienced it at the age of 16. I got pregnant. This is my son. He comes with me to these events. He's very supportive. He always has been. And as you can all see, he is a rocker. I grew up listening to a lot of Pink Floyd, a lot of Ozzy, as you all know. He passed away. That hit hard because he was the soundtrack of my life growing up. And actually, I was pregnant with him when I saw Ozzy for the first time. Yeah. So even if you didn't see him physically, he was there. Yeah. So, and I want to be able to be a resource for women that don't have the support from the family, because I didn't. And I felt alone growing up. And I turned out great, I hope. But I feel that I could have done a lot more for my life if I would have had that support from the community. I grew up in Texas in a very small little town called San Elizario. If any of you research on San Elizario, it is part of the main, I think it's 4 missions of the Camino Real, I believe it's what it's called, area in El Paso, Texas, where a lot of the gentrifying happened with the Spanish colonial, all of that. There's a lot of history, it's very rich, but we are also very sheltered. It is mostly Hispanic, Mexican, and so coming out of that into what we have here was like culture shock to me. Anyway, I could keep on talking, but yeah, that's a little bit about me. I do have flyers if anybody's interested in knowing what we do with our nonprofit.
To be able to get a space for you.
Okay, cool. That's
I'll
awesome.
help you.
Okay, that'd be awesome. Yeah.
And I'm a mental health professional. I have my master's in mindfulness-based transpersonal counseling psychology. I have many mental health certifications. I specialize, and I've been working in forever, I specialize in intellectual, developmental, and trauma disabilities. I specialize in sexuality with autism. And I am a United Nations ambassador. I'm an ambassador of humanity under EcoSoap, working with the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. I'm also an ambassador of peace. And the UN has made me the global voice for the disabled population. So I help teach and implement programs for disabilities. Specifically, many countries don't acknowledge or even show family members with disabilities. They're hidden away in secret rooms in the house. There are no provisions, there's no social recognition. And I help create pathways and safe havens for those individuals who are hidden, as well as creating. Hi, welcome. Oh,
Yeah, sorry about that.
You okay?
Yes.
Oh, sorry.
What a way to make an entrance.
Well, we're just happy you're here and you're here safely. That's what matters. I help create safe havens for individuals who normally are not acknowledged, recognized by society, and then I help, because I'm a Cornell University instructor for ADA, I help implement laws and programs for other countries. And then I also, Andrea was she's amazing. So she came to the UN with me in February, and I gave a presentation there last summer as being a survivor of domestic violence because of invisible disabilities and how that makes us more susceptible. And through that is how I became an ambassador of the UN. And with that, we went to the 69 Conference on Women. It's a 2-week conference. It's the largest conference on women globally. And we were talking about safety of women, and there were many, many things that came out of that. It's been a really phenomenal experience, but we're trying to build safe havens for women with disabilities. So that's one of the many, many projects that I'm working on among 17 plus peace. Got to get into Gaza as soon as the war ends and do a lot of trauma work. That's then Ukraine when that ends, and do a lot of trauma work there. So there's a lot of things happening, but that's a little bit about my life and work. So that's not that much.
My name is Jeanette, and I guess I'm a face within the goth community here in Colorado. I didn't realize I was an elder until someone said to me, I remember seeing you when you were 16. I'm like, oh. Oh. It's like, I guess I'm kind of an elder now and I didn't even know it. I have had bouts of heavy depression, and in the past I was diagnosed with schizophrenia and depression. I had a lovely pharmacy of medications I got to go through, and I am not on them now because I worked really hard, but I still do a lot of therapy mentally and singly and with my partner, and I am just here to hold people's hands and to help in any way possible. I also have experienced emotional violence with my partner in the past, or ex-partner, I should say. So I understand how hard it can be to break away from that as well. So, yeah, hi.
Those are all the presenters. I'm
Those
just
are all the
here.
presenters, yeah. So, but, you know, it's a small enough group, so if you want to be quick about it.
I'm Amy Houston. I've been part of the Colorado goth metal community since I was young, in and out all the time. Dragged my husband with me. I'm sure I have some kind of neurodivergence, but I'm not sure when. I have been a victim of some domestic violence in my lifetime. But I figured this was a great spot for both my husband and I to meet and to show him what the community can kind of be like, and support for mental health and everything else that we get from each other.
Oh, shit. Name's Jacob Creason. Been a long ride.
Yay.
But also fight with depression and anxiety and ADHD all the time. But
Did I already make my Hi, I'm Judy O'Malley, and I just moved to Colorado 4 or 5 years ago, so I don't know anybody in the golf community, but I always wanted to do convergence like years and years and years ago, so here's my chance. I struggle with depression and anxiety. I am in constant therapy and medication, so I'm doing pretty well. And then I decided to channel some more. I'm also a graduate student in counseling.
you want to go?
I'm Hector, I like music. Hi, I'm Nelson from Florida. I want to know what you guys are talking about. An interesting topic because I have been going to therapy for a while after a week trip was over, and when that was solved, I still keep going to therapy every month because I found it interesting to just bounce off topics to someone that's very objective, and I found it because you bounce off things with your friends, you have a bit of a lens and a bias. I just found it interesting. I want to know what you guys do.
I like your concept of just finding like the balance and the lens. Because for a long time I was in bad relationships, and I wanted to change that. It's like I need to figure out, because I figured out, it's like, oh, I'm the common denominator. It's me. And so even though I have all my friends who would talk and tell me, it's like, well, you need to stop dating those guys and you need to stop doing this. It's like, well, I need to find someone who is not already in it with me, so they can give me more of a balanced assessment of why I'm fucking up. So I find that very helpful, just to have that outside influence. So I commend you for that.
James, introduce yourself.
Well, my name is James Holm. I've been in and out of the Colorado scene for 20-something years. No, I have a fairly pronounced interest in mental health, like you said, professional. Maybe at best a barefoot animal. No, like I said, I was in the scene for a very, very long time. Spent most of those years in the back, dancing by myself, never bothering anybody. A few years ago, some things changed for me, and I started meeting people, and here we are. I wanted to put this panel together, I think, honestly, in part, because I do talk to a lot of people. I go to these events and have these weird little conversations, and I do find that people open up to me. And in this community, there is I find a lot of anxiety. And I think a lot of people don't necessarily have all of the tools they need to address these things sometimes. So I kind of thought a panel like this would be a useful space to kind of open up that conversation, plant some seeds around people, go back out into the community and bring something into it. So I got into one of those conversations the other night at the milk bar. Somebody said to me, I just sometimes feel like I don't belong anywhere I go. And I look around and I said to them, you are in a place full of people that feel like they don't belong anywhere they go. This is probably where you're supposed to be. But with that in mind, let's turn it back to you guys. When people are struggling with feelings of anxiety and these things start to come up, what are some ways we can kind of approach that? What advice do you like to give your clients when they come to you with these kinds of problems?
A lot of times there's certain things that makes us feel uncomfortable. Music could be one. It's like watch and some YouTube on, sit in your room. A lot of my clients go through anxiety, especially when they first come in, right? Because I don't know if therapies is gonna barge into the room, right? Or a lot of them that is cameras, right? And they had access to it. One of the things that we can help them is to reassure them that they're gonna be okay. And allow them to express themselves, whether it's music, art, crafting, even just talking. A lot of them can't talk because they're losing the limb, right? So that's a lot of times what we are is their therapists. We sit there and listen. We sit there, we listen, and we don't judge.
You know, the reason people, 95% of the reason people seek therapy is I'm not okay and the world's not okay. And when one of those two pieces is missing, people need and seek therapy. But when both of those pieces align, that's high risk for checking out, suicide. So we're there, we extend lives. But also it's the I don't belong anywhere, which goes back to I'm not okay, the world's not okay. It's exactly what you're saying, the piece that you named. So as long as we can allow space for I'm not okay and the world's not okay, that's all right as long as there's connection, attachment, and acceptance. I can accept you, can you accept you? And if I can accept you, can we build enough trust where there is acceptance of one another? Can we create attachment? And from that, can we build trust? And that's the therapeutic relationship. That's the foundation of everything. But as a transpersonal practitioner, the point that I go to is spirituality within that person. They're not there to teach me their spirituality. Spirituality is different than religion or whatever. But when I understand that individual's point of spirituality, we go back to that. Because there's going to be some common ground in that, whatever it is, whatever our beliefs are, there's going to be a common ground. And when we find that point of spirituality, we may not always track the person the way we want to, but we go back to that, we're back on track in the core of what that person thinks, believes, perceives, and how they interact with the universe and how the universe impacts them. Then we have that connection again. So we're not really losing each other, we're going deeper and building. And that to me is a great foundation for building trust and building genuine attachment. I have clients I worked with 20 years ago who will still call me, still keep in touch, still contact me because we're friends now. We don't have a therapeutic relationship, which is why we can have a friendship. But even if we don't maintain that friendship necessarily, when there's an emergency in their life, I got 2 days ago, someone contacted me and said, I'm not feeling safe in the situation I'm in. My relationship with my parents are strained. Can you please reach out to my dad? Here's my phone number. Here's my address. The exterior of the conversation was very convoluted because of intellectual and developmental disabilities. So I don't know how much is truthful, but I know is 100% is truthful to that individual. That's what matters. So I made contact through Facebook Messenger with that individual's parent, and I had permission to send their message to the parent for behalf. I just copied and pasted the message saying, your daughter's trying to reach you. She's feeling scared. This is what I know. Please reach out to her. And this is somebody I worked with, as I said, it was 20 years ago. But, you know, that's the kind of trust that we established, and she knew that with me she could be safe and trust that.
That's very good to know that you still have that bond
Absolutely.
with someone to build that trust and can continue that trust.
And we have to, this is our responsibility, but it's also a calling. When you're doing just a job, you want that paperwork out of the way. But when it's connection and attachment, and you have a heart connection with every person you're working with, it never ends because love is eternal.
Yeah, I think connection is huge. That's one of the biggest things I teach with families when they're bringing a child into their home where you didn't have those attachment opportunities of eye contact and touch and kind of vibrational resonance within the home. where I don't have those beautiful opportunities in childhood with my caregiver, then it is hard to make those connections as we get older. And we teach families kind of really simple things and like learning touch and learning like, and that may be uncomfortable. James and I don't know each other very well. It's like the second time we've seen each other in person. The small things, which can be hard for us. Touch can be hard. Looking in the eyes can be hard. Play is a huge one. When we're playing, we can't be in anxiety. Our brain can only be in one mode or the other. We can either be in sympathetic mode, fight, flight, freeze, or faint, or fawn, or we can be in play. We can be in social engagement, laugh, or love, dance. And so this is one of the things I tell people is got high levels of anxiety. Where do you not generally feel that anxiety? Do you feel it in dancing? Do you feel it with music? Do I feel it with dessert? How do I spend more of my time there? I have such a soapbox part because I have three, not just teenagers, but they're more than adolescents that just out of that like 18, 19 years. And constantly on their phones. And our phones are taking us out of this connection, of this connection, of this connection. And so that would be a huge one if I like making a list is like spend more time where you play, less time in technology, and more time around the people that I feel connected to, which can be hard having had those with no intervention. We have the same exact attachment that we had with our caregivers, whomever was caring for us in those first couple of years. And so we have to then do the things that are uncomfortable, be in the spaces that are really uncomfortable to create new behaviors, new comfortabilities. Those are the big ones.
Vagus nerve is a big thing. I mean,
That's what it was.
Yeah.
Thank you.
I hear that. I heard what you were naming.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's the grounding, which is the big one, which is that the longest nerve in the body that innervates the face, the neck, the eyes, the throat, and then the heart, the lungs, and the stomach. So like all those places that tense, that are anxious, and all those places that show social engagement. So when we are engaged with others, and we're having fun with others, then that nerve sends relaxation to the body. And so for me, the quickest way to get into that stimulation in a very natural way, in a happy way, is nature. So laying on the earth, being wherever you're favorite. I mean, we live in the city. We can't often get to a park or anything, but somewhere. And sometimes just like sitting across from the park and watching the scene for people who move into my alignment that they will see it.
I heard what you were saying.
I know I felt that in the past, being at the club, very crowded, but still very low. And I would hear like that one song. It's like, oh. And I would be out there, dancing, and I could sense myself smiling. It was like, this is the happy space, and this is where I'm connecting. And then I'm seeing everyone else dancing. I'm like, they're all dancing to my song. It's like, no, they're not. But they're all dancing to my song.
We're all in the same space you are.
Yeah,
So
it's just, exactly. And it just, I don't know, it made my heart just like, oh, I'm not alone because they're all dancing with me to my song. It's like that connection. Even though no one else is knowing that they're connecting with me, I'm connecting with them through song. And that is really cool.
And somatic practice it's so powerful because we're releasing energy in this gifted way of physical expression, right? So somatic means movement. So in for a lot of us in here, it's dance based. So we're on the dance floor and there's a certain beat, a certain rhythm that resonates with our nervous system. For me, it's 120 BPM. Like I already know the count. It's 120 BPM. But there's also like certain tones and sounds. It's going to be more electronic and it can have some guitar, but it's not going to be heavy guitar with no synth. It's going to be heavy synth and maybe guitar, but I know the certain tones and I know it might be A minor. Like I know the key, I can hear all of it. I can hear all the intricacies, all the parts, but then it might also be like in a major key instead of a minor key, or I can just
like that.
Yeah.
For better words, she's kind of a hippie chick.
Yeah.
But occasionally she would say, it's like, I'm craving my double bass. And she would have to go to a metal show. It's like, do you want to come with? I'm like, always there. So we would go to some metal show just so she could get her happy space of hearing the double bass. And I'm like,
we all know what that thing is for all of us in the room, but it's playing into the nervous system. It's playing into the resonance and the vibration within cells in our body that are dysregulated and need to regulate. And it ties back to the vagus nerve and to cells within the body that are out of sync. And when that happens, there's this elation that goes through us. There's a release of dopamine or norepinephrine or something that's out of whack, and we need to release this. And our brain starts firing in the right way, right? So we've the base of the brain, we've got things are firing, receptors are working, and everything's great, and endorphins are going, and like the nervous system's like on fire in the best possible way, and we get to move, and we get to release, and that experience, that movement, whatever it is, something completely unguided where nobody's telling us what to do and we get to move freely is incredible. But when we do it as a collective, and there's that energy of everybody doing it together, that's when the loneliness breaks down that you're speaking to, where you can feel isolated alone on a dance floor with 50 people, 100, 1,000 people. You can still be alone on the dance floor crying. But this certain rhythm, song, something happens, the release is there. That is the magic, but that is why. And it's exactly what you're speaking to, the nervous system. And this is why and how it happens. So whether we're grounding and we're earthing and we're walking without shoes, or we're laying in grass, or we're rolling down a hill, or whatever it is that's feeling great to us, we need that contact with nature. We need to be by the flowing water and pick up the ions. We need this, but we also need that somatic release. And it's a way where we don't have to interact with people. We don't have to talk if we don't want to, but we have the freedom to learn to engage with others. We don't just have to silently show up, and it's beautiful. And we get to show up. Allowing ourselves to show up however we are in that moment is incredible. And this is a community which embraces without exception and without judgment. This is one of the safest spaces there is. It's got community.
And we've made it very safe, because I've met more people who are saying, yeah, one of my favorite activities is going hiking. I'm thinking, hiking, camping? Really? Well, one was like, yeah, it's Colorado. Someone's like, I love to knit. I'm like, awesome. I went to was it like a metal swap meet, and someone with thousands of piercings, with blue hair, and I'm like, it's like, you're crocheting, and oh my god, I must have this crochet fox. It's like, you would never think that someone is that looking as they would, but finding the joy in crocheting, and you're still connecting with people. You're still finding that interconnection with yourself out and sharing with other people.
And it's a mindful based practice.
Yeah. It's like, who knew? I've met more interesting people, just with them doing what they love, and that brings me closer to our community when I see what they get to do that makes them happy. And that's fun.
and for some of the vendors, I mean, like one of the ways that we mask in public, but we can be in public and still keep to ourselves, is that or making things. So there's a person I know who she makes jewelry. She's so gifted. She made this. Some of you might recognize this. But you know, people deal with chronic pain, and
Yes.
and when you're out, you can't always dance and move, and your body doesn't allow you to do the things you want. But when you're vending, earning money, making jewelry, you're still out in public, you're still at a club, you're still doing things, but you're doing what you can do, being social, making money in a way that you can, being with people, but you're not displaying limitations, you look limitless. You know, and there's beauty in that, and there's acceptance from the people who know you well that you can do this, and they're there to support you. They'll help you carry your things or whatever. They know that there's a deeper struggle, but there's a support in this community that maybe you wouldn't find in another community or in daily life or at a store or just wherever. People don't have that compassion and understanding. You know, here in Colorado, you know, I think all of us are from Colorado, right? We all live here now. You know, we have CGS, Colorado Goth Society, and Colorado Goth Society is, you know, I'm one of the admins. You're so involved. I mean, some of the people in this room are very, very involved with CGS. And one of the most remarkable things about it is a safe space. We have a list of people who the moderators ban. It's a banned list, not a banned list. So we're listening to this band today. No, it's you are not allowed in any of our activities because the moderators keep it safe. They know these people are criminals. There are witnesses to violent activities. There are witnesses to crimes. There are police reports. There are investigations into certain individuals. And the last I heard, there were 26 people in the state of Colorado who are not allowed to any concert, club night, event, swap, goth night, like nothing. They can't go to anything for the entire state of Colorado.
Because they compromise safety.
Absolutely. And they are a danger to either themselves or people in a community. And for that, I love how much protection there is. And some of it's violence against women, it's violence, I mean, it can be whatever. It's
It is
really,
very protective and inclusive, which was very cool to know about because back in the day, there was not that
No,
protection,
there
there was
wasn't.
inclusivity.
This does kind of raise a segue a little bit,
Yes.
kind of on the same topic. So, you know, the thing about this coffee question is that it does embrace a certain kind of aesthetic. It does, you know, everybody's going around with skulls on, you know, very death focused, and you know, you listen to some of these stories and stuff, and you do kind of get the sense that in a lot of ways it is a community built on trauma.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of people that are into this, one way or another, right, didn't just wake up one day. Which I wonder what you think about, like what is the right ratio of that? How to embrace these things in a healthy, safe way, to not drag yourself too far down into shall we say a hole, and to be mindful of the people that would take advantage of those interests and potentially take advantage of someone who's struggling with identity, who's struggling with depression, because there is a danger there, I think. So I'm curious to kind of hear you guys open up on that.
I do feel that it's really important to have a community that is supportive and to know that they're going to support you and back you. Because I'm just gonna say it, people are shitty. And they will insult you. They will treat you like crap because they themselves have certain trauma, something that they haven't worked on and it's not healed. I myself was a victim of bullying just recently. I am a pinup. And I will be participating in the Rock and Roll Rumble at the pageant. They posted my picture up, and a man, not really a man to me, right? Insulted me, saying that I'm an ugly looking dude. Well, I had my community of pinups come at him. And, you know, of course, going back and talking shit back is not okay. But people need to understand that it's not okay for you to act this way. Not privately, not publicly. And if getting 20 women to attack you on your looks and your shitty behavior is what's gonna take for you to act like an adult, then so be it, right?
It didn't work.
I don't know, he never responded, but all I can say is that if I were a man, I'd be a good looking man. Be a good looking dude. But anyway, I just, going back to the original question or topic, just knowing that you have that community backing you is important to a lot of people that are feeling lonely. Yeah. Again, in my experience growing up and not having that support from my family, I wish I would have known that there was a community out there that could support me. I grew up being a rocker. I remember walking around a bazaar and my legs are hurting me. And the people that I thought were supposed to support me just saw it and let me get my ass beat. So I grew up always thinking it's just me against the world. It's just me and my children against the world. It's not until now that I'm in this community of pinups, in this community of people working together to bring justice for these women that are abused, that I realize these are my people. There are people out there for me, for my children, for others that are going through abuse and other things, right? But yeah, that's what I'm saying.
And I definitely don't want to just limit it to women being abused. Everyone, anyone, any gender can be abused. Because we're women, we can say women because we're speaking for ourselves as people who survived. But I work with male survivors of sexual abuse, physical abuse, trans, queer, whatever. It doesn't matter. It's people. And it's any age, any place in life. It doesn't matter if you're in your 40s, if you're in your teens, if you're a child, if you're an older person. It can happen at any point in time. So I don't want to limit anyone's experience or diminish that in any way, because abuse is abuse is abuse. And it comes in many, many forms. It can be physical, it can be sexual, it can be financial, it can be emotional, spiritual, and many other forms. I don't want to limit what that is.
Say the words.
I would say being secluded, taking you away from your friends, your family, your passions. That was probably one of my first signs, was not being able to go do the things I like to do. I like to go to concerts. I like to go to concerts and go to clubs to go dancing. And that was my happy space. And when I finally broke away from that, and I actually got to go to a show after I had finally broken up with him. And it was actually, it was Megadeth. It was Megadeth and, another band. But I had gone and I was like, wow, it's been so long. And I kept looking over my shoulder. And it's like, I used to never be like this. I felt so afraid, even though I was in my happy space. And that made me sad to realize that the one thing that made me happy, he had taken away from me. So mean, I worked a lot to get back to that happy space, but I would say anyone who takes you away from your happiness, that's a big red flag, in my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. Like when I was in my abusive relationship, I couldn't go to the club. I couldn't go out with my friends. I couldn't go dancing because then I was cheating. The second you get home, who were you sleeping with? Why were you out so late? Why didn't you wake me up? Why didn't? And the mental and physical, for me it was mostly mental, but the mental abuse just kept coming. Like you can't go do these things because I don't trust you and I don't want to go with you, so you can't do them at all. And it's honestly it's scary once you get a chance to get away from it and see it from the outside.
Yeah, it is very scary. You don't realize it. It's kind of like what they say when you put a lobster or a frog in a boiling pot. Well, you don't notice it because the heat's turning up slowly. You don't notice. And then by the time it gets too hot, you're already gone.
Overstepping boundaries. That too. Especially in the sexual area. Gaslighting.
Yes.
Making you feel like you're crazy because.
Never many times screaming in the parking lot.
Find yourself screaming.
Yeah.
Banging your head against the wall in the closet, that's another one for me. Yep.
Being yelled at and you don't know why. Just out of nowhere. It just happens when someone starts yelling and blaming and you have no idea what happened or why they're yelling at you. And you're just screaming and yelling and you don't know what happened, what the catalyst was. You're calm, you're listening and completely confused and accusations start flying and you're just listening because you don't even know where it came from or why it's happening.
I was just peeling potatoes.
Yeah. And nothing led up to this and nothing you're saying is making sense because none of that's ever happened. And I'm just listening and I'm listening for what past trauma you've had that could have led to this and none that I've ever heard of before. Like, what is this? You know, yeah. What happened? Yeah, what happened?
I, of course, have the advantage of having a list of questions.
Please, I want everybody to ask
But,
questions.
I was gonna say, how about we open it up to our listeners here? Anybody have anything they would like to discuss?
Do you want to introduce yourself if we introduced ourselves?
Yeah, that's true.
Or do you want us to join?
Sure, yes. Well, I'm going to introduce myself. I'm Giovanni. I'm actually Jen's boyfriend. Actually, I've been James before, so I'm very excited to actually get a little bit more. I'm running from another event, so I apologize for that. But it's actually a great topic. I love this, group therapy thing. I think it's very powerful because you're like, oh yeah, all this happened to me, and just creating space. I'm not a huge believer of that. And yeah, my experience, definitely, I guess that I don't think I've been in a full-blown relationship like that, but I definitely see some signs that I kind of want to change. Or sometimes, yeah, I love that analogy of avoiding fraud. We tend to actually get very complacent. We're very relativistic beings, so the same way, kind of, oh, that's a normal. Is it normal? We don't see what we are. We really lose sight of what it takes. It's very late now. Yeah, definitely feel that. Yes, maybe I have a question though. How do you put a line? What's the threshold when it becomes people are activated by this? We have different perspectives, we have different opinions. And what do you think actually makes that's a part of conversations and I we've seen it right in current relationships too. Like we are okay, so this is for me cheating or this is bad for me. How do we actually find the middle ground? What actually makes that not okay? and being more behavior, how do you distinguish between that? Because there's always going to be difference in the difference. How do you draw the line? I guess it's going to be very blurred sometimes.
I like to believe in communication. If you communicate that you're feeling uncomfortable with certain things to your partner, and your partner takes it in consideration and says, okay, I hear you, I feel you, let me make a change. And if you see that there's a change or there's an attempt to make that change, sometimes it's hard, right? When you're used to a certain or behaving a certain way, sometimes it's hard to change from one day to another. But to me, seeing that they're trying to make that change to make you feel better or to make the relationship work, then that's a green light for me. But when it's a person that continuously hurts you, does not listen to you, and is just flat out not trying to make that change because they feel that you're wrong and they're right, that's when it's a big red flag and it's time to step away.
So you would say good faith attempts, right?
Yeah,
Good faith, like this is not like hierarchy, you and me. It's not like it's a democracy. We are
right.
Right. I love that.
Teamwork makes the dream work.
It's also been hard because, for example, if I'm the person that's getting offended and I'm verbalizing this hurts me, then I've come from trauma, and what's actually happening is I'm not threatening, but it feels threatening to me because of my past. That's a hard place to be. And so that's where we come to, I think, where I can verbalize, like, oh, this feels scary to me, and you are doing the listening. And then I have to do my work of, okay, here's this person in front of me that's stepping towards me and doing the work, and that piece to me is actually not threatening, but I feel it that way, so I need to do my work of regulating myself, healing myself, to say that this is actually safe, to restructure myself and my experiences, that I have now chosen a safe person, that it has to be.
Yeah, no, definitely. It's really hard to live a life where you're always on defense mode, right? And then here comes somebody that's willing to do everything and say, whoa, who paid you to be here? What do you want from me, right? It's hard. It's really, really hard. Because you're not only hurting yourself in the relationship, you're hurting that person. Because that person genuinely wants to make this work and cares about you. So yeah, you need to work on yourself as well. The other person needs to understand that too, that you come from a place of trauma. So there's going to be a lot of patience, a lot of patience that will take place between both people. Is it possible? Of course it is. I'm barely experiencing that right now in my relationship. And it's a beautiful thing. It's scary because it's like, okay, it's too much good going on. And I'm so used to bad happening that I'm just waiting for that bad moment. And it's not a way to live, but I need to work on myself. There's still a lot that I need to work on.
Always found the best relationships are the ones kind of felt like a constant evolving conversation.
Yeah.
So it's not that your boundaries necessarily have to be super rigid. It's just a question of how you address them. The comment I like to make is you have to be able to fight well. Like if you have a really good argument with your partner, you're probably in a good relationship. Sorry, apparently a bit of an issue with live streaming. So we only have a few minutes here left, but just a small anecdote, since we are talking about the kind of community we're talking about. I remember one night I was out and I probably had a couple too many drinks or whatever, feeling very sociable, and I walked up to somebody I barely knew and I said hello and I went to give them a hug. And for 4 months, this person would not even look me in the eye. Very touch averse. I had no idea, right? I clearly, like I said, I was in a particular mood, jumped into this thing, and they just weren't happy. And I always found myself wondering, when there is a faux pas like that, Like, what do you guys think about, how do we address that moving forward? Like, what are the ways you can kind of, especially if you're the sort of person that's trying to break into a scene, trying to become more sociable, right? Especially a scene like this. There is always a chance inadvertently trounce one of those boundaries. And so how do we come back?
How do you repair a rupture? Is that what you're
Yeah, I
asking?
think that might be what.
First of all, I think it's that it's beautiful that you yourself are trying, getting out and doing new things. And I think the first thing that comes to me is, and of course, you're having drinks, you're having fun, you're assuming everyone else is in the same energy that you are. And it's hard to be in a embodied state when we are disembodied a little bit. Alcohol just does that. That's what it does. Substances do that. It takes us away from our center, away from ourselves. And so when we are away from our center, it's hard to notice the person's energy that I'm coming to. But there's when we are embodied and when we're walking up to somebody, I can tell they don't want my energy, even with my eyes. And so just being there, noticing, for me and women, I would say is a huge thing. Doing some tantric workshops, learned how huge it is for permission. Can I kiss you? Can I whatever? And that's when we also want to shoot to do the other, not ask permission sometimes, right? But the permission piece is huge. And for the rupture piece, it's just that checking in, like you mentioned, that continual conversation where you see that person and you just acknowledge it. Like, I'm so sorry the other night, I know I offended you. And just that moment of, we all want to be seen and heard and felt. And even if that person doesn't receive you, they know that you saw them. And that for me is what I try with repair and rupture. With my kids, it is constant because they have a father that is an alcoholic. And so repairing ruptures are often not even my own ruptures that I'm repairing, but it's if I am trying, I keep coming and saying, I see this, and they're at least getting it somewhere. To me, it's just that
I think the moving forward is just the asking, but once you're comfortable with somebody, it's like you can always put the arm out and pause a second, see what the response is. But after many times of like, I'd love to give you a hug, I'm always happy to see you. And people know that's really authentic, because we don't hug enough. And, in order to stay emotionally, psychologically healthy, we need a minimum of 11 hugs a day. Most of us don't get one. Exactly, right? That's what I was thinking, like, how many of us are here? How many people? It's 20 seconds, 11 hugs minimum a day, minimum. But most of us aren't even getting 3 seconds, 11 hugs a day, or even 11 1-second hugs a day. We're maybe getting 3 hugs a week. And we wonder why our society feels broken and why people are reactive, and we don't get enough to feel grounded and centered.
I haven't had my hugs. To his point, though, there are still people that do have disabilities, that have neurodivergence, that have things like that, where you have to say,
yes,
can you do this?
That's
Are you okay with this? Are you?
Yes, and I have friends and clients both where the touch is so physically painful for them, and I have to ask, do I have permission to hug you if I hug you very softly and very gently? And they said, I know how you hug. And then I can go in with this featherish hug where I'm like, I'm hugging you with all my heart, but I'm just doing it so gently so I know I don't hurt you. And I ask, is this pressure okay? And I check in with them, and and they're always like, and they appreciate it. But there's always the checking in,
We can stair-step people into that. When we are connected to ourselves, we know that we're offering them a space of them and not us. Because sometimes I need a hug and I'm trying to hug somebody, right? And so it's, asking if you want to hug, my adolescent clients, hug, high five, fist bump, hand hug, you know.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we do
Hand
lots of
hugs.
high five, we hold
Hand
hands, we do hand hugs.
Yes.
Yes, hand hugs, lots and lots of
Oh
hand
my
hugs.
gosh, yes.
Oh,
I
we
guess,
find many ways to show care and tenderness in a way that feeds the other person's needs. And we try not to make things about ourselves. Which is, it's very hard because we live in this capitalist society of me, my money, my investment, oh my God. And it's like, everything is me. And it's like, no, we're here to do things for others. Like, that's what it's really about. And we kind of have to shift perspective sometimes of what is that.
I love acknowledging when I do really want to hug, and I'm like, oh my God, I'm just feeling like I want to hug you. Can I hug you? Are you okay with that? And you give them the permission of saying, and I get to honor myself. Like, I'm feeling drawn to you, which feels good. I don't know. It feels good to hear like you're drawn to me,
Yeah.
even if I'm like, and then you can be like.
And when you look at abusive relationships, when you say, I really have a need, like I really need a hug right now, a dangerous person will say, you're just too needy. No, that's a red flag. Run away, that's not a healthy person. Somebody who really cares about you will say, how can I meet your need? And you're not a selfish person, you're not a needy person. You're acknowledging what's really obvious. It's like the screaming pink elephant in the corner. You know, like how can anyone ignore that? You know, sometimes just take the obvious.
Sometimes the ADHD and the anxiety, I even have to, we're in a relationship where we're together every day, we see each other all the time. I still have to walk up to him and ask, is it okay today? Because he's having some times where he just doesn't want to be touched. He's here and he can't come out of it, and you have to walk up to him and you have to still respect it and say, look, and I've it's been a couple of years struggle to get here, but we're at the point where I can walk up to him now and be like, okay, do you need this right now? Do I need to walk away? Just tell me.
Yeah.
And it's a respect and it's a part of how we keep our relationship going.
And you're strengthening and trust.
Isn't
Blanket
like
permission for
permission.
ever and
Exactly.
always.
Yeah.
That's right. But you know, we kind of treat these tender spaces in relationship the same way we treat sexual encounters. Because they're not all going to be the same every time. Our needs are going to change, the situation, setting, everything. It's the same thing where we're checking in. It's a healthy respect. It's sex positive. This is relationship positive. This is human interaction positive. And we just keep it positive. It's not a negative. Boundaries and respect and checking in are all positives. It's how we lift ourselves and others.
Now we have to end with hugs.
I will only add this, so this is convergence. Not to brag or anything. I'm doing okay on the hug front.
Yes, we can hug it
So
out for
my
anyone. who's
second
not-
hug today was with Lisa Frank. And so I will say this, be mindful of how big the spikes around you. Because I almost lost it.
But it's all fun and games till someone
Right.
loses.
That is just fun. And I know, and forgive me if I'm remembering this wrong, but I think a couple of you generously offered to hang around and talk to anybody who just wanted to have some one-on-one time with a professional.
You mind if I take a picture? And one thing I do want to mention, with CGS, not by my doing, obviously. I have been appointed as the mental health professional for Colorado. So when I'm at events and I'm out, I'm looking to see what's going on in the community. I'm checking in with people to see if somebody's struggling, having a hard moment. If someone's having a moment, come visit with me. That's why I'm out a lot of times. I'm not even out for dancing and music. I'm out to check in with people. So please know that when I'm out, I'm working.
I think you are listed as an admin.
Yes.
The main page, right? So.
Yeah. I'm an admin, I'm not a mod, but I'm a mental health professional. And this is something that CGS told me that I am. They appointed this a few years ago. I'm out, I'm working. Every single time you see me at an event, I'm working. This is what I'm doing. So you have a safe place and check in with me. If you see somebody who looks dangerous, come talk to me and I'll gather other CGS people.
Shameless plug.
Yeah, and
I'm on the forum and stuff.
Shameless plug. Shameless plug.
It is too bad. I think you can kind of get out to this.
You want to just stick this back?
and I also represent with autism and ADHD and a ton of other things like anxiety and depression. So like, you know, when I'm helping people, they're not over there and I'm over here and then yeah. Like, please don't think there's a separation because there isn't. Yeah.
Again, thank you all so much for attending tonight. And thank you to our wonderful panelists for your insights and thoughts. Appreciate it. And yeah.
Thank you guys for coming. I appreciate it so much. Because we get to normalize what society says isn't normal. And that's ridiculous. Because society is on the autism spectrum. Every single disability, every single person is on the autism spectrum. And every disability is on that spectrum. Everything in the DSM is on that spectrum. So I just want to recognize that whatever we're looking at can be normalized on the chart of 0 to 100. And no one's a 0 and no one's a 100. How sad for the people who don't know.
Hey.
That is terrifying.
Good.
Yeah.
Where are we all on this table? Are we? They're just finishing up.
Hug and hug.
I mean, you know, I'm happy tears because you're so connected.
Try not to trip on my way
It's gorgeous singing class. I don't think I've ever seen this.
Thank you. It's happening.
It's really hard to get myself because they do so yeah.
There's
Whoa!
I've heard of it.
No one here is going to judge you for it.
Oh no. No, I'm so
Yeah.
Hey. I know it's still running. Oh, don't get too close. I don't care if you talk it. According to YouTube's terms of service, you do need a parent or guardian in the frame with you.
Say what?
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Do we just want
I
to
didn't
close
know there
that
would be a
machine
small
down?
child running around. What?
Do we just want to close down the other machine if there's nothing else in there? All right.
Actually, no, just stop the show.
It is
Oh, wait,
stopped.
nothing else today. I'm going to use that one.
Heather, James, and Yola's not actually on the panel, but she said she'd ask me some constructive questions. She's just finishing up at the drag show because the communication got a little bit screwed up after the brunch was over. The performers were going to do a second act, but I don't think it wasn't even left. So I went and rousted as many people as I could to come in and join into the audience.
Absolutely.
But
I
feel so bad.
Yeah, miscommunications are so frustrating.
I just don't think, I think it was like, they were like, we're gonna go change it to something less comfortable. I don't think people realize there's gonna be something else. So I just want to make sure that we're doing it to an empty room. Because they're lovely. I did get a decent night.
Okay, so it wasn't.
Yeah, it's not dead anymore. It was dead for a little while, but they hadn't gone on yet. But yeah, Yola's well, and she's not on the panel, so she can show up at 12:30. Whereas I would be here when it started.
Yeah, I wanted to be there as well. Yeah. I didn't know. So I got immediately.
That's my first trip. So I left my first and I left my first next to Yola, so
You know what? That's a great idea.
thank you so much. Yeah, I just treat you like this. You are an angel among men. Thank you. I looked over the table and I go back in and start the show. So that's you. I know Yola, and she does not look at texts. She might see it next week. I am for communications director. Just like text me. I
So you're like her, that particular problem, you're like the part of her brain that she's outsourced. Yeah, it's you. Yeah.
I need to outsource all my ADHD stuff to somebody, but I can answer the phone.
No, it's all about who's your advantage for the brain bag for all that purpose.
Play to your strengths. Play to your strengths.
Love it. Love it. We'll never go back.
I think it is now. These two panelists.
Now that I'm sitting.
If it wasn't before, it isn't. I think we actually may want to put our panelists here when they're done because that's where the camera is mounted.
That makes sense.
Since they're filming it.
No, it's not my dullest student who is like such a child yet like focus and has no intellectual curiosity at all. Wants a letter of recommendation for National Honor Society. And I don't know how I think he could like compose this letter. And he just told me the deadline is really, really soon because of course he's asking me to allow him to because it's also because it is very difficult.
Oh yeah, yeah. I know that. I know that.
Yep. So that is what feels so great.
So what is your girlfriend will be the one in charge?
No, exactly. I already see him. I don't know why I have such trouble tutoring. And the reason I use me to tutor is because I tutor his best friend who is a wonderful and he was having trouble with the English so he's the best student I've ever had, not just because he's right, but because he just like it's magical. It's really very easy. But like now his friends' parents think that him choose another one of him. But there's also willingness.
Yeah, that's the thing. Is you can do the best tutor in the world, but you have to have a student who is willing to learn.
He's not like horrible or something. He's just like honestly disengaged, and there's an undiagnosed ADHD piece that his parents.
I would have loved to be diagnosed before I was in my 20s.
I think I was diagnosed when I was 14. Like I knew I had it, but like they didn't take it very seriously because I was getting good grades. So that's what ADHD.
Oh, I know. It was A's on the test, C's for not turning in homework. So you just apply yourself. Why is it that you do this really hard thing, but you can't do this really easy routine?
And then I got a lot of why are you only doing well in the classes that you like.
Yeah.
Although like well would be like, oh, I got a B plus one, this kind of person's the end of the world, but you're not.
Whereas I was like, dude, like I am, you know, I'm an editor and proofreader. English is my strength. I did really badly in an English class where they were killing the joy of reading. I read constantly. But it was basically like you were having to fill out these multi-page worksheets that would basically just prove you read the book. And it was awful. So I was not doing well with it. The teacher I had the next semester was like, oh my God, you're a really good poet. I think you'd really enjoy Anne Sexton and Mark Strand. And here's all these books to read. And, you know, let's encourage you to write stuff. And I wrote a chapbook and I won the National Council of Teachers English Writing Award. Because I had a teacher who understood that making me do really rote routine things was not benefiting me in the slightest. She's like, I wish I'd been able to stay in touch with her. I've tried to look her up over the years, but the school won't understand release any kind of info. I never found her. But I really wanted to let her know, you know, A, you changed my life, and B, I'm still writing.
James! Do you want me to like check you back and forth? I'm really good at finding something. Like not like now, but like, you know, like, hello?
I am on the panel. I'm in the panel.
Is when it starts, and that's when you
No, sweetheart, I was saying you've got the brunch,
Is getting on stage and
the
doing
panel,
this.
and then the
Like it's
tea, and that I'd be available after. Sorry.
No.
I was saying I was tied up until after the tea.
Oh, which part of Florida?
Sorry about the confusion.
Okay.
If you'd like to.
Do you
show
ever
me,
get
man, I'll
down
be
to
looking at you.
area that are
Hey, how are you?
Street?
All right, sorry, sweetheart. I'll see you later.
Oh, see, I lived in.
John got a little confused.
Yeah.
He's been running some maggots.
No, absolutely. They have like.
And
Yeah, I'm
How was it? Was it good?
trying to get him to slow down.
Instead of the
So
tears. Hey,
I'm just having too. He loves having fun, and he loves having too much fun.
No, I know he looks forward to it.
Yeah. He's both thriving and learning, but I just
I am here for you. No, I know.
I'd like to keep him, thanks.
And I would
I'll also be here. And then
Did they like unplug me? Like, or that like, is that after that? Or don't they go in?
it's a genetic thing.
Oh,
They did
okay.
go in with stents and stuff. It's just managing to fix it.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Welcome to How to Convergence.
Right. Figure out where the camera is.
You're welcome. And then I.
Right?
Saying Black Celebration amazingly last night. That was wonderful.
So I think Juliet is also gonna be on the
Okay, great. You want to see?
Where would you like our panelists to sit?
Well, that's where they're streaming.
Yeah, and the stream comes over here, so, yeah. We've done ourselves out, make it around.
As long as it's not exposed, it's not a violation of the YouTube terms of service, so it's fine.
Thanks, ladies.
I appreciate your help though. Just make sure you don't say anything on hot mic, kind of sarcastic.
So that's the camera right there.
I almost grabbed this as a chair. Very good chair.
You can try it, see what happens.
I'm pretty wily.
We'll sit in the back of the room, you know.
I'm sure you can move some of those chairs over here too. As long as you're not obstructing the panel. Aren't you on the panels, right?
I might have to leave. I feel like.
I needed it to know.
Yeah, you're not.
Okay.
I'll chime in if required, but I think
How to Convergence.
there was enough firepower over there.
That's the one I want.
The other one's the parasol. This is the audience section's that section, the panel section's that
That's
section.
what I was like, am I in the wrong place? Which I am. So-
Aww.
No, you're
No,
not.
Right
you're-
place,
I thought-
I don't say
Yes.
that.
You're totally in the right place.
I was the DJ Wrangler for 18. So.
John, according to the website, you're on this panel. Please don't make me a liar.
You're a liar anyway. I just-
You're on the next one too, aren't you? Thank you. I already,
Sit with us. We love you.
Oh, I was invited to moderate this panel for a little bit. I'm Christine, and I've been in the Denver community for, I don't know, 30-something years. And I'm so excited that we're doing Convergence this year in Denver. This is so exciting. Not only do we brought it back from COVID, we're getting on our feet and running with it. So I'm so excited to hear from you all today about how you got involved with this organization and what you've been able to achieve. So maybe we could just introduce ourselves.
Hi, I'm John, DJ Silverplume out of Norfolk, Virginia. I've been with the alt Gothic community since the Net News days. What was that, like 95, 93, whatever it was. And I'm happy to be here.
I'm Kala, DJ Storm. I've been around alt Gothic and NYC Gothic Atlas since the early 90s and been involved in convergences since technically 4, but I didn't attend 4. So 7 onward is the ones I attended.
My name's Chris Martinez. I do mostly the technical stuff as well as volunteer firefighting for this year's Convergence. I got involved because my friend said she was putting on an event, and I figured I would help, not knowing what I was signing up for.
That's how it goes. My name is Heather Phillips, and I'm the committee chair for Convergence 27. Convergence has been central to my life. Wherever I've been in the world, I've been able to count on coming to Convergence once a year to reconnect with my God family and to reaffirm my identity. And it's been a wonderful, meaningful experience for me. And that's why I did this crazy thing of trying to bring Convergence back in 7 months and put on this festival with a team of really, really good people, volunteers who have flown in to DJ for us, friends who've been in the community forever, people who have more experience running them than I do. Yeah, so that's me.
My name is Andy, also known as Ashbed. I have been part of the Alt Gothic community since the early 90s. My first Convergence was C9 that I could afford to attend. And I am a member of the Cabal. There is no Cabal. I'm here on my own recognizance, but I'm happy to answer questions.
I'm Juliet, also known as DJ Mochia. I am currently from the Boston team. I've also lived in Chicago and New York for short stints. I was a co-chair for Convergence 25 in Boston, which actually it was because I was like pregnant at the time and I knew I wasn't going to fly anywhere to go to a festival. So I got involved because I wanted to bring the Convergence to my town.
One thing that I wanted to get out right away is how do you get Convergence in your area? Because we learned about it here and all of us were kind of scratching our heads. We have our normal promoters in Denver and this is put on totally different. And one of the things that I've been so inspired by already, this is my first Convergence. So one of the things I've been so inspired by, I got online last night after going to our live events and our live music karaoke and artists and DJs. And so I got on the Twitch stream to see who was on our Twitch stream because we have a live Twitch stream going the whole entire time, which is super impressive with all the raid trains. And it was a new DJ that I hadn't encountered before. So of course I followed them. I have, at least 50 DJs I follow on Twitch. So, and I got on there and some of my friends from LA were on there and they had Convergence 2023 or number 23, sorry, Convergence 23. And so they were saying, I said, what do you guys think about Convergence? And they said, oh my gosh, it united everybody in LA to be on the same page. And I don't know how that's going to happen in Denver, but I'm so excited about it. I'm so excited about all the networking. So first question is, how do you get a Convergence in your area?
So there's an overarching committee that owns Convergence, the event as a whole. And we ask committees to form from each city that wants to put one on. We have a vote, and everyone who's ever attended a Convergence is eligible to vote. And the winning city, the winning bid, as we call it, we are then there to assist them in putting on the event. There is a handbook. Anyone who ever wants to do a Convergence, there's a handbook. Read it. We don't want everybody to have to reinvent the wheel.
How do we get it? Is it online?
Has it been updated?
It does need a little bit of updating, but when you contact the Cabal for interest in a bid, we'll send it to you. I think it should be publicly available, and we're going to try to make that happen.
Yeah, because I think we have a couple people in the audience here who are very interested. Oh my God.
Making it publicly available can.
Go ahead. No, sorry.
AI agrees. Yes, yes.
I thought I put my.
Unfortunately, Peter Coffin, who was in charge of altgothic.com and ran the voting, passed away very unexpectedly earlier this year.
So
He was a
sorry.
dear friend to many of us. So we're going to have to do some work on the voting list, the voting process, and the website to make sure that we can actually get into it. So,
I volunteer to help.
thank you. We have a couple of people working on it, and having your help would be lovely, thank you. But there will probably be a couple of changes to that just because we're gonna have to reconstruct the voting list. But we are here to help. Please ask us questions. We love questions. But yes, the
How do you contact the cabal, Andy?
The Convergence Facebook group is a good way to do it. We also have altgothic.com, and it has contact information for us.
Excellent.
And there is an Old Dog Gothic Discord for those people that are unfamiliar. They may be more familiar with Discord. Or you can reach out to somebody that you know is connected to Convergence. So anyone that's been part of a Convergence, you can look up convergences that have happened in the past in different cities. And if you can reach somebody, they will help you because it's all about the community. Like the whole point of Convergence is learning about the scene in different cities. And that's why we move around. Because there's such a rich tapestry of the scene.
I see you guys I see Convergence as planting some seeds here right now. And, putting it in the right soils is also important. So when we're talking about organizing alternative folks, we're all over the map. And I love that. I love how we've got all different ages here. I love how we have all kinds of people of color coming to town. I love how we have people from national and local. I wish we had more people locally here. I think they'll be more involved like with the bands and things like that. And this will leave a very good impression on them. So I'm really curious about how it has affected your communities. To the point I was making earlier about how in LA, the scene was able to unite and become a real community. How have you seen that happen when you guys have volunteered? Or have you seen that happen?
One of the things we've been really thrilled about this year is the number of people for whom this is their first Convergence. I love that the word is getting out, and we want to continue to get new people in, young people in, people who maybe haven't been to this type of event before, and keeping that diversity going and that new blood coming in from local communities every year. Julia, I'm sorry.
I don't know.
How has it influenced your communities?
In Boston, I definitely think, again, it was sort of, in many ways, it was like, in 2019, it was like the last big party before the pandemic blew everything up. But we had a rather insular, goth and industrial, divide, as many people do in their cities. And I feel like it brought those people together. And then we also got a lot of younger people more involved. And then also, I still have vendors and stuff from the East Coast, asking, well, when is another Convergence coming to the East Coast? Because they hadn't even thought about a Convergence out East in a while. And so they're just, yeah. So I feel like we got the word out, not just with people who listen to music, but also artists and people who make clothing, designers and stuff like that.
It was amazing.
It was.
Yeah,
It was
19
amazing.
it was great. 2019 was great.
Yeah, I noticed at the Convergence in West Hollywood, it was great to have all the California DJs together. We had folks from San Francisco Bay Area, we had the locals from LA, and typically they're in their tribe, right? If you're in LA, that's where you hang out. If you're in the Bay Area, that's where you hang out. But we're able to have a good cross-pollination and representation of California DJs at that event.
And bands.
And bands, yes.
And so is it kind of inclusive of just goth industrial, or does it ever branch out to the metal scene? Because I know we have 3 metal bars as well as 3 goth bars here where people hang out. And then we have all the offshoots of the picnic and the lakeside and we have yearly events that we can anticipate. Has Convergence opened up to, is it mostly goth industrial, or has it opened up to metal? Is it, has it opened up to nonprofits? I mean, the convergence of so much here.
Yeah.
if I can speak for the Denver metal scene, this is probably something we need to work on correcting as a community. I did go to a lot of metal bars and try to get people to come, and every single person said, "I'm afraid I'm not goth enough and I won't belong." So I think somehow changing our messaging might not be the worst idea for that.
I think with the newest generations of baby bats, we've been successful with that.
Yeah.
But definitely with the older generations, we are not. So
Can I
that's
make a
point
point to
taken.
that?
Yeah.
So when we face that, we kind of have changed our verbiage to dark alternative instead of calling things goth, because some people, you know, they have their idea of what this is. So when we say dark alternative, that can mean kind of anything, right? It sounds a little intriguing. Sure, I might be interested in that, you know. That's just
Or
some food for
dark dance
thought.
parties
Yeah.
or dark, you know.
Yeah.
We had some cross pollination with like the sort of hippie burger scene, so we had like that kind of dark alternative happening, like a little bit of electronic like thing. We had one act, Molly Zenobia played for that, and some of our vendors were also in that sort of genre and aesthetic.
So kind of keeping an open mind to different folks joining up and inviting them. I mean, I have friends in all kinds of different communities in Denver, and so inviting them in more.
We do want to increase the diversity of the scene. We also have a lot of metal fans here.
Huge overlap.
We loved the Crypt too. I'm so glad we got the people party there.
Yeah.
That was amazing.
I'm really sorry I missed that. Like,
It was really good.
I loved also seeing all the Ghost fans who went to the show.
Yeah.
I was running into people with Ghost shirts all day yesterday, so that was also really fun. And I agree that having some more metal crossover would be fantastic. We are trying to focus on, you know, gothic, dark wave, industrial, but there's a lot of bands that cross over with that too. So
We
I
went
think
to
seeing some of that out would be
definitely
amazing,
thought
and
goth.
bringing in some people who don't think they're goth enough, and they're going to find out that they really are. They're welcome.
You're one of us
Happy
now.
to have them.
And we've also had synth pop bands perform too. So things without guitars and keyboards, sequencers. I know there's a lot of synth pop and synth wave acts locally. I was here for Synth Bangers Fest. It was amazing.
Oh, the Oriental.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure some of those bands would have fit it just fine. In fact, there was one act and he looked just like I think Martin Gore had the hat on, right?
So I tried to like form a DJ panel to talk about genres of music and how does someone, because when you go look for new music, you're like, hey, I like this, and it's got 38 million hashtags on it. And you're like, well, is this dark EDM? Is it dark EDM? Like, what makes it one thing? Like, how is something like a garden sphere, like goth or not goth? And it's really difficult to tell, and I think music is in the ear of the beholder, and there's so much overlap in the alternative scene. I don't think that we really need to cleave so closely to being goth. Like, if you're not goth, like if it's not lace, you can't come in. You know, we're not like that. We're like, hey, come on in, dance, have a good time, but you gotta dance. That's like,
Yes.
We love when you bring your
It's
Metallica shirt.
true. Yes. Yeah, bring your Metallica shirt. I probably have one. But I think that it's important not to get too bogged down in things like the metal community. But yeah, I hear what you're saying, and I do think we have a huge messaging problem, because every time I talk to people, they're like, oh, goths and gatekeeping, and it's so snotty, and I'm just like, who are you meeting? Because these are not the people I know. This is not the community that I'm a part of.
I found the community to be super welcoming when I was, you know, a young baby bat, and I try to pass that on. I really want to pay that forward, because the people that I've met for conversions are my family, and I want to invite new people to join us.
So when you think of the topic, how to convergence, what were you thinking of bringing to the table? I would like to hear from each of you, like, how to convergence. What is your idea of what that means?
I mean, I'm just getting like a little bit high blood pressure thinking about it. I'm just thinking about like venue selection and hotel selection, and how you really have to be like very sharp, like have like a bunch of different offers going at the same time, and really try to work it out like the best for your guests, because that is the most important thing as far as I'm concerned, and it can be really hard to nail down, and hotel people in particular like can make it really really hard. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just impressed that we're here at the Brown Palace. It's near and dear to my heart for my whole life growing up here. So thank you for so much. How did you,
This was a coup.
how did we
Dish some
get
dirt.
the
Tell us
Brown
how you
Palace?
did
I
it.
think, I feel like the business itself is trying to change its model and bring new people in. And so maybe they're coming at it from a perspective of they want more interesting people in their location because it's business. It's good business.
And it's good business, and Convergence has never had a problem with feedback from the hotels that we've stayed at. Never. They're always like, you guys are so nice, you look so scary, but then nobody spilled their beer. It's great.
So well.
And we did so well.
Well, I saw someone random outside taking pictures with people who were obviously here for the convention, like
Celebrities.
like pictures, yeah.
Well, that's that well-known meme now. If you're a little old lady on the street and you need help with something, who do you ask? The goth girl or the goth guy walking by, or the metal guy, walking by? Those guys are going to help you,
Yeah.
And I think it's so incredible that we have this venue, and we're so lucky to be here.
I'm trying to keep an eye on time.
Yeah.
And it's currently 12:49. I have a lot to say because go ahead. And I hate to go off topic. This is such rich discussion, and I'm so glad that you're asking these questions. But we have learned so much. The world and the way that hotels and venues do business has changed a lot in the time since the pandemic. For instance, for the panel discussion, we can the screen. Fortunately, one of the panel members brought in their own TV so we could use it because the hotel wanted to charge us $2,000 to roll a TV into this room that we could use for PowerPoints. So, and like 517 of those dollars was just the service fee. But then there was also another multi-$100 cabling fee. So when they say it'll cost whatever they say it's going to cost 2 or 3 times more than that. And convergences in the past, like I've heard of them costing as much as $20,000. This one costs $45,000. And we do everything every year. We do everything we can to keep the costs low for the attendees. And the main point that I want to make is about the fans and the focus. And I was talking to my friends yesterday about this. I really think we need to change the ethos of Convergence. When we started, we didn't have Dark Force Fest, we didn't have Cruel World, we didn't have Terminus, we didn't have these festivals that have grown up in this time. So in my opinion, I think it would be really wise if as an organization we changed our focus to really digging into the local scene. Because discovering music in the regions that you wouldn't normally hear about is one of the best parts of Convergence for most people. Like, how many people in this room who have been to Convergence are DJs? Quite a few, right?
Yeah.
And it's a large part. And the European contingent that comes, same thing. We don't have the Europeans this year. For some reason, they don't want to travel. For some reason, they don't want to travel
Don't want to
here.
delete photos on their phones.
People are afraid to spend money because they feel less secure for some reason. I don't know why. But I just think it's important that we really think about the model of this, because it's a team of volunteers, right? It's a team of volunteers, and nobody wants to go broke doing this. Having more time would have been helpful, but I don't think it would have helped with the cost. So going forward, we need to look at our ticketing. We need to look at our social media. The other main thing that I think we should do is stop making it recreate the wheel every year, like we were saying. So we have a manual, but I think it would be really good also to pass, like for instance, you're right from the live stream.
YouTube, enjoy our cameraman.
Cameraman's live here.
Thank you so much. So if we, for instance, every year we have to create a nonprofit, we have to start a bank account, and I couldn't get a loan to pay upfront costs because there's no financial history for the organization. However, this year we can start a good financial history, we can start a credit rating for Convergence, and then we can change the ownership of those things to the next committee and pass it on. And I am willing to be the keeper of the nonprofit organization because I already have one started. I could just do some paperwork to like change the title and take off the 27, and then it's just Convergence.
I agree that we should increase the continuity from year to year because it would take some work off the committees and some of the logistics. One of the benefits that the fact that this is a event that has been going on 27 times now is that we have a lot of institutional knowledge and we have a lot of things that people who want to throw at Convergence can draw on. And we try to assign to committees someone with someone who's thrown one before. So when you have your local committee, you're trying to make sure that you have like a mentor that you can contact directly. There's a position on the ball called the Bullseye, currently occupied by Carrie Monster, who is the point of contact, the central point of contact. And we want the committees to have the institutional knowledge, the people who've written hotel contracts before, the people who have put on large scale events before, even design Convergence, and the people who have run Convergences before. That knowledge is out there, and we don't want people to have to start from scratch every year. So.
And not only that, but if we, I'm sorry.
I just have a question for you when you finish.
Okay, I will.
Related to what you just said.
I will remember. So another benefit to keeping it and passing that organization on from one committee to the next is that they have a way to maintain those servers. And it's not the role of an individual. So we can pass on the social media accounts, which were not really a thing last time. I mean, we had them, but it wasn't such an integral part of daily life. That we can pass on databases, we can pass on email lists, we can pass on all of that and keep it just like, it's a package, now it's yours, and pass it on. What was your question?
I hope you know the answer. How many of all the bands that are playing at Convergence, how many are local bands versus like out of town or out of region bands?
Go ahead. We really wanted, while he's calculating, we really wanted to focus on local talent.
Four bands.
We had one have to drop. There was going to be 5.
Yeah, because that would be
And that's just bands. DJs, we have, I think, basically 2-3 locals a night.
That's good. That's a good thing. And I wanted to throw in the comment that that's exactly what I would like to see at Convergence is
Like a
more
balance.
local,
You have
local
local
bands.
and
Yeah,
because if we're in town here and we can see those bands, we love supporting them. But if we can also go to shows that are from other places and everybody else can come for shows, like balancing, that's about the Convergence, right? The local bands and the, other bands from other regions.
And maybe it could help economically as well. I don't know. So
I was gonna
For
say,
sure, flying them in.
I was gonna see, could you give us like a spiel of what you went through to make this happen for Denver? This is amazing. It's just wonderful.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
It's been a lot of work. And
Kudos to you.
Well, no, kudos to the team. The only reason I was able to make this work is because I had experts on the music team. I had Fabiola, who was the person who was able to get this hotel for us, who has a history, and I'm sorry she's not here today, but she has a history of working with punk shows in Mexico.
Wow.
So like she would put together something like this for the punk scene in Mexico before she became an American. And so she was all in, and she had some health problems and had to drop out. But so like I had a hotel expert, I did have a social media expert, health issues, had to drop out. I had 3 people who had formed local goth community organizations who had to drop out. It's overwhelming. It really is.
It's
a
an
lot.
overwhelming time right now. So
It
it
really
makes
is.
your your accolades all the higher because you've been able to.
This
Keep
is
going.
not the Heather show.
Yeah, I know.
This is the
I know,
conversion show.
I know.
And it's, I'm telling you,
Just
this
hearing about how
this
it
guy
happened.
right here is the web tech. He designed our website. He tracks the sales. He makes all the updates. He's the one who organized the streaming. I mean, yeah, no, I mean, he's.
How many times a month were you meeting?
We were,
Should I say how many times a week? I don't know.
Well, we tried to meet in person once a week.
Yeah.
Ideally, you would have twice a month in like the furthest out 6 months, just to kind of basic planning, letting people do their things. And then you would have another 6 months of meeting pretty regularly to make sure everything's getting on track, even if it's just virtual touch base. Like, where are we on this? Who needs support? What's going on? And then in the month or two, like this week leading up to a convergence, then you want to be meeting almost daily via chat. Just to keep everything tracking.
And is it one committee that you're chair of, or are there multiple committees? You're talking about there's a hotel expert and a band expert.
There's one
committee, and how many people are on that for this particular convergence?
Right now, I want to say there's like 13 active
13 people
Yeah.
who are in the community, who are telling their friends and getting their friends help, hopefully, who are doing their things and all working with you as the chair.
And I have to say that as people fell away, there were other people that joined.
Oh, that's lovely. Yeah.
So like B, who is our volunteer coordinator, she joined like a month ago. And, yeah. So like,
I'd say if I could give one piece of advice on that front for whoever the next poor bastards are, keep your committee as small as you can and your volunteer pool as large as you can.
Agreed.
A lot of people are going to say they want to help, and they probably even mean it. But their ability to follow through will be more variable than you will probably like. And you really want people who are able to remain in charge of their section when they say, I will be in charge of a section, instead of their mouth writing a check their ass isn't going to cash. But at the end, I wish we had 10 times more volunteers, because it'd be really nice if someone was watching that computer so no one's kicking it, or the cameraman is not shoving his ass in front of it. Yeah, I've been looking periodically, so yeah, I'm swearing at the internet right now.
As the DJ Wrangler and stage manager for a previous one, that would be very, I just remember running around all night at Buffalo all the time, and oh my God, I gotta get this next band, I'm gonna go do this thing, I'm gonna go do that thing. And Gigi was appreciative because that meant she didn't have to do it, but I was going crazy.
You get your steps in, I feel like.
We also want to thank John for doing a lot of running around this year.
Oh, yeah, it was a lot of fun. One thing that, and
Wait,
I'm
what's
not
the
sure-
what's the running around he did? I'm not aware. I'm sorry.
So I'm one of the, I'm on the music subcommittee, and one of the DJs, just random stuff, picking people up at the airport,
Yes.
moving here,
John
load in,
was
load out.
responsible at Dark Horse Fest. He went up to people at Dark Horse Fest and said, "Hey, we're doing a convergence. Do you want to play?" And everybody that he talked to was, a convergence. Yeah, I didn't know. So John did recruiting.
Yeah.
He did, writing up deal sheets for bands that he recruited. Yeah, no, it's wonderful. And you made a point about nonprofits. You asked about that, and I wanted to say, we have nonprofits. It is about the community. We already had our nonprofit panel, but it was Urban Peak, Youth on Record, Alternative Community Triage, which is a local organization that deals with people who are actively in crisis. Because I don't know if you know this, but people who are in dark alternative scene, sometimes it's hard to get a job, sometimes it's hard to keep a job, sometimes there's depression involved, homelessness might be an issue, substance abuse. So that's a really good organization. Youth on Record works with at-risk youth to teach them about the music industry so that they can actually go and make money and support themselves and not face those other things like being unhoused and things like that.
I just love that we have that component of the nonprofit, because I was able to mediate that discussion just last hour. And it was fascinating because we had folks in the audience who had experience to offer us in Denver, like Denver's DJs perhaps could each adopt a pet project. So when I go to your DJ night, I'm gonna bring my canned food. When I go to your DJ night, I'm gonna bring my old sweater that I didn't, that still like has the tag on it, you know? And I'm gonna bring it, and I'm gonna donate it, because you're having a clothing drive. If each DJ or each event or each venue has a pet project that's a nonprofit that we're supporting, if it's like, double your cover, optional double your cover, if you're paying a $10 cover, I know that's a lot to ask though for some people, so.
It is, and as you mentioned before, a lot of people are overwhelmed.
So time is also important.
Yes.
Yeah, giving your
Here's the thing,
time.
And this is the way the system wants it. The
Yeah.
system wants it so that people don't have spare time.
Right.
That's not a flaw, it's a
It's
feature.
it's a
It's the way it's
feature,
built.
exactly.
Mutual aid is so crucial
That's
in
exactly
the
what I was
alternative
going-
community.
Yes, that's how we're gonna get through.
I have a nuts and bolts question on you talking about forming a committee. Because we did one for C20, the famous DC bid that didn't win against Chicago. But when we formed our committee, the question was like, how many people local versus other cities that have the conversion experience to contribute and all that. I would imagine that after the pandemic, now everybody is on Zoom all the time. It's a little easier to incorporate people from other cities in a committee. What do you think about that, like local people versus like not local people on the committee? Can you make that work a little better now?
Not local.
Yeah, well, yeah, case in point, but
And she's not local.
Right.
She's not local.
So-
We do live in a digital age, and we definitely should be able to conduct the vast majority of this business online. I think that the individuals that you choose are key here, and I'll tell you why. Not that you asked, but I'll tell you
no,
why.
this is what I want to hear.
I'll tell you why, because it's so much easier for people to not be intimidated or overwhelmed in person. People will not show up to committee meetings because, it's an online meeting. My cat just got sick or whatever. And life happens, right? Life very much happens, but it's easier for it to move down the priority list if it's an online person. Some people, for instance, Mirchen1313 on Twitch, who is running the wonderful raid train that we have. Okay, so like that individual, wonderful to work with, totally on the ball, probably is really professional online and is able to meet those kinds of obligations and not deprioritize it because it's not in person.
I think sometimes it's easier to like negotiate with like hotels or with venues in person. Maybe it's just my sparkling personality. Maybe it's just that I'm old and I want to do these things in person. I don't know, but I feel like it's a little bit easier to. Again, like you feel like you have like more of a sense of control. I feel like if the person is right in front of you, and yes, what you were saying about something being deprioritized because it's a Zoom meeting, I am totally guilty of being that person.
We all are. It's human.
I think it's very crucial, through multiple years of convergence experience, to have a certain number of boots on the ground, because there are certain things that just cannot be done remotely. And if something comes up and you need to go to the thing and handle it. But having people coming in remotely to handle stuff like the raid trainer, things that can be handled in advance or things that can be run remotely, those people are really welcome on the committee, but there definitely needs to be like a minimum number of people who can go pick this thing up, go fix this problem on the spot the week before. Because a lot of the time, if you've got remote people, they might be coming in the day before, but they're not going to be there setting up the venue or sorting out the problems. So you don't want to go too far in the direction of having a lot of remote people, even if they're completely dependable, because you have a flight delay.
But you probably have to require they come in earlier.
Yeah.
If they're gonna be a key member of the team, they should be coming in earlier.
But I think a good balance of a majority of the committee should be able to have their boots on the ground if it's necessary, and then bring in people who are subject matter experts who are distant.
And I think a day trip is reasonable.
Oh, yeah.
Right, so if you can drive to it in a couple hours, that's probably not gonna be too much of an impediment. But as you said, like, you can't go pick up the t-shirts from the print shop before they close online,
And I imagine just the personal connections in the scene are important as well to have in the committee, right?
And I think that is what helps build the community. To get to know people. You work with them, you begin to trust them, you begin to understand why they may be a little bit more standoffish at the club.
it's just wonderful. You have no idea what your community can offer until you do conversions. Like we were talking about, like prices and like, a friend bringing in like a screen because you needed a screen. It's like, we definitely kept our committee small, but we ended up spreading our net wide as far as, people to ask for like help for volunteer work. Like to we provide something at like a lower cost than we normally would. It's amazing how many like friends and friends of friends we ended up having who were willing to like magically supply like objects or services that we didn't even know had those skills.
Yeah.
So that was incredible, and that was a lasting like that formed lasting bonds and connections that continue to reverberate, I think.
Next. I'm still curious about how you pulled this off. Can you tell us more? Tell us more things, like if there was a challenge, like say for example, there was one shop in town or one DJ in town, or like they're working with each other now, and yeah, I know.
You want to take that one, please?
How did you pull this off? I mean, you've got people working together that don't normally work together, and I want this to continue. That's why I asked, because it's so important, like to your point, that we're harvesting some resources and realizing what people have to contribute, and also we can all benefit from that, because the stronger our bonds, the stronger our community, the better it is, and the more our youth can rely on us to help them through something, or the more we can stand up for people who are extra oppressed right now.
Yes.
And all these kinds of things. I mean, we can make a lot happen. And I feel like one of the successes in our scene has been we've always been there for queer folk. It's always a place you can come, and we always welcome people, and it's more of a queer space than anything now,
Well,
and so
I would say it's always been that way.
yeah, and there's it really has. I mean, ever since the first night I ever went out, I definitely remember, just it being so welcoming. And how can we, spread it even further? Because you've had some successes, and I'm sure there's things that didn't work out, and you've creatively managed it and just gone a different direction. But how can we, continue and make this?
I think that's an excellent question. I think that for your first part of your question, like getting these people to work together who wouldn't normally work together, I think it is key that you continue to center values and the purpose. Because people are willing to set aside petty personality issues. Like I'm sure I'm perfect to work with. But I know sometimes I can get really stressed out. I know I can be very short with people. I tend to get really focused on the immediate need and solving the problem, and I tend to not be as gentle with my expressions of speech or gesture as I should. So I know I can be difficult to work with, but at the same time, I'm centering the project, I'm centering the community. It's all about the community. And you're going to hear me say that many, many times because it's true.
Yeah, I mean, I think when problems come up in our communities in Denver, I think it's because people have, grievances with each other or things like that. So, being able to get past those is kind of hard. And I try to see somebody come around again and do my better best, and try to grow from it. I mean, and sometimes I'm able to do it, and sometimes I'm not, so, I mean, I think just,
human.
yeah, right.
There's a human.
Yeah. But I think, giving that benefit of the doubt with building community, I think that's something that we can keep working on and keep adding to the dialogue. And then when you're speaking to values, so your value is community. Is there?
It's supporting the community. It's supporting the people within the community, the artists and the entertainers and the venues and the local businesses. That's why we really want to have the local creators in the vendor room instead of a bunch of resellers from lip service or whatever. We love those, don't get me wrong. We all love the deal, but we also want to support people who are making things right. And we, it's really important. And I put it in the minutes, like the first thing in the meeting minutes. Assume good intent. Assume good intent. Assume, we're all people, we're all stressed. Let's proceed with that in mind.
That's actually something that's come up several times this weekend. In fact, Yola and I were just talking about it the other night. The assuming good intent, specifically like if someone says something that could be taken two ways, and it's someone who's in your community, someone who's in a position of trust, you can either immediately take offense and read it the worst possible way, or you can say, look, I'm gonna look at this in a positive, charitable way. If this is someone that I have a connection with, what did you mean by that? Rather than having a reactive, negative assumption, just believing the best of this person and trying to find out what's going on there, as opposed to jumping to a conclusion.
And I think we can learn a lot from the disability community too, where they're focused on what they can do, not what they can't do, and we can be inspired by that. That's one thing that is a value that I try to practice. Like, what can I do? Like, I might not be able to sit in and be a keyboard warrior for our DJs on Twitch, but I can pop in and throw a few bits, and I can be a hybrid mod and go to the club and make sure that the stream is interesting and things like that. I mean, it just, and also I'm just inspired by how many people you've organized and just brought in.
I haven't done it.
I mean, your friends, well, and all your committee have brought in friends and brought in people who wanted to work on community, and I hope we can keep that going. Do you guys have ideas about how that keeps going, like how it happened in Boston or how it happened in LA?
You mentioned also disability, and that's something that is an important thing to address because many of our core people are getting older. Some of us are disabled.
I was gonna say the inside.
It's so important to emphasize accessibility. It's so important to make sure that new attendees who are disabled feel welcome, included, that it's accessible. That's crucial, and it's something that we want to continue working on as an organization.
Thank you so much for raising that point. Yeah, I wanted to say that. The other thing I wanted to say was that also makes, I think, the continuity within Convergence more important because if we are getting older, and then everybody has to start a new nonprofit, and maybe the rules are getting obscured because the original people are getting older and might not be able to do as much. We need to
make the transition
yeah.
smoother from year to year.
If we really want the next
In practical
generation.
terms, I just want to say something really quickly, I know again. In practical terms, what I have done when somebody is asked if they can help or if I need help, generally what I say is, what kind of work would you like to do and how much of it would you like to do on a regular basis? And that way people tell me what they're interested in and they can tell me what their limits are and we set those boundaries.
Yeah, that's a really important leadership skill. And that's one of the most profound points I think that we've come up with this panel is just asking people what they can do and then following up on being able to follow up on that.
And asking them regularly if they need support.
Did you want to open it to the floor or do you have a point?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So talking about keeping this whole thing on the rails and keeping it together, it's really funny that Heather said that she's the hard to work with. Absolutely not. I can guarantee you, everyone who's worked with this, she is the good cop. I think you need to be willing and ready to say no. If a band is funny, you talked about local. There's some challenges there. If someone says, "Hey, I'm more famous than this person, I should get a better slot," you need to be willing to say, "Fuck you, you get the slot you got."
Awesome. That is another great point about organizing.
And also wonder whether or not this is someone you want to work with.
Yeah, and you need
for real.
Yeah, you need someone who's ready to say no. You need a bad cop to go with a good cop.
Absolutely.
Someone who says, "Look, I appreciate that you want to help. You're not delivering the help you promised. Get the fuck out."
But also, thank you.
Yeah,
for
thank
what
you.
you've
Get the
done.
fuck out. Yeah, you need someone ready to be mean.
And it's also a good opportunity for bands and DJs to meet each other, especially if they've not worked together before. Helps them network, put together their next tours. It's like, okay, well, who do I want to work with on this tour? And those things really do manifest at these types of events.
I had 4 different bands ask me when certain people were playing because they wanted to network and work tours together. 4 different bands.
I'll jump off the negative for a moment. We actually had a really beautiful moment last night where there were a band that was playing from another state and another band that they had always wanted to see and always wanted to work with, and they actually got to meet up and talk before. It was actually really nice to see them, interacting that way and seeing them like fan geek on each other. And that was a really nice thing to see, be part of.
Moments like that are some of the highlights.
I mean, that's
Yeah.
convergence. They're
Yeah.
converging.
On that same point, like this is the 5th convergence on DJ. I met Silverplume at 14, and we became friends, and we've been talking and hanging out. And like, I think when you go to a convergence, you should be making friends and make network if you can. Like, not everybody's that social. I'm very social, so I've made friends at almost every convergence. I've made some new friends here already. People came up to me and talked to me about my set. People came up to me and talked to me about my makeup, whatever. And I'm like, hey, what's your name? What's your name? And try to build relationships, and then keep that going. Like, talk to the same people online, exchange information, and you never know what connection will help you down the road, or you can help them down the road. So I've really enjoyed this experience already. I've enjoyed all the conversations I've been part of, but this is the latest, and I'm talking also about this one. So yeah, like, I've already made some good connections with DJs I didn't know from Minnesota and other places. So they're like, well, do you want to DJ with us in Ohio or in
I was privy to that conversation in the bathroom.
Yes. I also made friends with one of the bands. We were both doing our makeup. Like, so I met Lorelai in the bathroom. We're both doing our makeup.
And Yola and I met her in the hotel lobby.
Yeah, we're both doing our makeup, and we made friends. Like, when are you on? I'm like, oh, cool. Like, I'll see you there. And I hadn't heard her before, and she had a great set. So you make friends, you make contacts, and that's how you build community. Like, convergence is all about that, right? That's one of the core foundational things, which is why I've DJed it 5 times, right? I know this is a family, and we can welcome new people to this family and share and build on this,
Yeah, and that's why we have the corp got dinner at convergence every year too. It's an opportunity for the family. It's a bit of a subset of the bigger family, but which is tonight, by the way, 5:30. Let me know if you want to be there. We still have some spaces available.
Thank you so much for putting that together.
It's rather small this year, but maybe it's just like everything, you got to start. We're doing it again.
Like, put together the corp got dinner. It's a thing that's always been a thing, but I just didn't have room for it on my plate. And she was like, hey, is that the one who's just like, yes. Yes, thank you. So this is how this works.
So, well, I've been so inspired by everybody you brought to town. I feel like I'm sitting next to legends at a table
are.
with legends.
You are.
And I just feel so lucky and honored that you guys have made time in your schedules and your budgets to be here. And you're just really inspiring Denver's community to keep working together and keep doing more things together. I just want to take this energy and keep running with it, because there's a lot of us. I checked before COVID. I like counted two of the different groups online, and it was at least 3,000, and that has gone to at least 10,000 now. There's at least 10,000 people interested in dark alternative music in Denver, and that's a lot of people.
This is where having a central social media would very much help. Not everybody has TikTok, but that's where a lot of people are getting their information from, because people create TikToks and then they share it to Facebook, or they share it to Instagram, or they share it wherever, just videos. So I think that having that coherent, cohesive, continuous, like, institutional knowledge passing on, I don't remember what it's called. Sorry, but I think it's important for us to do that, to make sure that we have that continuity. I did want to give people a minute if they have other questions.
I wanted to thank you for having a 19 and over night and being so open to the younger generation. We talked about that for many convergences past, that we needed the kids to come out, because not only do some of the older goths have kids and they want to share their passions, but there's a new generation of goths that this is going to be their first convergence. They're convergence, and they need to be welcomed and to know and hear that they're welcome.
And that is by doing, at least one night that's all ages or, 19 and over. So thank you for doing that.
And the 16.
Yeah, I'd say if you guys want to know a secret, it's actually 16 and up all nights. We just did a really poor job of typing that out. So if you know anyone who wants to go tonight, they can.
Fantastic.
And there's a couple of people in the audience that I wanted to hear from, just for all of our purposes, not just Denver. Did you guys want to introduce your Wake the Dead Collective and kind of talk about what you guys do?
Yeah, so
Where you're from and
my name is Amber Smith. This is Julie Eberhardt. We run Wake the Dead Collective out of Columbus, Ohio. So it's a collective of DJs, promoters. We book bands. We work closely with several clubs in the city. And basically, we have implemented a series of just kind of like basic ideas to unify our community, to treat it more as a community versus a scene, so that we can model behavior for younger people to just keep it going, just because it can't die with us. So it's just things like, which you guys are already doing, but we do things like World Goth Day Picnic. We do a clothing swap twice a year. We try to have like sober events and family events and things like that, to where everybody feels like they are part of things, so that we can kind of squash that idea that goth is just like this elite club of like stuck up, whatever, when we all know we're just a bunch of weirdos.
We are all just a bunch of weirdos.
So next convergence in Columbus, Ohio.
We're working on it.
Next conversion, I go to Columbus.
I go.
Yeah.
We'll be waiting for that bid.
Also,
Yeah.
also swap represent. We love doing the all Gothic fashion swap.
Yeah.
We didn't wind up doing it this year because we were just a bit over.
Sure.
Yeah.
But
Because we don't have it in our brochure on our website, because we don't have one this year. Can you give the 1-minute elevator pitch? What is Goth Swap? What are we talking about?
all right. Well, these folks are also running, so I'll give a brief thing, but I'd also love to hear about yours. One of the things that's great about swaps is younger people and folks that don't have a ton of money, don't have a big wardrobe built up. First of all, you don't need a big wardrobe. You're welcome at Convergence. You can be casual, we promise. But
These were kids.
I'm not wearing pants.
one of the nice things about a swap is you'll often wind up also giving things away. It helps people who are not as advantaged. It helps people who are younger, people who are getting started.
Changing sizes.
Changing
Yes.
sizes. Trans people who may not have had access to certain kinds of garments in the past. Something that I have loved is just helping people dress up and watching their faces light up. It's a wonderful thing.
Do you guys have the thing where you go out and you're like, did you get that at the swap? Yeah, I got this at the swap.
I put on my dress yesterday. She was like, "You got that at the swap, didn't you?" Yeah.
And being the swap
wearing, I traded.
facilitators. You like being swap facilitators. Say,
Yes.
oh, that's funny. She's got something in exactly your size. Why don't you come look at it? And they're like, oh, yes, this is nice. Because people are shy. So you need someone who's a little bit more extroverted to come, and then people feel welcome. They feel part of the community. Next thing you know, the next one, they bring a box of things.
Yeah,
You
we
know?
do have a good goth swap. We have one in the spring and one in the fall.
That's how we do it.
Yeah,
and
and
so-
so someone in the community has to be an anchor for that.
Right.
Especially,
We have a really good anchor for that. So I wanted to speak just for Denver for just 1 second. I want to be a little selfish. For Denver, I wanted to ask, so to clarify with Wake the Dead Collective, that is, even though it's DJs, booking and promotions, is it profit oriented?
We don't turn a profit. We pretty much just
It's a passion project.
Yeah, it's a passion project.
Very
We just
different than how it's
pretty
run
much
right now.
book bands we want to see.
Yeah. We don't make any money booking any bands.
This is amazing.
I just sold out a leather strip show and I made nothing.
Wow.
Yeah.
Because if you're gonna keep the prices accessible for people in the society we live in currently, you have to keep those ticket prices low. And the bands also need travel, they need a place to stay, they've gotta have the riders, you need to give them food. The bands are 2/3 of the cost of what we're doing this year between travel and hotel and their actual paycheck that they need.
Yeah.
Yeah. And as we wrap up, can we talk about future things that we can do to keep this momentum going in Denver? Like, if you have any suggestions on how to keep all this going?
Do we have any other audience?
Oh, I just wanted to throw out how we do our social media.
Yeah.
Because Wake the Dead it's it's our collective, but there's a bunch of different groups that put on shows and promote shows and do DJing and stuff. But we have a Facebook group that is everyone, and everyone is welcome to put things in there. I will post events that are the same night as my event just to make sure like word is out on every event and everyone can go to the event that they want to go to. And then in the events, in Facebook groups, they have a little events tab. And so we have someone who posts the events for the week on Instagram. We have someone who does a email list. I
TikTok.
post the TikToks, which is weird. But
And these are all people that came to us to volunteer.
Yeah, they
So,
volunteered.
Like
to
I
do
said,
that.
modeled behavior, it just kind of makes people want to do the same.
If you make yourself known, you will acquire a surprising number of volunteers.
Yeah.
And I also think it's really important, the last point that I want to make, and then I'm not going to say anything else, I promise. We have to demystify this. I think in the era of social media, especially young people, think you have to do everything perfectly. You don't. You don't have to look perfect. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to know everything.
None of us are actually airbrushed in person.
And we're all making mistakes.
How much is that being young though?
I'm sorry, what?
How much of it is just people are young? So like you find goth when you're 14 and everything has to be
A lot of
goth.
people are shy and they feel socially awkward. And it's like, don't you understand? We're a bunch of nerds.
Right.
Yeah.
We're freaks.
We're freaks and
Been there
outsiders.
a long
So.
time. We've got experience.
All right, I know that there's another panel coming. I don't know what they need. What is your point?
I got one final thought. If you really are thinking about putting on a convergence in your city, start planning now as though you already won the bid, because you still won't have
Yeah,
enough time if
100%.
you won the bid.
100%.
Yeah.
You want a year of lead.
Yeah.
And not only that, but like if you don't win it this year,
Yes.
submit it next
Save
year.
that- yeah, save that effort for next year.
Yeah.
That's why I was thinking that maybe we should.
Oh, we don't live in DC anymore.
So, like, if the
Yeah.
bid falls short, but it was so well put together.
Yeah.
Just like have them be the following year. It's like, okay, we're gonna do you first and then you second, as long as you can.
The only
You
issue
know,
with that is
still-
things like hotel contracts expire. So you would need to make sure that they could actually put on that event the upcoming year.
Yeah.
But I agree that saying, look, we would love you to resubmit this bid. It's a
Yes.
great bid.
Yeah.
It just got outvoted by some other bid that has a different feature or a different date that worked better for people. But
For the days when we had, 3 or 4 bids, those were the days.
I have one more quick question that just requires a quick answer. Aside from ticket sales, how did you fund this?
Do you really want the answer?
Yeah.
I have taken
Blood?
out a $32,000 loan.
Okay.
Cost that I will be paying off in the next 5 years.
Is that so? Were you able to obtain that against your LLC, or how did you? Was it on you?
There was an individual benefactor.
Okay.
Money.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
So that being said, this has been a dream of mine. I've been on other committees. I've been to many convergences. It's very important to me, and I feel especially right now, especially. And one of the things we really tried to do this year is highlight artists of color, Spanish language goth.
Yes.
Because a lot of people don't know this, but the Latin goth scene in
Oh,
Latin
yeah.
America,
Yeah.
not only is it on fire,
Yeah.
you don't know you're sleeping. But not only is it on fire, but for a long time there was kind of a dry spell in the United States, and it was Latin America that kept that shit
Well, the
going.
European bands are going to Mexico, not
All
here.
the time.
Klaus from Leather Strip said Mexico's his favorite place to tour.
You know what? So did French. No, Cindy Billette. said that.
Yeah.
Cindy Billette said Mexico. Oh, it's wonderful. And Novelli just got that. I'm sorry, what?
I said I heard Rammstein is the same way, like they love others.
Well, thank you to all the convergence committees that you guys have been a part on. Thank you for your leadership, and thank you for bringing this to Denver. Thank you for being here.
moderating.
Thank you so much for putting this on.
Yes, I'm so grateful.
Please take advantage of everything that is going on this weekend. We have everything except the Goth Squad. So are you gonna be late? Yes. Are you gonna miss the band? Really try not to. But because, it's great. It really is great. And look at all the vendor stuff. If you have any questions, me or someone else, ask any goth. And they should probably know who to point it to.
Good answer. Might not be right. And I'm also happy to make myself available to answer questions. I'm Andy Pants on Facebook.
And pretty nice.
Carrie is our official point of contact, but she just had a family loss, so you're happy to please reach out to me, and I will reach out to Carrie if anything needs to go through her, right now.
Like technically, I'm like.
Stick around for the DJ panel featuring Store.
Yeah.
Said have fun.
Yeah.
We're gonna see you later.
I was standing.
So I'm hearing an Ohio bid, is that?
We've been talking about it.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
so
what we're thinking too, like
the
panels,
only
today,
crazy left field
I
problem
guess
is I'm
she's
also
got a panel,
probably
so
getting
we'll do
married.
that. I think it's in this area,
So,
actually.
you know what? Convergence wedding?
I ain't scared.
There you go.
That'd be amazing. Hell yeah.
You want to do a music?
back here.
Yeah, I want to do a music.
Oh, yeah, I'm coming back here too. Go get some water, maybe.
We had a wedding in Convergence for San Diego,
Mhm.
so it's certainly not unprecedented.
I mean, okay for itself.
That's awesome.
So that'll be hard to explain to the family, but.
You know what? We'll give them 50% off. How about that?
Yeah. Too much shipping is bad. Too much shipping is bad.
That'd be awesome. Yeah, I've been wanting to go visit Ohio. I met a bunch of self-weight people from Ohio. So I'm overdue to visit.
Awesome.
Check out your events.
Just give them there's no.
Join our group on Facebook.
So what is it? What's the
It's Columbus, Ohio, Goth Atmosphere for Dead Souls.
It's a mouthful.
Yeah, I would say just
Like,
by.
Here, I'll just send you an invite. That'll be
Oh,
okay.
I turned off my phone for that.
It was an exaggeration.
Yeah, she got bored during the pandemic and decided to meet all the goths in Columbus and.
Well, 'cause I had just moved
did
back.
it.
Well, I'm from Columbus, but I'm from Columbus, but I moved to Lancaster. And then I moved back.
You'll get a bunch of. Well, I guess you can just add a bunch of them to your cart. Actually, we could last year. I don't care about anyone else. Yeah, I'm not. Yeah.
So, but no, we had the dates you
Oh,
had.
not the
Which you guys.
So this is, so if you go on the website.
Sorry,
This place to find section.
And you bought a book from me.
I don't have, I'm sorry.
You bought a EDM book.
It's amazing.
No, I just don't.
I need to figure out how to
I'm not banned.
bend that newbie. It's a little more niche.
Sorry, yes.
So there's.
Did Steve buy one?
I love hearing about your organization, and I think it's amazing.
Oh, thank you.
I'm really glad you guys are prepared to check out.
Yeah, it's what's funny is like it all just kind of came together.
Yeah.
Like we were just like, yeah, we've got some time on our hands. Let's see
And
if
I
we can do this.
So yeah, if y'all decide to
Yeah, we're definitely leading that way. Thankfully, we already have quite a lot of support. We have a pretty big support system for things like this, so yeah.
But yeah, just please lean in for some of the institutions that don't want people to have to start over every year.
So luckily, I know some people who used to run a sci-fi convention in town.
Oh, that's great.
So I think we could tap some of them and get them
One of
involved.
the developers also worked with which is why he's not here. He's the conference. But yeah, he's with the conference, he just like put on a big conference. But yeah, every bit of that expertise drawn so useful.
Yeah.
So that's awesome. You've got somebody who's got that.
Oh, yeah.
I have got to briefly.
So I have a really random question for you. Are you a belly dancer?
I am not.
Okay, because you look so familiar and I'm trying to
You're
place it.
giving belly dancer
I adore belly dance. I'm Bailey's Damless, so I should not hyperextend myself. I've taken belly dance classes.
Okay, but yeah, I'm like, I'm trying to place you and I was like.
I live on the internet. You may have seen me somewhere.
I mean, I'm all over the internet too, so, you know.
It's lovely to meet you
Yeah,
guys.
nice to meet you.
This probably 30-minute just
So we're just staying here.
Yeah, we're just staying here. I'm gonna grab some water. We're
Because
going to our.
basically what I
Let me
wanted to
touch in your
translate
tag.
was something along the lines of
This tag is so long.
wherever you go.
Yeah.
Because like the point being, home's not really just a place. It's who you're with, it's what you're doing, and kind of like the essence of convergence. Like, yeah, wherever we go, that's home. You want to be home for the weekend? Okay, where is it? Well, this weekend it's Denver. Yeah. Hello.
How's it going?
Good. How are you doing? How's your weekend?
Good. So, I love Lorelai Dreaming. I was so excited to finally get to see her live.
Yeah, she's pretty.
And, the panels have been great. The DJs were great last night. Bands were great. So far, so good.
Yeah.
So, looking forward to the bands tonight. And your excellent DJing skills, which I haven't heard since, DEF CON 12 or something?
Oh my God. Yes. Where's this person? I need to go find someone. All this last minute stuff. So what I will say, when you win the bid for next year, we do have a project plan this time. And hopefully you'll have more than 6 months or whatever to do it.
Yeah.
But we will certainly make that a fact. That's going to be shareable. All right.
I don't know. This is my first time meeting.
Oh, I was in the last panel and I'm in this.
I don't think they want to mess with the equipment, so probably back at the panel. Even though y'all were backlit, so you couldn't even you can't really see anyone's faces.
All right, I'll stay on that side. I was on that side anyway.
We could probably close those curtains and get some of the glare out.
I know.
Did you say you're on? Yes.
But that would have been rude in the middle of the panel.
Oh, we were just talking. I'm Calla story. Sorry.
Sure.
Yeah,
You know what it's not right
my
now?
set. You're like,
In the middle of the panel?
That's true.
Yeah. About old children. Yeah. Yeah, Upper Law. It's one of my favorite songs.
Did we work together? I've worked with a DJ Cypher before. I'm not sure if it was you. Where are you from? Okay. I used to spend it at midnight in DC for a while.
What's that?
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah. That's probably what it's like.
Oh yeah, you can see people's faces now.
A little less light, but when has that been a problem for us?
I gotta run. I'll see you later.
Well, just say we don't want anyone to melt.
I did that.
Fair.
It didn't last.
No, it didn't really.
I did my share of that yesterday.
Oh, well,
I've been very successful at staying inside so far. But we're talking about doing the picnic.
Yes.
Yeah.
I did do the frying pan location.
And-
I forget when we did the frying pan once or twice.
But there's also thunderstorms in
Yeah.
and like
I mean, I left 60-degree weather for 90-degree weather.
Christoph, Suburb,
where'd you come from?
Portland, Oregon.
Okay.
and
Yeah, the
High-Fi
it's
Hillary.
perfect weather, yeah.
I was from Maryland, it's also in the 90s, but
And it was an afternoon here. I was
Oh.
Right here, Maryland, it's just, there was.
Yeah, the humidity that you can like prop your cell phone up on. Yeah.
I hope we get to do that again as an actual content. But she's like, 5 years from now, I'm like, okay, it might be that year. Maybe once a year. Maybe once a year. So
Baltimore or?
if you
Right across the street.
Okay.
A little town, I did live in this little town.
Okay.
That's pretty much 2 hours away from the track.
Mhm. Which, yeah, true of Columbus too. So,
I don't remember the order, but it was.
but that's Ohio, like, you know, we're in the center and it's 2 hours to everywhere in Ohio.
Maybe it was after. Yeah, all the cameras.
And an extra hour you can get to Pittsburgh or Louisville.
Recruiters contacted me.
We had to.
Hopkins University, I was.
I DJ'd a lot.
Mhm.
I mean,
But
I'm
yes, it takes.
I've almost
taking
only
2.5 hours to get to either.
besides DJing in New York, I
17
DJ'd
miles
5
away.
years.
Well, that's
So that was New York.
Let's get a boat.
If you go straight across.
Yeah, canoe.
Tampa's 14 I DJ'd. 15.
Tell them if they buy you the boat, they'll commute across the water.
Was DJ Wrangler and DJ. Not 18.
See what they say. Maybe you'll get a new boat. Or at least a boat. Tell them they can put their corporate logo right on the front. Everyone will see them coming.
Yeah. Chicago was my house. I went to
I've been to Baltimore once. I got kicked out of a porn shop and then offered crack. And when I tell people from Baltimore that, they're like, yep, that tracks. So, I went to Portland once and I just went to the Rose Garden. It was lovely.
I'm sorry, can I slip past you? I just need to get at that computer.
I suppose that's allowed.
Oh, good. It was the power cable. It has a battery for that. I thought I just ripped the camera out.
I'm in the middle of writing a text. I'm just gonna pick it. I'll put my link. I'm trying to make sure they see your cable next to ours, so. We just are not. I just have a reminder that I can.
I mean, that is.
Get back in my seat. Because it's very popular.
I mean, the scene is the scene.
Yeah.
Well, everything aside, the scene does overlap. Everybody's sitting. You're DJ. I mean, I'm here somewhere. I'm trying to see. I hope so.
One of the tables has got about tiny
DJ Tower. But are you on?
We already had it turned off once. So it's like, oh, panel's over. Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Did you see what Clay said? Okay, I think he accidentally said it.
Take a second now.
It's refreshing.
We're in high order.
It was a good order.
A good order.
All right, sorry. We had a straight DJ.
Still glue.
Still have a straight.
Yeah, I don't.
Right. Well, hello everybody. My name is James, and I'm here. I don't know. Pretend to moderate this if I have to or something. But welcome to the Convergence 27 DJ panel. We have assembled some of the finest minds in music here for you tonight, for you to listen to their wild tales and ask strange questions, whatever it is you need to do. So I guess what I'd like to open with is just kind of go around the table quickly and have you introduce yourselves, and maybe just a sentence or two about how long you've been doing what you do.
This is yours. I'm Precious Blood. Been DJing since 2019. I have a monthly here called Possessor at 7:15. It's kind of a mishmash of a bunch of genres, but primarily wave, goth, Italo, fun stuff. I'm basically the facet that stays there all the time, but I host other DJs and just try to get kind of new people to the scene if I can.
Hi, I'm Jeffrey Weinstock. I DJ Cypher. Started in 1994. Found DC. Then became DJ for Contempt in New York, Contempt NYC, as well as Bound Hartford. And now I host two online radio shows, one called Dark Nation Radio that'll turn 25 this fall, and then a semi-monthly one called the Psychobilly Family Power Hour.
I'm Tim Alexander, DJ Tower. I've been doing Denver for a long time, probably 96, I think, is when I started DJing. Been doing goth industrial forever. Not doing as much right now, but I have rich history of that. So.
My name is DJ Storm. I'm from the NYC, New York area. I've been DJing since the early 90s in the scene. And haven't been doing as much lately, but I'm stepping it up and trying to get out there more. So I expect to have some more gigs. And I spin like goth, industrial, EBM, dream pop, ethereal. So.
I'm Tina, DJ Slave One, and I've been DJing, I think it's my 26th year, and I have residencies mostly right now at Milk, Wednesdays, Saturdays, and Sundays. I do a wide variety of music, but I'm known mostly for EBM and dark electro, dark wave. A lot of, like my joy is bringing new music and just trying to pump some energy and love into the newer bands, but also love playing classics, and I'm all about community and fun and being ridiculous.
Why am I last?
You could have been first.
Terrible. Anyway, hi, I am DJ Roland. That's it. Could never find anything cool. I have been DJing since 2002. Yes. Pretty much anything within the goth spectrum from the 1970s to now. Or just underground indie, whatever will get a dance floor moving. Many nights, many clubs, many shows. I have had a night for a very long time, never had a name. Just locally, it was whatever the name of the club was at the time. But you may have known either Shelter or Milk or Bar Standard. Also, DJ at the church for our longest running night since Sundays. mainly industrial and yeah, all the industrial, heavy, bouncy, stumpy, and just aggro. And I went too long. There we go.
So genre is a question that's always fascinating, especially when it comes to this kind of music. Like, I've had innumerable conversations trying to figure out what the boundaries of various things are. So I guess I'm kind of curious, since a lot of you have been DJing for as long as you have, like how do you kind of come to understand what it is that makes a song goth? Like what counts? The way I like to think of this is, I know I'll never hear Taylor Swift in a goth club. So
Never say that.
There are goth Swifties. I already have goth Swifties.
It's just a metaphor, but you know, you may hear a remix
Exactly.
of
I
it.
was gonna say that. Yeah, I definitely played some remixes.
Because
It
there are some
also
remixes
gets
that's
requested.
There's room over here if you want to.
Yeah. But yeah, genres are kind of a, I don't know, a pet peeve of mine because there are so many and it's so based on your interpretation. And so to me, goth is like a massive umbrella term. And under that, there's a bazillion different little things. And even then, I'm like, well, are you dark wave? Are you slut wave? Is my new favorite one. So these are, you know, there's all these names that I never knew existed. And so when you know, on flyers and stuff, you kind of have to put a genre. To me, it's all just like dark alternative. But also just, I usually compare bands. Say, oh, you like, you know, I can't think of a band off the top of my head, but I compare it to another band and say, oh, if you like Depeche Mode, you like this band. So I try to do it that way just to give them a general vibe of what a band is, rather than trying to put a word on it.
I would second the vibe thing. I think that for me, like what will work at a goth night depends on what, like where the scene is moved at the moment. Like so you can like have a vibe from like back cater or way back, or you feel like if that's what you want to play, people are gonna get it. But you can also be like more like synth poppy, and that was like the early 2000s. Like so you can like what the scene is willing to support and likes at the moment has actually changed over time. Anybody that's been DJing a long time has either had to adjust or you become a specialist of a certain sound, which stays with that period. I think I'm a specialist of like 90s kind of vibing for the goth stuff. So like last night, people were like, wow, I haven't heard this in a long time. Like, yeah. It was great. Exactly. Like, oh, you played Syntax. I'm like, yeah. That's what I've known for when I was a baby bat. That was what I loved. That's what I was hearing a lot. So I stuck with it. And I, of course, play some newer stuff and some even older stuff. But I felt like that was my sweet spot. And I think it's because when I was like 16 through 20, 21, that was the sound at the moment. The Wake, like the Merry Dogs, on the more MC side, you had like Syntag, Evil's Toy, like Project Pitchfork. That kind of stuff was the sound at the moment. And it stuck with me, you know.
I've never been a fan of gatekeeping really, so the rule of thumb that I've always gone with is if it gets played in a goth club, it's a goth song. The other thing is we have such a diverse scene in terms of where people come from, their backgrounds in music and styles that they enjoy, that I think, particularly in smaller markets, you have to be prepared to play a wide range of material. I mean, maybe if you have 300 people reliably coming in every Friday night, you can get away with a very sound that's very consistent. But if you're trying to reach out to different audiences, Storm may remember this from Contempt, New York. DJ Subbert and I, we would always have our big hair song of the night. It would catch some people off guard, but the crowd can learn to anticipate that I will have one tonight in my set, just a little heads up that will be in the mix.
He used to also sneak in Public Enemy on a regular basis. and like Terminator X has done remixes of 9 Inch Nails and stuff like that. So it's not like there wasn't crossover.
Oh, well, one of my best memories from that is I played No Sleep Till Brooklyn. I dropped the audio entirely during the chorus, and you had a whole crowd of goths on the floor going, "No sleep till Brooklyn!" And I was kind of confused, and then everybody cheered.
I think just watching the crowd, I cannot.
You're doing great.
No. It's just whether or not I should say something or.
Just say it.
Just say it. Okay, one thing I was gonna say, just real quick, if you can't make fun of yourselves in this scene, you're not having enough fun. But we've always been described, at least by me in my head, as a giant walking oil slick, especially when it comes to the dance floor with the movements and somehow never running into each other. Good on spatial awareness. But if anyone's seen my nights or my DJing, I'll go from uber goth as hell, staple my head to my hand, I'm tragic, to why is he playing Alice in Chains? Or Tool. Or if I want to go down the happy punk route of the weird early 90s and throw in some, I don't know, the Laws, and just be reminiscent, because this scene has been shaped by so much. You can only really define it as the weird. And if it's just weird to you, if it's kooky, if it's dark, if it is that creepy, if it gives you that sense of just awe with whatever it is, if it's just kind of tweaking that, sure. And especially with all the music, lyrically, sound, especially sound. But yeah, it's hard to really define where anything should really go, because if you follow where a lot of music has gone, some definitions and terminologies you may not remember, or I may not even know what it was called something else of what we may have defined from another era in genres.
I think a lot of us are old enough to remember when goth wasn't a word.
Oh,
Yeah.
Or when, death rock, glam punk. I don't think that not many people remember that one. And they associate like with Specimen with a lot of death rock, and it is, but it also was very started as the glam punk. Or what was the favorite one that everyone had problems with? New Romantics. Oh, what was that? I heard that entire side. But yeah, like a lot of different genres, when people have now scoped in one, are now branching off into other definitions by new generations.
And maybe you introduce a question around what do you guys see as kind of the roots of the genre, the foundations of it? Culture is kind of this, culture, music, and art is definitely like always in a flow state, right? Constantly evolving into something else. So when you look backwards, you guys think of as being like the most important influence in song rock music?
A lot of those early like mid to late 70s, early 80s bands, like the Batcave sounds. You know, you got like Roundhouse, Specimen, Alien Sex, Joy Division, stuff like that from that period seemed to shape a lot of things that would come later. New Wave obviously influenced a lot of what would come later. You know, like a lot of like industrial artists and like goths like cite various New Wave bands. So I think all those things are strong influences that were built on it, and maybe the like influences of like more current bands or some of those bands that were influenced. So it's like now you're getting like generational shifts of where the influence come. You have to like trace back through the tree to back to the roots now a bit. But yeah.
It's interesting to me how, like as you said earlier, goth as being this large umbrella, because you have two different styles that really merge when you think about the gothic side of the spectrum and the industrial side of the spectrum. Because on the one hand, you do have the outgrowths of both punk and glam rock when you end up with Batcave bands, Birthday Party as well, bands like that, who are coming much more out of a punk style of things. But on the other side of the spectrum, you do have the early New Wave, and from Belgian, even in French, early techno works. And Alex Reed has a great book on the development of the industrial genre, and he talks about part of the reason that Front 242 and bands came out in that style is because of the limitations of early drum machines. They couldn't do anything but a 4/4 beat. They couldn't syncopate. So you have sort of a whole genre that develops out of the limitations of the technology, and the technology gets better and better. But it's a weird coexistence when you think about having bands like Common Christ on the one hand and Faith in the Muse on the other, within the same space. Yep.
Sometimes they don't, like, I remember when I was younger, they didn't cross, like, the fans would show, like, we had, like, the dance floor would literally swap with the DJ swap. Like, so you have the Uzi people and then all of the, like, flowy goth people off to the side. And then when the DJ's switching up, the more gothy DJ, they'll switch, like, swap back. And I confuse the hell out of everybody because I do both. So then they're like, I guess we all just stay. I'm like, yes. I got you all.
Feels right, but you're wrong.
I've been trying to leave for 5 songs.
People have come up to me sweating saying that. And I'm so happy.
The best compliment. Sweaty dance is the best compliment.
Standing around, we're not doing our job right.
I feel like I'm on So talk a little bit about how you guys got started. Like what got you in, what made you decide this is what you wanted to do? I mean, to take on the position of, I mean, let's be honest, these communities, these are really kind of like, the golf community in most cities is pretty intimate. And to put yourselves in a position to kind of figurehead leaders, as it were.
I used to go to the club and then you'd hear these guys playing music and like, I have all this music. I have all this music I already own. And then I started looking into it and like somebody'd be like, hey, and I just bought, garbagey equipment because I didn't have any, I didn't know what it was doing. And it's not like really anybody was telling you what to do. So I'm like, I could probably do this. It's like, hey, Tim, I'm having a 4th of July barbecue at my house. Well, do you have a DJ? Well, no. Well, can I bring my stuff? Oh, yeah. Okay. So I plugged my home stereo and my 2 Pioneer, CD players that were, for my home, not like the little portable ones. And I got a mixer out of Hawk for some guy, and he gave it to me. So just play music, and then do that enough times, and you get really good at it. You find out what people like, and And pretty soon, the first club I DJ'd at was a little club up the street called Flavors. It was a little gay club. I did Thursday nights there. Some guy from the Springs would come up, and I just DJ'd with him. And then, eventually I was doing parties, and I would get hundreds of people at some of these parties, and I just kind of was in the clubs all the time. You just kind of have to keep doing what you love and keep working at it. And I still DJ. I love it.
I never sought it out. Like, I just was a club goer since I was in high school, and music was my life. Listening to it, dancing to it, just everything had to be music. And I went to clubs 6, sometimes 7 nights a week. And Colorado's been awesome for that we've had so many nights. We travel all the way to the Springs when I lived in Boulder, so it's like an hour and a half just to get there and back. And all the nights out there, all the nights in Denver, the nights in Boulder, Ground Zero, my favorite club ever. And just all these years going and following my favorite DJ, Mike Rich, who's not here today, but he finally one night after I made all these requests, said, Tina, why don't you just DJ? I'm like, what? Girls don't DJ? I have never seen a girl DJ, or if I'm representing DJ. And so he's like, I will teach you. And I was like, no. And so he taught me. And from there, I think I started my first gig, I think it was at Rock Island, Snake Pit, and Onyx. And it became my life. I had a full-time job and eventually gave that up to become a professional full-time DJ. And I've never considered a different career. Now it's my life entirely. I can't imagine not being one. But yeah, it was never something that I sought out.
For me, I think it was a convergence of several things.
Ironically.
I was DJing from as soon as my dad was a DJ, so I was DJing and exposed to a lot of music as soon as I could walk. I was in front of techniques from almost a crib. And when I got to high school, my senior year of high school, I worked in college radio. I was still in high school, but I was working in college radio at the station. And the station was supposed to be have a variety. And the station manager was complaining, we don't have a variety. They're like, well, we have one new wave show. And he's like, yes, you have one new wave show. And it is metal, 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 metal. And then, the new wave show was really interesting. I used to talk to her a lot because she also blurred into some gothy stuff, and I was being exposed to it. I hadn't heard that stuff, so I was interested. I would pick her brain. At the same time, the station manager at the time challenged me to diversify, so I did hip hop. And then I became the hip hop DJ, and then all those people graduated. I went to that college the following year, and I looked at the board as the new music director, and it was hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop, hip hop. I was like, what did I'm doing like industrial like metal show. I got free tickets to KMFDM because I was the station manager. I didn't know who they were. I was like, these guys sound cool. I still have a signed thing from Minaj, DJ Storm from back then.
Yes.
And it just started rolling from there. I started to learn about the local scene. I was already on NYC Gothel probably by that point, and I was going out to nights, and I made a lot of friends, and I was already doing college music on the radio. So then I was like, I can do this too. I love music. I've been DJing my whole life, and I got a chance to DJ for my birthday. They were like, "You want to spin?" I'm like, "Sure." So I spun at a night called Alchemy, and never looked back. Like I just started getting more gigs. I was doing Alchemy. I was there. There was another night called Absolution. I eventually started doing Contempt. So I started building upon like that foundation, and just I've been going ever since. So
I think Storm and I share we overlap in a lot of reference points.
Yeah.
From 86 to 88, I had one of the most sort of sought after jobs when I was in college in Philadelphia. There was the first CD only record shop in Philadelphia. It was called Discovery Discs. And it was on the campus of the University of Pennsylvania, and it was a very laid back place to work because we could play whatever we wanted in the store. And we had a listening bar. Like they really were kind of at the forefront of that kind of thing. So I was constantly trying out things in the store, just playing for myself to listen to, and recommending things to other people as they came in. Like you were saying, if you like this, how about trying this and this and this? And the moment that things clicked for me, you mentioned KMFDM, is when I heard Light. And I said, I'm not going back.
The MTV video also influenced me a lot. I was like, this is one from the radio station I heard, and it had this awesome music video on MTV.
I mean, and that's the direction. That's the direction I came from, was Ministry and Nine Inch Nails and KMFDM and White Zombie. My wife is the goth queen, was the one who sort of started to introduce me to the other side of things. And so when I graduated from college, I decided I wanted to DJ. But at that point, I hadn't quite transitioned from turntables to CDs entirely. So I got 2 turntables and a mixer and just spent a long time trying to figure out how you do this on my own. I wish I had had a mentor. But it really was a case of fake it till you make it. Like I got good enough where I could record a demo cassette, which at some point I handed off to Todd Pierce, who did Bound, and started getting some guest spots, and ultimately moved into the residency in DC at Bound. When I got into DJ Waring left, I stepped in, and there was a guy named DJ Hardware who'd been there, and I think still is there, remains there for a long time. But for me, it really was the kind of revelatory moment when I heard KMFDM. I was just like, yeah.
That was one of my roots. But then when I started going out like New York nights, I was really shy. I was in the corner all the time. And then the community kind of brought it out of me. Like the community in New York was really good, and they kind of took me under their wing. And I would go to the Wiz, which is a local store, because I was still shy. I didn't ask a lot of music questions. I would go to the Wiz, and they at the time had this machine that was like a database of music, and you can type in a band, and it'll tell you related bands. And you could print out a list of the related bands. So I was like Susie Sue, and it's like The Glove, The Cure, and all this stuff, like all the side groups. And I'm printing out these like.
Is it still available?
I know. The Wiz doesn't exist anymore. This was way back. It was like probably the late 90s. So like I built on my knowledge by like using that machine, and then picking, when I got more confident and made more friends, I started picking the brain of DJs that I'd become friends with in New York, and I started to build that it all started with that radio station with that one DJ that was doing new wave. So like this all just keeps building on each other.
And that to me is such a big difference between the present moment and when I started in the 90s and the early 2000s. Is acquisition. I think of an acquisition of subcultural knowledge. How do you discover these bands?
It's easier now.
That's what I mean. Like, I mean, you had to seek them out,
And the music,
and you had to go
camp out to get the album.
to magazines and zines, and you would go to clubs and you'd ask the DJ, "What are you playing now?" It wasn't as simple as setting up a Spotify list or, you know,
Exactly.
Pandora.
And then research it, you had to, like, set camp out to get the single, like, now you can download it, you know, a crazy collection in 1 hour.
You had friends
Whereas
that
with us, is you're
worked
building it
at a
up
record store.
in real
Yeah,
time.
and you needed to have a record store someplace that would special order things. for
Yes,
you. I would go in and like
Decorations.
this band, they're Wumscott, and they would look at me like,
The what?
The pop's over there.
The album's called Dry Blood of Gomorrah.
Yeah, we were, yeah, it was an interesting time.
I grew up in Salt Lake City, so I was spending a lot of my time at Area 51, if anyone's familiar. I changed my schedule in college to accommodate going to the goth nights in Salt Lake at Area 51 specifically. And yeah, they're absolutely right. There was no way to, you know, pull out your phone and figure out what these tracks were. You just had to go gather the courage to talk to the DJ, you know, once and not bother them, because I'd go home and I'd be like, what was that song? And I'd find out later it was like, you know, Front 242 or, you know, other Belgian band I'd never heard of, or DAF or something like that. So I just have always been really obsessed with music, like to a fault. Like it's, what's that quote? When you find a song that you don't know off the top of your head, it's like better than sex almost, that you're able to find it, that it comes to you, like, you know, in the shower later on or while you're driving, you're like, oh, that's this. So I self-taught on CDJs. I had a friend try to show me how to beat mash, and I just sat there during 2019, and of course during COVID, I just had all the time in the world to play with music and kind of see how different genres fit within each other. And I love playing with genre. I love EDM, and I know this might cause some ruffle some feathers, but like I do think there's so much crossover with other genres like Italo and
You're me. That's
and,
yeah.
And my favorite thing is to play like, you know, a Front 242 song and then like Cleo faces, like to see the crowd and just to, you know, it just seems they're the same BPM and they're the same key, and to be able to see the reaction on the faces of the crowd is priceless. So.
Your bio says something about a Latinx project. Can you talk about that too?
Yeah, totally. Yeah, so, you know, I also grew up having been exposed, my dad's from Mexico, to a lot of rock en español. So like Soda Stereo, Café Tacuba, Maná, Caifanes. I'm like listing them off in my head. And I've been kind of DJing with a friend of mine, and we've been talking about how there's so much like goth in Spanish that we don't hear in clubs, and how great would that be to hear that? And I'll talk about crossover. I mean, you can go from Caifanes to The Cure and back to Café Tacuba. I mean, there's so much freedom in terms of where you can go, and they're very similar in terms of tempo and beat and things like that. But yeah, I do think that there's something to be said about like indigenous roots and kind of the darkness of Latinidad, and the darkness that exists in like indigenous culture, specifically those you know, in Latin America. So I started Soy Darks with my friend Lorena and with the help of Colorado Goth Society, and we've just been having kind of quarterly nights. It's been so great though, because we'll play Spanish punk rock, or we'll have like I love to play cumbia. That's one of my favorite things to do. I'll put something dark on and then like throw in a cumbia song. So yeah, really enjoying it, and I hope we were able to grow it, because it seems like there is a audience for it. We keep having people show up to our shows. So Stinger, working with
I'd heard about it.
What year is that?
so we did one last month. We'll probably do one again in November. I think we're thinking of like a Dia de los Muertos theme.
Oh, nice.
And we're talking about partnering up with Craft Cumbia in LA. So maybe they'll come out and play some music.
Nice. Sounds like the beginnings of a bid for Convergence Mexico.
Yeah.
It is North America, not just the US.
Yeah, definitely. We had that in Cancun, Mexico. I was just in Mexico City and went to the Real, and yeah, they're rowdy down there. Like that was so much fun.
We just all wouldn't be able to get back
Yeah, what about your origin story, Rolanda? You were born from a pineapple.
That's why the hair goes up. Anyway, no, I just just kind of fell into it.
Literally, after Timmy fell down, right?
No, well, not
So
that
when you
night.
went your
No, it
early
wasn't
night?
that night, but there were many of those nights. No, I just so there was a club that we all used to go to, Club Onyx, and oh God, I love those nights there. I miss those nights there so much. But it was where I started, and it was with my friend, or my Towers, Tina's friend, Timmy, DJ Ivo. Beginning of the night, dead, and so just kind of messing around, and all of a sudden he has to go downstairs to check something. He's like, "Oh, put on the next song." I'm all, what? They're like, huh? I don't know what this is. I'm like, oh, I thought you know how to do this, Bim. And he showed me how. Tried the fader. And I remember the song because I loved the song so much, and it was A-pop, Starside. Starside. Oh, I love that song so much. I don't care. Anyway, another one of those weird songs that's in the scene and not necessarily all the doom and gloom. But once I did that transition, and it was absolutely terrible with the 10 people on the floor. Yeah, that was just same thing. I was just hooked, just feeling the transition, hearing it. And I just kept on doing that because he had to go downstairs and check the sound system. So he left me upstairs for 15 minutes, good enough time to explore. But the knowledge of the music, I think, was maybe a bit of a cheat for me because of what DJ Ivo always carried with him. And it was a giant coffin. It was a coffin, or not just a case, this long that he had to, I can't remember if it was bought or custom built. And it had all of his CDs in it. So we had about 10 rows of just sleeves, not jewel cases, sleeves of CDs, alphabetical. So it was all, whatever you want to play. It was a playground for me. So I got to listen to everything under the sun. It was just, I got hit by a bus when it came to the music. Like, I grew up on a lot, I grew up on some of it. I grew up with bands and friends who knew the bands, and a lot, middle school and high school, things switches. But I did not know a lot of stuff until maybe high school. And then when I started going to the clubs underage, because I could stand in front of those, I was the baby, and everyone was like, "Is he DJing? What is Timmy doing?" I proved myself.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's just been a roller coaster since then of wow, just the music being able to be played, when I just hear other DJs from other clubs and what they mix in, and I'm just like, what? How did they do that? A lot of the guests that you've had at your night, especially at when it was at the old place at La Broma, you guys mixed some crazy shit together. Holy crap! I loved it. It just made me go, huh? And it wasn't God, or it wasn't. It would be metal and pop, and I'm just sitting here going, isn't this Slayer? With Britney Spears? Or some kind of pop artist from the 90s, and I'm all, it works wonderfully.
You just described that with your origin story, like my version of the DJ's nightmare. There's the actress host nightmare when you're on stage and you don't know what the show is and you don't know your lines. The DJ nightmare for me is the time is winding down. I don't have anything picked out. I don't know the music.
Well, the terrible thing is I'm
Just make sure it's
ADD.
not what it's supposed to be.
I'm ADD. I don't like, I had a really bad nervous thing, so drinking. And then it's me also going behind
I like
for
to
too
like
long.
4 things at a time.
And then it's
I changed my mind to like the last 10 seconds.
Yeah,
same thing, same thing.
I have just like a different track from the 4 things I've queued or whatever, because it's like, yeah.
You pull out a sleeve and there's no CD in it.
It's the wrong one.
Honestly, I have DJ nightmares like that. The lights come up for no reason, and I'm like, I'm playing music, guys. Like,
You
keep
would all
dancing.
hate my CD booklets because there's nothing written on them. It's just disc 1.
No, that's
Disc
mine
7.
are all numbers too. This one here. So Tim is also
know
one of
what's
my
on
mentors.
mine.
I forgot to mention. The other people that taught me to DJ. So Mike Rich taught me on vinyl. He taught me on CDs. And because we have these massive cases, I used to have to rebuy my CD case. It was like this thick, like every month, because we're just ripped through. But yeah, you can't bring like every CD. So we'd make mixed CDs, and there would just be a number. And so we'd number them all. And then Tim taught me to have a BPM list as well as an alphabetical list. And so I had this huge sheets of paper where I'd be like, okay, I want something around 130. Here's 130. And I have everything alphabetic under 130. I still have those lists. And, and then and I had all the numbers on my paper that listed the song names were in yellow highlighter, and then they changed the lights in the booth to red. So you cannot see the numbers.
Oh,
So I remember,
Like flashlights.
not having a BPM. It was actually a little bit more fun then, not having that BPM. Wow, very.
Modern technology is killing.
Yeah, it totally.
Yeah, I have a USB stick in headphones. That's.
I'm sorry, but I could sit at the bar and DJ from it. That's not fair. It's not fair to the
Bring your
people.
whole collection with
That is definitely positive. Or even give a song there.
Like
That's good.
stream requests, like I was able to do some streaming like of songs last night, so.
I'm too scared to do that. I have bad luck. It would crash in the middle of it. I don't even try.
Again, I'm paranoid, so what I did is I set 4 decks, I really used 2 digital decks. And then if I was gonna do a streaming song, I would load it into one of the 2 decks I'm not using. Then when the song ends, I cut to the next one I have ready and then drag that one in.
That's smart.
Like,
That's a good idea.
I'm very.
I have my phone.
When I used to do college radio, like the station manager used to come in and be shocked because I would have like 2 cards, 2 CDs, 2 records, and 2 cassette tapes queued up. Like, it's like, you're ready for anything. I'm like, yeah. Short of the power going out because none of this will work.
That's why I was like, dies. Oh, phone, hi. So I always have my phone attached as well, just in case it's the oh shit song.
So it sounds like mentorship has been an important
At some point, it's not the
experience
beginning.
in your careers. So I guess now that you all are sort of known figures, how do you pay that forward?
That's a good question. I haven't been doing much of that. I want to expose more people to stuff I love. So maybe like take a cue from the younger generation and start doing like TikToks and things like that is what I've been thinking about recently. So, because I feel like the resurgence of goth, and it does show actually has a lot to do with that. Like TikTok and stuff, the creators on there do a lot of like discussion stuff. They do a lot of makeup stuff, a lot of music stuff on there. And like then I'm meeting people that are 20, 30 years younger than me and they're referring to that. So I'm like, oh, okay, let me check that out.
I think I do it through, since I DJ on Twitch as well, I reach so many people all over the world, and numerous people have started DJing because they loved what I was doing, and I was very positive and encouraged them, and they're like, hey, she's doing it, I can do it. And so I think through that medium, you're just able to reach so many people, and it's, I think, a little more, less intimidating because, you know, you're behind a keyboard on a computer, you just talk that way, rather like in person, it gets a little scary sometimes. And so I think that's been such an awesome tool to encourage anybody and everybody to express themselves.
I will say I thought it was incredibly funny when you told me that this environment made you a little uncomfortable.
Oh, it totally does.
You're like on camera in front of like people all over.
It's just a camera. When you have the phone in front of you, I get massive stage fright.
I was shaking yesterday.
I'm used to DJing in public, but I haven't DJ'd a live set for 6 years, partially because of the pandemic. I've also in that time transitioned, so this is my first set since my transition. So it was a lot of nerves, a lot of fun. But I got so many compliments and it went very well. So.
Thank you for sharing that with us.
Oh, I had a lot of fun. I was just I was shaking like the end of the day, but I had a lot of fun. And I can't wait anymore. I'm already, I spoke with people from Ohio and people from like Minnesota. So like I always wanted to do like I'll definitely come back here. This is the first time I've ever been in Denver. I'll definitely come back here. Made friends online with Lisa Frank, who I met before. I met her outside in person for the first time. So I'm definitely will be back, and I've always wanted to do a DJ tour. And I did out of New York. I've only DJ'd in was it Arcana or Obscura or something like that. There was a night in DC I did once with Kelowna. I don't know if anybody knows who that is. It was super long time ago. I've lost track of like where she went.
And on the boat.
Yeah, and I've done sets at sea, and I've done sets at previous convergences, but I've been mostly a New York DJ. I've DJ'd at just more. I joke around that I've DJ'd at more like clubs that don't exist than do exist. Because I've been around a long time, and New York had a dark era of like all the clubs closing. So like Limelight is gone. I used to DJ there. The Bank, the world famous Bank, long gone. Mother, long gone. Like I was like, I did Coney Island High, long gone. Sidebar, long gone. I can just keep going. Like almost every place I've ever DJ'd is gone. Even the Pyramid is gone.
Same with Denver. I would say most
Very
places.
Denver, they just keep changing the names. It's usually the
That,
same way.
yeah, some of them are recycled.
No, most of the New York ones did not get recycled. They're just gone forever. Like the Limelight is like a mall inside, and there's a pizza shop.
You did that to New York scene, because you're right, it used to be so.
The New York scene suffered from what New York real estate is about. Like it's so high value. So a lot of venues no longer could be viable. The real estate is more valuable doing something else. And it wasn't even just like a goth scene, like all genres suffered during the Giuliani into like Bloomberg era, where like they were selling it off to like the highest bidder. So a lot of that stuff like got sold to NYU, like the Palladium Club, which wasn't big for goth necessarily, but it was a big famous dance place in New York. Is an NYU dorm. Like they knocked it down. It kept the name. It is the Palladium and NYU dorm now, but it like I said, the Limelight is a mall. So it's kind of sad. So we lost it because the real estate in New York is super valuable. In the resurgence of New York, all the nights have moved to cheaper neighborhoods, which meant that it left Manhattan. Like so now the best nights are in Brooklyn, or the best nights are in Astoria, Queens, stuff like that.
I can't speak to mentoring DJs because I've been so focused on radio programs lately. But the advantage of doing the radio show Dark Nation is I don't have to worry about keeping a dance floor going. So I'm at liberty to experiment with different songs, slower tempos, and newer bands. And a lot of what I do on the show is to focus heavily on new and very recent music. And I then let the bands know that they're being played, and some are appreciative, some don't respond. But that's where I feel like I can do nurturing, is by helping to attract attention to new acts. I'm not opposed to working in the older material either, and I'm happy to do requests, but I really like to focus on new and working bands who benefit from the exposure.
I actually really love mentorship. I've been, I don't also not big into gatekeeping either. I have a couple of friends who expressed interest in DJing, and mostly femme, queer, identified, and thinking that it was so hard. And as we've discussed, the technology these days makes it quite easy. I do teach them how to beat match though, right? Not to rely on just the cue, but to actually beat match. And that's been one of my favorite things to do. It's so rewarding because then these folks come and play with me and they've got, you know, their own kind of take on the genre and what they're bringing. And I think kind of opening up the scene in some ways, if you will. But it's been extremely rewarding and I would love to continue to do it.
I had a couple questions about community for the DJs who have DJ'd at Convergence. I would like you guys to speak to how it changed the community that you DJ for in ways and what the opportunities are here for us in Denver. And then also piggybacking on a couple of panels that I just moderated where we were talking about community and nonprofits. Some of the other communities, it sounds like the DJs or the leaders in the community have picked like pet projects to sponsor, like Urban Peak here or Food Bank of the Rockies, or, you know, and I've experienced that in some of the other communities in Denver where we give money toward Food Bank of the Rockies or whatever. So can you speak to community as far as like if you've DJ'd at Convergence before, and have you seen any of that nonprofit kind of partnership work so we can build community here in Denver with Convergence planting that seed?
So I did Convergence 10, which was Chicago. And Sarah was and is still going strong there. I would suggest that Chicago probably has the best concert in the country right now. And I know that she's super active in terms of anything having to do with music in Chicago. Yes. Well, her and William Mark got royalty.
Yes.
Yeah. And then this is my third Convergence as a DJ. The last one was in Detroit, and that was 2018.
2018,
yes. Yeah. Smaller. Definitely, you could see a kind of waning in terms of the local goth scene. I wasn't involved in the organization of either of those, so I can't really speak to their community outreach or how it affected the local community following the events themselves.
You said several times that you've done.
Yeah, I've done. I'm trying to figure out if there's a good end. Like, so I was my local was C7, and it's so long ago. And if you know anything about C7, there was unfortunately some drama around it. So I would say that it's too long ago for it to matter.
While drama in the goth scene?
I think it's too old for it to matter, like currently. But I would say, if anything, it would be a cautionary tale of what not to do. 18 was Buffalo, New York. I'm not local, so I don't know. I mean, if you know New York, some people think New York is small. It's not. So like, that was such a trip for me that I jumped on that because I'm a good friend with the chair. And she was like, "Can you wrangle the DJs for me?" I'm like, "Sure, no problem." But I don't know what overall influence it had on the Buffalo scene. I think short term, from what I was able to tell at the time, it did improve relations in the community. But Buffalo has had a waning scene for a long time, unfortunately, and I don't know if it's ever. I don't think it's in a great state now, as far as I know. So
I just remember getting online last night for the Twitch stream and the Raid Train, and Joe Virus was on there, and he's like, "Oh, you've got Convergence in your town. This is so good for you because we had it in 23," and I think he was in Dallas at the time, and he just still speaks of the lasting effects that it's had on their community and being able to kind of cooperate and make things happen and be more of a unified kind of dark alternative.
I think that
Convergence.
I think that's great. I think that's great, and I hope, like, if I am involved in a local one again, that I can help foster that, because I wasn't able to be much of a part of fostering great things from previous ones. Not, because I was either not local or it wasn't something that.
So it's not a given that just
It
because
is not a
Convergence
given.
comes to your town
It's
that
definitely
you will
not a
get
given that your
community.
Your community is going to grow or prosper from it, but I think that's something we should, as trying to centralize some of it, work on to make sure that it does help grow communities, because we want the community as a whole to grow. So I think that if we nurture it, we can make that a more dominant effect of having convergence in your city. I would love to do convergence in New York again. I just think New York, back to the real estate thing, is a very, very hard nut to crack without like taking on extreme debt. So, but yeah.
Take to that point, you know, it's easy to forget sometimes that this kind of is community. Go to these places and dance with this music, but not oftentimes that, I don't know about you, but a lot of my friends aren't gongs. But we've only got just under 10 minutes here, so I have like a couple of dumb softball questions I can ask, but I figured I'd open it up to the audience. Anybody else want to interrogate our panel here?
Do you ever have to work, well, whenever you did club scenes, in the past, whenever I would DJ in Memphis, I had to play to the bar, because if I kept the dancers on the floor too long, the bar wasn't making money. You ever find yourself having to do that?
That used to be a thing. I don't see that as a thing anymore, really.
I will say those of us on the dance floor still talk about this. She was trying to get us all to go by.
I mean, I think sometimes DJs play you. Oh, that was they're playing this song, so everybody goes to the bar.
Sure.
Rolling their head.
I think they do during this, like new songs too. Because a lot of people are like, "Oh my god, I don't know the song. I don't know where to go, how to dance," because you know you don't know where the
But
break
I
is
think
gonna
with
be and how to spray
the
off.
way music is now, like before you played like CDs or you played vinyl, you had to buy the music, you had all this stuff. But now, like everybody listens to their Spotify, you can play the range of music is so you always are going to have somebody dancing.
Yeah.
I don't think that's nearly the issue that it used to be.
I mean, it's been 8 years since I did, so.
I'm just saying that was a thing.
And it's the different genres as well, as you were saying, you know, if it's doing a girly swirly set, those who are gonna dance for a while, all of a sudden they change to EDM and, you know, some stompy, those who are gonna go get their drinks and smoke.
Yeah.
So there's always an evolving floor. There's people that want the more slow, it's always this nice little flow. Some hard songs, they're gonna dance, you wanna get some drinks after, so I don't think it's that you're specifically trying to get people to go, it's just naturally in your flow, it's gonna happen. So, because
Just
most
assume
people
if they
don't
got
get
sweaty enough, they go get something to drink.
Yeah.
My last set I did was, I got cussed out.
Oh.
Wow.
By the bar?
No, by the people on the floor.
Oh.
Yeah,
What?
2 hour set, nobody left.
Oh, that, they cussed you out?
That's your fault.
Yeah,
That's my fault.
That's a good thing.
They
That's a
kept
compliment.
because I did clean the floor, or
I can't imagine that's bad.
did you say
You ungrateful.
That seems like a problem nice to have.
Yes, I took it as a compliment.
Put out a tip jar saying we'll play slow songs for tips.
Do y'all have a must-play track for like every single set? Like, do you have a must-play track?
That was one of my softballs.
It's, if I was out of state, there's one that I play a lot, it's like my signature song. It's Gary Newman's Kitten, Ripping Kitten. Like I always start my set with that, like, oh, it's Tina, here she is. So, but in Denver, no, I mean, I'm kind of known for playing Depeche Mode because they're my favorite band, but you know, I think last night they only played one. But I mean, there's definitely songs or groups that people associate with certain DJs. Like this is the aesthetic perfection fiend right here, you know. And so, no, but I don't want to be too predictable. You know?
Yeah. Well, you know, signature sound, you know.
Yeah, I think.
Oh no, you
You have your
definitely have
silly
songs
songs.
that you need to save the dance floor.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
I'm gonna play this, and
Go to
then
bathroom
it's
song.
usually based on the vibe. But like when you're doing goth industrial, it's just some big skinny puppy.
Yeah. Or Beauty Nation. Beauty Nation, like
I would say for me it's usually Susie if I'm doing like really gothy femme vocals, or if I'm doing MC stompy stuff, it'll be something like Oxyacetylene by Q&A. Like I'm known for that song, so I think those are two. Last night I'm trying to think if I did one of my signature songs. By God 20. Yeah.
I love that song.
That's when I came over to you.
That is one of my that's a Cala.
Yeah.
There's a that's a Cala.
Did you say the techno mix?
The Techno Duck remix.
I didn't, that's one of, yeah, that's one.
That's my one way, yeah.
Yeah, those are the ones I can think of, but, yeah. Thorns from Homestead, that was one I used to do a lot.
I got over here first and then.
Just really fast, that reminds me, like, do you guys think about the gender of the music as you're thinking about
Gender or genre?
No, gender.
Gender, yeah.
Right, like I have had some, I go to a lot of clubs all over the place. There's a lot of DJs who just play men.
Yeah.
The entire.
The industrial scene
No,
especially
that's
is
a
very
thing to think
male
about.
focused.
I almost exclusively play female vocals.
That's how I used to.
I highly index to that. I will play non-feminine vocals, but I do highly specifically index to it. Like I've had specific siren sets, I'll call it, like it's just gonna be all femme vocals from here until I have my sets.
I definitely make a conscious decision to include many more female vocals if I can, especially as a female DJ. That's very important to me, and I think most of my friends that are on the floor can attest to that. That's something I push.
Very aware of that with the radio show. Concerted effort.
Yeah, concerted effort towards, or even just, non-binary vocals. I mean, sometimes those come through and it's amazing. Like, I don't even do it. I can't place this.
I also try to get people of color vocals.
Yes, absolutely.
I play Gold Children.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. I have a little bit of a lead up to my question.
You got 2 minutes.
So I would say that during the pandemic, I basically returned to my love of music because of Twitch. I was never on Twitch before. I'm not a video game player, so I didn't know about it until somebody, I think it was DJ Silverplume, briefly did a Twitch run. And that's when I just dived in and I learned about several that I now watch every week and interact in the chat with and everything, and have gone to visit sometimes in person, etc. So, 5 years, and some of them are still going. I wanted to see if anybody had any thoughts. Twitch, good or bad for the scene? What's been your experience with it?
I would love to speak to that. That's my favorite thing. And Twitch definitely, the quarantine and everything changed my life. I'm one of the few people that changed for the better. It really helped. Again, Denver, I love Denver, but it is a very male-dominated scene, and I was pretty much at the whim of most of the male promoters and where I got gigs and how I had any sort of exposure. And so when Twitch came around, I got to be just me, and I didn't have to bow to anybody else. I just went on there, and you saw me in all my good and my bad, silliness, ridiculousness, and it got me out of my shell because I am a very introverted, shy person, and being in front of that camera and touching all these people all across the world and having this interaction and seeing
Touching them?
touching and what good it could bring, and it was like it opened up so many connections. I've now DJed in London because of it. It's really intensified my traveling and getting gigs. I did a fun virtual gig in the club via Twitch in Australia, which was fantastic. But it's just, I can't speak enough of how wonderful it is, and just not just for the people who are DJing, but for the people that get to interact, who maybe cannot make it out to clubs anymore for work, physical, whatever reason. There's not a club in their city. It's just, it has changed DJing so phenomenally, in my opinion. So I could go off, and I know I have a minute. So
Great question. I'm still on Twitch. I love it. I'm going to Germany because of it. So
Nice. Hopefully it never goes away, right? It just seems like our Amazon awards are trying to ruin it.
Kind of, though. They're doing some terrible changes to DJs and stuff that's making it really hard. So we're
The restricted list.
Different
problem.
Kick. I tried Kick. Kick is kind of the Wild West. It's very, people say things. It's hard to moderate. But there's a few others that are coming up that hopefully, there's one that's going to be totally DJ based that I think launches in September. I can't figure it off the top of my head. I'll have to tell you.
Okay, because I haven't DJed online in forever, and like I didn't do the Twitch thing during the pandemic.
Still do it.
I'll definitely.
Never too late.
I used to do goth sets on Second Life, but
that was I wanted to Final Fantasy.
I love all the music videos too, by the way. I love the streams that have music videos. I've reconnected with all my teenage years of music videos and saw a few new ones.
Well, that is our time, so I'd like to thank our panelists very much And we have a panel on, I think, history coming up next. So
Literature, yeah.
coming out and learn about the real gods.
Thank you. I promise I won't say speaking of history, time to adjust for Victorian.
Right?
I thought it was a lady.
We complement each other and also have like a society that makes it
Do something
easier
similar
to
like a sweet arts night.
That's what makes it, most of these are not even, not even.
I also
That does happen more on two different ones on the same night. We have very similar things.
We got like little mathematics. Yes.
I go in the bathroom and I'm like, I know literally the same thing. That's why it's so true. Thank you. Sure, we can go on long, but yeah, these, you guys do question.
And you can have strong food, and there's no like, it's not like I love architecture. I mean, I could go on for days. Yeah. All right, well, take a picture and let's be right. Okay, yeah, run that. All right, I'm getting out of the way. Wait, aren't you doing a picture with all of us?
We had a lot of them today.
Yes, I should mention that.
I was going with, yeah, like, it makes it that I don't know you there. But I don't think I can emphasize enough the fact that in my early club days, I was really shy. So even when I was a DJ, I was really shy.
Oh, no, that's
You know,
Did you really?
I was like, are you sure? So I talked about
We're like playing that in our earlier.
I wasn't, 93, I was like, I think that's just around when I started drinking, so I wasn't like, maybe I was probably hanging out in the corners in the shadows. Yes, I used to DJ out in my days, yes, or as they trusted me on the whole yeah, Jason out there used to run that night. Because out there was like a margin forever.
I can tell, I was like.
And then they did absolutely shit, I used to DJ that. That kind of used to stay for a while, that was a good thing for the scene. Because I had like 20 DJs around the area, different sounds. Hopefully associated that
I did it is. New York is doing very well now. It was.
I like the towers. They have so much of it. I never played. It's like.
And it's so much fun. You're on the street and all of a sudden.
It's like the
It's part of this generation. Like the song that they need to rebuild.
I was the.
My robot. Your nights and your play, like, that's, yeah, I definitely remember. That's another big, like, I still don't know. I really don't. Sounds good.
Everything
So
else.
good.
Oh my God.
I know. I find songs that I'm like.
I don't think I've ever done that next, but yeah. Go
Like that kind of Euro
Yeah.
dance.
Also,
It's like very.
Yeah, well, that's, just
Married up.
Yeah, also,
We just stumbled upon this like, people like, it was like people doing the rocker because of the streets, but it was like, city was like, beat music and they're all just. Industrial music, not nearly enough. I know, I totally.
I came out my shell. Like Buffalo.
I'm great. Tim, nice to meet you. I don't know if, I think we've met before, but if we hang out so much. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I'm so excited for tonight.
I wasn't a regular there, but I guessed.
I'm best friends with you, so.
Now I am resident of Trundle and I do.
I know,
We were doing it like, yeah. Just
I was afraid to have it.
Never had the opportunity.
Like for a DJ, I would like to see crowds receptive to this when I play any, even like the industrial or something, German speaking songs, you know, those kind of like, I don't know what you're saying. So if I played one that's Italian or Russian or
Right.
you know, Spanish, Mexican, they're just like,
They're like,
they know that too. The lyrics, I don't know, like, the lyrics are pretty much not always.
Apparently a lot more than everyone else.
I mean, prostitutes, you know, there's like, oh man, that's English.
It's English.
Trust, you know what he's saying, Robert's like, bumble.
It's very.
Enjoy it. That's really excuse me.
Enjoy it. Like I said, I was a bundle of nerds, but nerves, but I think I'm also a bundle of nerds too. But a bundle of nerds, I'm just like a bunch of nerds.
I'd rather than exploding into that.
Yes.
Just needed some time to.
We'll see you there.
Other than that,
Been there, done that too many times.
Todd, Sure.
Rwanda too, Todd.
Majority of my DJ career.
James, we need your.
So is this panel in here?
Yes.
Well, I knew
I
you
wanna
must
see
have.
this.
I didn't even think about it.
Always right there. I gotta give you my man.
Anything else?
Sorry, Tim, I'm sitting over here. Just come sit with me so we can see
Tina's gonna go
Billy
hide in the corner.
better.
Why would I want to see Billy better?
Because
right?
Give me 2 good reasons.
All right, I'm
Zero.
gonna sit next to the trash
3
can.
good reasons.
I don't think
Sit next to the trash can. I should forever.
Trash can.
The trash can is dressed for the event as well, so.
It's good to see you.
Yeah, like it's really weird. I was told James outside, like, it's really weird coming back to the scene after so long.
Where are you in town still? Or?
Yeah, I've just been hiding in my
7
own
to
little
9.
corner.
I can do that sometimes.
I want to do that sometimes. It's just not hard. You have to. Well, did you say your beard is aesthetic? I'm hearing weird things.
Well, I mean, I'm just kind of
Yeah, but I trust the girl.
My own.
That's true.
I'm still trying to find my person, so.
Is it the same?
We go to the Floyd Westminster. There's a girl there named Jen.
But-
that we
Oh, we need to
go
get
over.
you quick.
Yes.
Yeah, I
So it's like, if we're gonna do this, I'm getting my head shaved. I'm
Happened to Christine. She wouldn't want to have it.
Well, that's pretty good. Didn't do a bad job.
Yeah,
One
mine's
before took a lot off.
really heavy on the I thought we were gonna have to have pictures on like for the DJ. I thought, when you say, oh, I have to have like a PowerPoint on shit, I'm like, what? Are we supposed to have that for DJ? I'm like, what am I gonna, how am I gonna PowerPoint? Songs, pictures, links of art? I don't know.
And then, breaking my ankle didn't help not going clubbing for a while.
I like your shirt, by the way.
Thank you. It's a Twin Temple shirt.
Yeah,
We all love.
we saw them this past year with
Yeah.
Matil, yeah. It was fun. That was fun. It was fantastic. You reference them, don't you, in your past articles, Billy?
Huh?
You referenced Twin Temples.
I can't hear you.
You referenced Twin Temples in that last article you wrote?
No. Yeah, I did.
Yeah.
No, it was a book.
It was the book, okay. Can't keep up.
It's one of those shirts I get looks from people
Can I say what I mean?
inside of
Somebody
the
comes
lobby,
in
and I have to try to remember which shirt.
You know.
There'll be more open spots. So
I'll sit over here so I'm not like next. Get close to the microphone.
Have
You
some,
can do
have some
some-
fun side conversations.
Question?
Commentate on what's happening.
That one looks funny.
It was actually very nice. Forever.
I know. I
The
didn't do that.
moldiness.
Should I do papyrus for?
Papyrus! The last time I was in here, that's what it was on my. Papyrus.
You did, oh, you did.
I
We
almost
did ours
did.
here.
Huh?
We did ours here.
You did too?
Yeah.
Did they do the cake that they sent you on your 1 year anniversary? They sent us like a little tiny wedding cake on our 1 year anniversary.
That was very nice.
Look, I
We
had those
didn't get that.
little touch. And my parents got graded our suite.
We are all professors, so we can't do anything without slides.
I'm trying to
So
think
we're
of
like
that.
trying to like make slides happen.
I know. It's hard to.
That's
It's not
I already have to,
connecting.
you know, so I don't like to.
Oh, that's nice. It's just nicer to have something else to look at.
Yeah, nobody wants to look at us.
Oh, shit. Now.
It's almost, it's also like my last. What's that?
Now it's burning, right?
Yeah.
Or no one is.
So yeah, on the stream last night, it was
Probably the one
crazy.
people-
So they're streaming it also, desexuals like talking and
Doesn't
talking.
matter.
They come in my channel all the time. I'm like, hey, could you come over? I'm like, what? Yeah, could you come over?
Yeah, it's Claudia was saying.
What the-
Claudia wanted, we went walking.
Very
And
specific
then
type
I
of crowd.
Yeah, exactly.
Black Odyssey. Black Odyssey. So I was like, I was gonna say Black Odyssey. No, Black Odyssey. And I love it.
That is
Awesome.
exactly what I said.
It's like awesome. It's
And I'm guessing the front desk went on.
They had that night with you.
There should be a tech that goes here
They aren't on staff during the.
Yeah, the
Let me go
problem is like, we asked
They're
them to
so
load us a
freaking
TV and they wanted like $2,000 or
Yeah, so
something.
you be careful about how it's gonna
Oh, so
be.
this is just a,
So I've kind of, but is anybody here nerdy enough to have an HDMI?
I got USB
Not all of
cables.
us.
Oh,
We
yes,
don't even know
always.
it at home. We have like 5.
Otherwise, I see everybody who has laptops, we could just like turn them.
Because they're both
Yeah.
I think that's what we're gonna have to do.
This is also my last chance to sit.
We're going through the board table. I guarantee you don't need that video, but.
Naturally, all of the pieces.
Really have another room.
Powerhouse.
Yeah, I have a specific box.
My
house
That box is
Right.
little like
Right, and
boxes
I really
of
did
shelves
all that.
that just
That's
go
great.
overflowing.
Somebody said they were gonna
I
change
told them
it.
to keep it a store.
I guess they're not here.
Oh, we've got it. There's 6 boxes.
I already told myself.
It goes over that. It's
We've been
got-
doing
I want it home.
I could have brought one out to the garage
That's awesome. I wish.
here, so I wasn't able to.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
helping. I'm remembering up.
Yeah.
We all have, yeah.
Can you guys
Yeah, it's
basically
nice to
see
have
this?
some
Yeah, you can
Get some
come up.
Scooch up if you.
There's like fine print in my
I know about you. I'm gonna stay where I'm at.
Apparently people are
Actually,
quite
I'm better
interested
off
in
back
history as they are in
here.
DJ.
This set of glasses.
That's weird, right?
No, well, yeah, it is kind of actually.
Jim is actually antisocial.
All right, well, thank you, everybody, for coming to Convergence 27. I recognize all of you, so this isn't your first panel. Today's panel is going to be focused on the history of Gothic literature and basically the cultural scene, kind of like, I don't know, like why is it we call ourselves Goths? There's a weird history here. So we have invited some eminent professors. Shut up, you're eminent. to help kind of guide us through a little bit of the history of Gothic art and literature. And I will allow them to introduce themselves. Tora, would you?
Oh, sure. My name is Tora. I teach some stuff at CU Boulder. And I can't do a presentation without slides, so I'm sorry. And then the thing about our our regular deal is that we, when we're giving presentations, we read. So I am going to read a little bit of this because I can't not, but I'll start by talking first. So when I'm teaching, I don't read, but when I'm giving a presentation to other academics, I do read. And so it turns out I'm really welcome. That is the best.
Yeah, we're all in awe of that spirit.
So because of that, I am going to give a spiel about a couple of the plots of Gothic novels, and I can't do it without reading. So, this is the latex. What's this? Oh, no, that's not my book. That's just a book. That's just a book I was going from.
Just scared her away. Scared her
Thanks,
away.
Ryan.
She was looking
You're
at the
the
latex.
worst. Sorry.
Oh, the latex. Oh, yeah. Well, I mean, everyone should go to that. I would go
That's
to
right,
that.
Wayne's doing this.
Yeah,
Sorry,
Wayne's doing
his
his thing. Okay, so this talk is in two parts. The first part is about origins and this, of the word Gothic, and then the second part is about the origins of Gothic literature. So I am going from calm down. I'm going from late antiquity to, I'm sorry that my co-panelists are perverts and creeps, but.
Wait a minute, isn't that all?
I'm going from late antiquity to 1800 or just before. So, and then my co-panelists will talk about the 19th and 21st century. Okay, so please look at this awesome picture, which is called The Sack of Rome by the Barbarians, right, which happens in 410 AD. And hilariously, this picture, which is painted in 1890, shows the Goths as naked barbarians. Well, it turns out that they weren't naked barbarians. The naked barbarians were the Celts. But one of the things that we learn, if we look at ancient history, and I don't know if you saw that, how often you think about the Roman Empire, it turns out maybe a little bit more than is necessary. But Celts, Gauls, Vikings, Huns, Goths, all were the people who lived in these sort of outlying areas during the antique period, during the Roman Empire, right? So the Goths probably came from somewhere up here, but the Visigoths and Ostrogoths, which are the two sort of main tribes, there was a ton of mixing during the Roman Empire because they just came and conquered and pulled people, enslaved people, and moved them all around. And so the idea, the thing that the reason that we have the term Goth to begin with is that the Goths sacked Rome in 410 AD. So it turns out that that's a slur, right? Because barbarians came and destroyed civilization. And so that's where it's sort of this idea comes from of the Goths. And so then we move into, after Rome is destroyed, right? We have the Middle Ages. And so there's a period of oftentimes called the Dark Ages or the medieval period or the Gothic period. And however you slice that, what they mean is a period where the kind of enlightened learning that was happening during the Greek and Roman period was destroyed, and so we had feudalism, and so it was a sort of period of the rise of Christianity, which obviously started in the late antiquity. So here's some examples that you might sort of recognize of what Gothic art looked like. So Gothic is a description of art that comes from 1100 to about, so like a sort of decently large period in the late Middle Ages. And so here we have like Gothic art, which tends to be like made church ready, made for churches. Here's a picture of Notre Dame, and this is what the kind of pages at the time looked like. So the term Gothic, nobody was using the term Gothic 1100 to 1400. They were calling themselves monastic, or they were calling themselves, people. They were like thinking about themselves in terms of villages. They weren't organizing themselves into literary periods or artistic periods. But in the Renaissance, this guy named Vasari described Gothic in his sort of story of art history as the barbarous German style that takes over. Because again, if we go back to our Goths, right? This is the sort of Germanic tribes up here that are speaking Germanic languages. And so by the time we get to post building cathedrals, then that name Gothic gets put back onto Goths. So of course, this is the period of the Black Death. I'm a little bit cheating here because this is a 17th century image, but sorry. But right, like the idea of why we might have thought of it as the Dark Ages, it has to do largely with the plague and with the intense Catholicification of these like little castle-based medieval settlements. So I want to move it from that. Like that's the origins of the word Gothic, and it's a slur, right? Like it's a way to describe something that's barbaric. So in the 18th century, right? So now we're going to move to 1764, and I want to make a claim that Goths have always, or the Gothic has, since it was reappropriated by a literary movement, has always like held on to that slur that was about how the Gothic was like weird and backwards and unenlightened and like wrong, right? Barbaric in some way. However, who initially took that on was there was a kind of queerness that attached itself to Gothicism. So two things are going on, right? Like this is Shakespeare. Titus Andronicus has a cast of Goths, right? Like, so I want to make it clear that I'm not talking about Goths in literature, because they do come up in literature as such, like as barbarians. I'm talking about Gothic literature. And so if we talk about Gothic literature, it starts off in 1764. Like that is the dawn of the Gothic movement. And it starts out with Horace Walpole's novel, The Castle of Otranto. And here's where I have to switch to reading, because I can't like recount to you the plot of this bananas novel. It's just crazy. So I wrote these like plot summaries so I can give you a sense of like where Gothic literature started out. So I'm just gonna read it. So Castle of Otranto is allegedly an ancient manuscript. So allegedly, right? Like not actually ancient manuscript, but it tells the story of an evil man named Lord Manfred, and it's about his downfall. So the book starts on the wedding day of his sickly, pathetic son named Conrad. He's betrothed to a sweet, beautiful, and meek princess named Isabella. Shortly before the wedding, however, Conrad is crushed to death by a gigantic plumed helmet that falls from the sky. It turns out that there's an ancient prophecy that the castle of Otranto will pass from the current occupants when the true owner has grown too big to inhabit it. Right? So Manfred, being evil, doesn't really care about his dead son, but he really likes power, so he resolves to marry the barely legal Isabella. After all, she's going to get married today anyway, so it may as well be to Conrad's creepy dad instead of to Conrad himself. Inconveniently, however, Manfred's already married to, Conrad's mom. So he decides that he should be able to instantly get a divorce since it's basically her fault that Conrad was a weakling who couldn't fight off helmets that fall from the sky. So Manfred attempts to marry Isabella, but weirdly she's not that into it. So she escapes through a secret passage to take sanctuary in the church. And then she gets help to do that from this random prince who just sort of appears out of nowhere. Did I mention that he's disguised as a peasant? Because he is. Anyway, Manfred decides that this peasant is probably responsible for making helmets fall from the sky, and so he imprisons him in this picture underneath the helmet. And he's going to execute him when Isabella's father shows up to claim the throne. So there's a lot more mayhem that includes a statue of the Virgin Mary that has a miraculous nosebleed, a giant ghost foot, and a huge leg that sort of kicks the servants in the gallery, and a skeleton carrying prophecies from the Holy Land, a talking painting, and a lot of death by stabbing of important main characters. So if this sounds like camp, that's because it is camp, right? So the origins of camp, right, like the sort of queerness of the scenes that are adjacent to our scene happen at the same time, right? So here's our guide. That's Walpole. As you can guess, it's not actually found manuscript, but it was written by this guy. As a young man, the fabulously wealthy Walpole, whose dad was a politician and an art collector, went to a hot, steamy Italian grand tour with his best friend, who was the poet Thomas Gray, who is often thought to be the founder of the Gray Area poets, right? Like, so these things are like deeply connected. So here's a picture of our hot fanboy right there. And he not only wrote the first Gothic novel, but he proceeded to build this giant Gothic castle, which you can still see in London today. And so, weird outcast, queerness, the whole thing. So, lest you think I'm kidding about the we've always been outcast thing, I want to talk to you about another Gothic novel in which another hot rich kid writes an 18th century novel that is wildly sexy and scandalous. This one is by a guy named William Beckford. And it's called Vathek, and it's written 20 years after Walpole wrote Castle of Otranto. So again, I'm gonna talk to you a little bit about the plot first. In this case, a hideous peddler appears at Vathek's palace. He's a sort of Islamic emir or something. And the peddler offers to sell him magical treasures, all while refusing to reveal their origin, causing Vathek to throw the guy in prison. So it turns out that the peddler is actually a Giaour, which is like a genie kind of evil spirit. So the next day he discovers that the Giaour has escaped from where he's imprisoned him, and all the guards are depressed. So Vathek, who's basically Manfred again, is depressed and drinks himself into a giant stupor. And when he finally finds the Giaour, it laughs at him and mocks him. And so Vathek is enraged and savagely kicks the hideous, uncanny beast. The Giaour immediately turns into a giant ball, And Vathek orders a mob of people to kick the Jower ball miles and miles out of town and eventually down a precipice. Vathek hangs around to gloat about that, but instead he hears the Jower's voice coming out of the canyon telling him that if he renounces the Islamic faith, he can, the Jower will bring him to the palace of underground fire, presumably where all those magical items came from in the first place. So Vathek can't resist power, just like Manfred, so he sacrifices 50 children to the Jower by holding a beauty competition. Among the children of his nobles, right? Claiming that the winners will receive fabulous prizes. So the kids come up. Vathek is going to judge them, but instead he pushes them through a magic portal where instead of winning anything, they get devoured by the Jower, who feasts upon them.
What's the average family size in that time period? How many friends did he need thereabouts to get 50 children?
Well, he has a big court. Also, Vathek's mom's a witch, so that helps. And so the next thing that they do is they build this, they're in a tower, they make this giant fireball, which causes all this smoke, and Vathek's like very good subjects are like, oh no, there's a fire in the tower. And so they go running up with buckets of water, and Vathek's witch mom immediately sacrifices them to the Jower. So all of these sacrifices are complete. So Vathek sets off with all of his wives and servants to go claim that prize that he expects to get. But unfortunately, most of his wives and concubines are subsequently eaten by wild beasts. Bereft, Vathek seduces a princess. Mom isn't that pleased about the whole princess situation and asks Vathek to murder the new love interest because he's violating his agreement with the Jower by taking her, he wants to take her to the Palace of Flames instead of his mom, which strikes me as reasonable. But so eventually Vathek does indeed get to this palace. He wants to rule the world. He and his lady friend decide that that's what they would really like to do in the world. Then he meets King Solomon, who is randomly hanging out in this place, and he says, "Yeah, I used to be like a very powerful king, from the Bible, but then I met this Jower, and now my heart is eternally burning." And Vathek is like, "Well, I'd rather not have that happen to me." But of course, the Jower is like, "Yeah, it's actually too late, and it's going to happen to you." So that's basically the end of the novel, is that Vathek winds up with his forever Harvard case. So while Beckford, here he is, another hot 18th century femboy, he when he was 19, fell in love with an 11-year-old. And since that sort of thing is frowned upon, he had to run away to France, and he actually wrote Vathek in French, and it was translated to English. And when he came back, he built this like insane Gothic residence, because it turns out that that's what 18th centuryists who were queer and weird and didn't belong and rich as hell did to sort of reclaim this idea of Gothicism, right? So he was even wealthier than Walpole was, and when the giant, poorly built tower built on unsound principles fell down, he wound up having, he was like eating dinner over here, and the tower falls down, and he didn't even quite notice that it happened. So you might have noticed some themes in these novels, right? There's magic, there's a power-hungry dude, there's who we call a Gothic villain, there's some kind of ancient manuscript situation, it's discovered, it's translated, and this is the sort of origin story of what Gothic literature looked like. So I'm not going to say too much about this because I feel like I've been talking too long, but Gothic literature, by the end of the 18th century, right, becomes a thing where the genre is so well understood that it can be made fun of, right? Like, so that we understand well enough what Gothic means, that we can co-opt its queerness, we can co-opt its weirdness, and use it as satire to make fun of people. So if we think, the last novel I want to briefly talk about is called The Monk, and this is, in fact, it's my favorite Gothic novel. It's written by a 19-year-old, also super rich boy, who wants to be a poet, but can't be a poet because he's kind of bad at it. So instead, he writes this Gothic novel with two different tables of contents. One that's just the poetry in it, and one that's just for the novel itself. And in that novel, he uses all of the queer Gothic tropes to make fun of the Catholics or whatever, like the Jacobins, the radicals. So he uses it to mock the very people who sort of would have been the ones who wanted that trope. And I feel like those of us who are weird kids sort of get that, understand that sort of like there's a mainstream version of goth and there's our version of goth, and there's a way that the mainstream version of goth is kind of constantly co-opting what we do and like moving it into this space to sell it, right? And so I'll end there, but I just wanted to sort of give you a sense of the fact that we've always been weird, we've always been barbaric, we've always been outcasts, and that's my story.
Did the same thing. I'm Jeffrey Weinstock. I'm going to pick up the ball. I am a more or less 19th century Americanist, so I focus on the American side of things. And I'll be taking this up through the 19th century with a mostly American focus, and then into the 20th century, and then Billy will take over from there. One of the weird things about the development of the Gothic genre that Thora didn't mention is that the 18th century was conventionally considered to be the age of the Enlightenment. So it was a period of time during which people were sort of confident that they were emerging from centuries of darkness and ignorance. The 18th century was enormously impressed, particularly by Sir Isaac Newton and the theory of universal gravitation. And people thought to themselves, like, if we can figure out how gravity functions and why the moon moves around the Earth, why planets move around the sun, maybe the universe isn't an inscrutable place where some kind of divine presence causes things to happen for reasons that we just can't figure out. Maybe there actually are laws and principles that we can determine that govern how things function. So philosophers during the time period and thinkers placed the emphasis on empirical observation and experimentation, actually trying to determine how things work. So you've got the 18th century age of the Enlightenment, but at the same time, you have this undercurrent with the development of the Gothic genre. It's almost as though this is a kind of backlash to this emphasis that's being placed on rationality, which was the fundamental principle of the age of reason, quote unquote, that human beings are in fact rational creatures and we possess the ability to govern ourselves, and through a process of education and observation, we can better ourselves. In the age of the Enlightenment, if you need to put an endpoint to it, it's typically considered to be the French Revolution in the 1790s, which called into question, at least for a while, the idea that human beings are fundamentally rational and that we can govern ourselves. So what comes into play in terms of a large framework for thought as you move away from the 18th century age of the Enlightenment into the 19th century is what's called Romanticism, which was a movement in thought and letters on both sides of the Atlantic that placed a premium on the power of the imagination. For our 18th century Enlightenment thinkers, the imagination was a dangerous faculty that needed to be kept in check. If you spent too much time with your heads in books, you ran the risk of losing the ability to distinguish between what's real and what's fantasy. So you can think Don Quixote, for example, who reads too many romances about knights of the round table and so on, and goes riding out on his horse and attacking windmills thinking that they're giants. But as you move into the 19th century, is a kind of backlash to that tapping down of the imagination, and instead a gradual relaxation and celebration of the imagination as an inspired faculty, something that touched upon the spiritual in certain ways that allowed human beings to bring into existence new and exciting things. So what I'll be talking about, so the American Gothic is often discussed in relation to this movement of Romanticism. And our Romantic authors, when we're talking about romances in the 19th century, it doesn't mean stories about intimacy between people. It has to do with stories of adventure. And a lot of the more famous figures, at least canonical authors in American literature, like Hawthorne and Melville and Edgar Allan Poe, and those guys are considered to be romancers, American romancers. And the Gothic then is considered to be a kind of subset of the romance. There's some debate about that, but I think we can kind of think about this as being an outgrowth or a subset of this expression within thought and literature of giving free rein to the imagination. So this will be a little bit difficult to see, but just thinking in terms of the Gothic in general, it still carried with it a kind of taint. It's even into the 19th century, there was suspicion of people who tried to make a living by writing imaginative fiction. Enlightenment thinkers and Puritans didn't see eye to eye on many things except where the dangers of imaginative fiction were concerned. With some cause where the Gothic is concerned, there's a really good study by a woman named Linda Bayer-Berenbaum called The Gothic Imagination. And she tries to summarize the genre in terms of what she calls 4 S's, S words. The first is sensualism. And by sensualism, she means that these are stories that call into question our ability to trust our senses. So that you have characters within Gothic tales who are mystified by experiences that could possibly be supernatural, but might not be. Darkness and haze and impairment, sometimes alcohol, sometimes drug use, render their ability to draw conclusions suspect. Then you have sensationalism as the second S, that the Gothic is always over the top. It's excessive. And there's a guy named Fred Botting in a study called Gothicism calls the Gothic genre the genre of transgression. That what it does is to overstep the boundaries of good taste and decorum by giving us tales of murder and incest and rape and all kinds of more lurid topics. The third S is sadism. What often is narrated within Gothic tales is an imbalance in power relations, where you have somebody who is being subject to somebody else's will, and the taking pleasure through the infliction of pain. And the fourth S is Satanism. What the Gothic did was to push back against, or at least to disregard, conventional moral standards. So, over to the American Gothic. As we shift into the 19th century, we've got a newly established country that doesn't operate according to the same frameworks that they did in Britain or into Europe. And there's an attempt to establish an intrinsically American literature, something that reflects the experience of people living in North America. So the American Gothic tends to cluster around 4 primary topics. The first is religion and anxieties about the way that religion can cloud one's thinking. I'll talk in just a minute about one of our earliest American authors, somebody may not have heard of, called Charles Proctor Brown. Brown wrote 4 Gothic novels right at the end of the 18th century. The one that gets discussed the most is called Wieland, and it's about an account of religious mania. It's about a man who hears voices that he believes to be coming from God, that command him to render up his family as sacrifices. And all kinds of doubt is sown within the narrative, whether those voices came from God, whether he was misled by a ventriloquist figure, whether it's madness or some combination of those. Second, which makes American literature of the 19th century in some ways distinct, is the frontier as a locus of anxiety. And what Gothic narratives typically do is to take as their focus things that make people anxious. That's what horror films do today, right? You take something that inspires or evokes anxiety from people and make it the focal point of your narrative. And for people who were living along the eastern seaboard and beginning to push more into the interior in the 19th century, the frontier was this point of contact with the unknown and with danger. I think it's probably hard for us to imagine just how dark it would have been wandering away from an established settlement in the 19th century without street lights, without lights inside houses, without electricity, without flashlights, maybe a lantern. The third is the encounter with racial otherness, which is a focal point of the American Gothic, whether it's coming into contact with indigenous populations along the frontier, or increasingly the role that slavery plays in the American imagination. The other becomes a source of danger. And the last is just irrationality. So having graduated from the age of the Enlightenment, the concern that we are strangers to ourselves. And this is where the American Gothic really does some interesting things. The idea of the unconscious is something that we associate most directly with Sigmund Freud at the end of the 19th century, but Freud didn't invent the idea that people have an unconscious aspect to themselves that causes them to act in ways that they're not fully aware of. When you think about it, it's kind of one of the creepiest notions that anyone has ever come up with, that there's a part of each and every one of you that you, by definition, have no access to, but it causes you to nevertheless act in particular ways. What Freud said is that you have taboo thoughts and desires that you push down at this part of yourself called the unconscious. You repress them. But his mantra is that the repressed returns. And it comes out in various different ways. It can come out through slips of the tongue. It can come out through neurotic behavior. It can come out sometimes through works of art. And so a lot of 19th century American literature plays with this idea that we're strangers to ourselves and are governed by impulses that we're not fully aware of. So Charles Brown, Dr. Brown, I mentioned just a second ago, the author of Demon. He has another one, just a wild novel from 1800 called Edgar Huntley, which is about a young man who's ostensibly investigating the murder of his friend, but increasingly experiences very strange phenomenon. He wakes up in a cave and can't figure out how he got there. He's attacked by a cougar, which he manages to kill with a tomahawk of all things. And then he drinks its blood. It's kind of like, ooh, he's down there, he's so thirsty and hungry that he eats the cougar. And what comes to light near the end, as for the morning, is that he's a sleepover. So a lot of what he's been searching for, he himself is responsible for, not the death of his friend, but all of the other aspects. And this is this idea of the rationality in the unconscious. And it's an early version of this, that he's motivated by impulses that he's totally unaware of and doing things that he has no conscious recollection of. Probably the most famous of the American Gothic authors is Edgar Allan Poe, who did a lot of his writing in the 1830s and 1840s. And there's a lot that I can say about Poe. But what's most interesting to me about Poe, many of his stories are geographically ambiguous. If you read something like the very famous The Fall of the House of Usher, for example, there's very little ostensible connection with the United States of the 1830s. It could be anywhere, almost in any time. But Poe is a very good example of somebody who was able to take the anxieties that were circulating in his cultural context and use them as the raw material for stories. Poe was constantly desperate for money and would seek to capitalize wherever he could on what he thought would gather him readers. So he has a story called The Mask of the Red Death, for example, which is another one that seems to be geographically distant in time and space. It's about a prince named Prince Prospero. There's a plague that's ravaging the countryside, and what he determines to do is he's going to take a whole bunch of his court, and they're going to sequester themselves and just kind of party away and let the countryside go to hell. And the Red Death is this plague that causes people to bleed profusely from their wounds. And it turns out to be a tale of hubris. You can't hide from death. The Red Death makes its way in. But during Poe's lifetime, there was in fact a Red Death, a plague that ravaged American culture. It was called tuberculosis and caused people to cough up blood. And many of the people with whom Poe was close during his lifetime, his foster mother, his young bride, Virginia, died from tuberculosis. So there's a link right back to that story. He also seems to have a preoccupation with premature burial. And in part, it seems to be an idiosyncrasy of this. But at the same time, there was a pervasive anxiety about premature burial in the United States throughout the 19th century. So much so that various different devices were devised that would be implemented into coffins. So that if you woke up in a coffin and you needed to signal people above ground that you were dead, you had a means to do so. The most straightforward one was called the Bateson speaking tube, and it was the tube that ran from below ground to above ground, and you could shout for help, and they would hear you. Sometimes there would be a string with a bell on one end that was put into the hand of the corpse. So again, if you woke up, you could ring the bell. There were some more elaborate techniques, some involving even fireworks to try to attract attention. So what seems to be just an idiosyncrasy of Poe's about being buried alive, premature burial, turns out to be an anxiety that was circulating freely within American culture during the time period. There was even towards the end of the century a society for the prevention of premature burial that was established. That's not the exact name. The Society for the Prevention of Being Buried Alive, I think is what it was called. So I'm going to skip ahead just a little bit so we can leave Billy some time for his part. There were other figures who were associated with the American Gothic. You might have the Legend of Sleepy Hollow and Rip Van Winkle, the two most famous stories from Washington Irving. Nathaniel Hawthorne's The House of the Seven Gable. There were also female practitioners of the Gothic, and we have something called the female Gothic, which refers to ghost stories and Gothic tales that were written by women, many of which encompass the anxieties of being a woman in 19th century American culture. There are lots of ghost stories, for example, from the 19th century, in which the ghost in the room is a thinly veiled metaphor for the place of women in culture who weren't seen, who weren't recognized, who weren't acknowledged. Charlotte Perkins Gilman's The Yellow Wallpaper, well, not really a ghost story, falls into that category. It didn't work as we move into the 20th century also. Most known for being a realist author, had a series of ghost stories that connect with concerns regarding the role of women in the culture at the time. As we move into the 20th century, one of the significant places in which Gothic tales found expression were through what were called pulp magazines in the 19-teens, the 1920s, the 1930s, up until about 1940. So you had publications called Weird Tales, which is famous for having been a publication venue for H.P. Lovecraft stories, for example. So these were very low-budget publications. They were printed on cheap paper, pulp, that's where the name came from. And they were a way that science fiction stories and detective stories and romance stories and Gothic tales found expression. And then we move onwards to modern horror. People like Stephen King and Clive Barker and Peter Straub, who were the inheritors of that tradition, leads us then to the 21st century, where we have a different group of authors who are doing new and interesting things with the content. So there.
Quick question. Yeah. Do you have any idea where the cultural origins of being buried alive anxiety came from? And why is that such a thing?
In part, I think it had to do, you have various pandemics that struck the United States in the 18th and in the 19th century, including yellow fever. And sometimes you have lots of people who died and were dumped into mass graves. And I do think that some of the anxiety comes from just the fear that you could be very sick and someone would just dump you into a grave. There are certain physiological conditions that can mimic death, things like catalepsy. They're very rare though. So I think it happened much more in the imagination than it ever did in reality. In part, because how would we know?
This wasn't something they were publishing a lot of Saturday evening.
Right, right. I mean, so there would be an occasional account of somebody who was laid out and woke up. And I think that fed the imagination, but it was, I think, remarkably there.
And embalming starts in the 1860s, right? Like, so that's another thing,
Just to
is
make
that
sure.
before embalming,
So I'm going to pick up and talk about something called the Frontier Gothic and how Indigenous writers write back against history through horror. But first, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on Cheyenne Arapaho land that was stolen from them through mainly Sand Creek Massacre of 1864 that occurred in southwest Colorado. And so this is still their land. This is their unceded land that we're on. I work with Cheyenne Arapaho. Done that for 12 years to bring to help them share their story of the Sand Creek Massacre, which most people who from Colorado and the United States in general know very little to nothing about. If you're interested in that, there's a great exhibit that the Cheyenne Arapaho Sand Creek descendants put together. It's a History of Colorado. So you can go down there and see their story of the Sand Creek Massacre and how Colorado territory became the state of Colorado, and Cheyenne Arapaho were basically driven out, the ones who weren't killed, to Montana, Wyoming, and Oklahoma. And there are Cheyenne Arapaho people who live in Colorado as well. And I want to focus on just one author, Stephen Graham Jones. There's been a renaissance of Native horror over the last probably about 20 years, because Native writers were typecast for the longest time as having to write about tribal issues or reservation life. And Stephen Graham Jones didn't grow up on a reservation. He's Blackfeet. His family's from Montana, but he grew up in West Texas, grew up loving hair metal, grew up loving Jason, Freddie, Michael Myers. Fun fact, if you look at Halloween, Michael Myers is not a character's name. He's called The Shape. So anyway, and so Stephen Graham Jones was one of the first Native Indigenous writers who started doing a lot of horror stuff. So I mentioned the Sand Creek Massacre. For the Blackfeet, there are two events that Stephen Graham Jones returns to time and time again. And it's events similar to the Sand Creek Massacre called the Marias River Massacre, carried out by this colonel named Eugene Baker. Killed about 200 to 250 Blackfeet people, unarmed, mostly women and children. There were very few arms. Most of the men were out hunting at the time. And they actually remained in the place where this massacre occurred. Here's a picture of Blackfeet taken around the turn of the century. And that happened in 1870 in the winter. A lot of these massacres happen in the winter, which make them extra cruel. Something else happened to the Blackfeet. Once they were forced onto a reservation, that's what sort of this massacre did. They were not given proper rations, and there was this mass starvation that happened between 1883 and 1884, where about 1,000 Blackfeet died of starvation. And these two themes are ubiquitous in Jones's writing, even writing that doesn't seem to have anything to do with Blackfeet. Or Wyoming, Montana. Two historical parallels: Sand Creek Massacre of 1864 and another massacre that took place in South Dakota called the Wounded Knee Massacre, and that occurred on December 29, 1890. I had some notes, but of course, as professors do, I left them at home. Right? So luckily, I have this slide that I can draw my memory. But Stephen has another comic book, a comic series called Earth Divers, and the first set of that series is called Kill Columbus. And it's about a time travel narrative where in the future, there's a portal that has opened up, and these natives decide they're going to send someone back to kill Columbus. And the point of that is, you can't really change history. If you change it, something worse might happen. So he's written, I mean, he's a very voluminous writer. He's got over 30 novels right now. He's younger than me, so he's like 19 years old. So his first set of books all deal explicitly with Native history, Lead Feather, The Bird Song, and Fast Red Road, and his first novel came out in 2000, so he's a 21st century writer. But one of the notes I wanted to get to is the other context of this history, or this genre that Jeffrey was getting into called the captivity narrative. That's what I wrote my first book on. And I started thinking about this first as propaganda. It is propaganda. It is mostly produced by Puritans, also known as religious psychopaths, murderers, genocidal fiends. True. That's probably an understatement, actually. But they basically started the genocide in the Americas that Columbus had started in the Caribbean, Mexico. And so there's this captivity narrative called, it's the captivity narrative of Mary Rowlandson, and it's seen as the first sort of unique American literature. There were other captivity narratives in North Africa and in Turkey and Europe before that, and that's the model for the Bible has captivity narratives, right? The Israelites are always making captive, escaping the Red Sea, parting the Red Sea and all that kind of stuff. But I'll just read you an introduction. The very first line of the captivity narrative, and you'll kind of see where it goes. This is the one of Mary Rowlandson. This is how it starts. On the 10th of February, 1675, came the Indians with great numbers upon Lancaster. Their first coming was about sunrising. Hearing the noise of some guns, we looked out. Several houses were burning, and the smoke ascending to heaven. Now, the problem with that description is it's put forth as if it's this unexpected attack that no one knew that this was going to happen. Natives weren't. Why they do this? Well, if you look at the history, the Puritans had already been engaged in warfare with those same people for about 2 years straight. And the woman, and I don't believe Mary Rowlandson even wrote this. My book is about how Increase Mather wrote the captivity narrative and attributed it to her. There's no manuscript that goes back to her. There's supposedly one that he looked at and created this book. I think it's all bullshit. He wrote it. Women weren't allowed to even learn to read and write at that period of time. Anyway, this is all my book, and I try to prove how that occurred. Not by, you don't have a smoking gun, but what's more likely to have happened. And so these kind of texts, I'll read another description from this. These kind of texts said about demonizing Native people. She goes on to say, it's a solemn sight to see so many Christians lying in their blood, some here, some there, like a company of sheep torn by wolves. So this trope of the Native person as a wolf, the Native person as the predator, starts out in this period of time, and it's carried forward through a lot of the books that Jeffrey was talking about. Herman Melville uses these kind of descriptions, Brockton Brown, so on and so forth. This guy Henry Montgomery Bird sounds like a rib restaurant, but or a chicken barbecue. But anyway, always in American literature demonizing Native people as predators, wolves, lions, so on and so forth, so that they could justify eliminating them, killing them as predators. And so Jones is writing about this in Leadfeather. Leadfeather is a novel, it's an epistolary, and that's a novel that's written through letters, much like Castle of Otranto, found manuscript. And in this case, it goes back between contemporary Blackfeet culture, early 2000s, and the Starvation Winter. And there's a scene where one of the characters describes the Marias River Massacre, and it says, then he was running through the sound, the impossible screaming of the spinning gun, the gallon gun, the distinct sound of lead impacting flesh, and in the air was gunpowder smoke, yes, but there was misted blood and bone to his own families. And so the book itself is not about necessarily the Marias River Massacre, but it's about what that Marias River Massacre led to in the 20th century and the situation that Blackfeet people are living in. And so it goes back and forth between these kids who are huffing and trying to kill themselves all the time, and this period that explains why that situation persists. And one part of the narrative is through the perspective of a Indian agent who is there, who's kind of culpable partly for the starvation winter that happens, and then this kid named Gobi Saxon who's living in the 20th century. So what Jones does early on after he writes these 3 books, he's also writing some horror novels that were fairly obscure and are out of print. All the Beautiful Sinners and Demon Theory. Demon Theory is the name of his website if you want to go check out more about Stephen Graham Jones. But Demon Theory is a 3-part horror trilogy with 3 different kind of monsters. One's a monster narrative, one's a slasher narrative, and one's a haunted house. And it basically replays the same story with 3 different monsters. So they're completely different stories in a way, but sort of maybe think about it in 3 different dimensions. All the Beautiful Sinners is about a serial killer who follows tornadoes and kidnaps children who are in the sort of the rubble because, right, no one knows who's got carried off in a tornado, who is missing, so on and so forth. So this guy's kidnapping them and then training them to be serial killers. Really wild novel. And one of the best titles of all novels, All the Beautiful Sinners, is pretty cool. After this, I'm just giving you a quick rundown. I don't have much time. He started writing for all these indie presses, a lot of small books. It came from Del Rio. It's about a chupacabra that has a rabbit head. Takes place in Del Rio, Texas. It's a smuggler story. Zombie Bake Off. It's about a convention center where there's a wrestling match going on and a baking contest, and somehow the flour or the ingredients for the cookies get infected and it turns people to zombies, and so there's a battle royale between the bakers, like Martha Stewart type people, and the wrestlers. Last Final Girl came out in 2012. It's what it is. He's sort of obsessed with the slasher narrative and the final girl story. The slasher in this novel is named Billie Jean and wears a Michael Jackson mask. Then he has Lisa My Scars about a hitman, The Long Trial of Nolan Bugatti about a kid who works in an office building of a defunct video game company, and he's on call support that's required by the contractual obligation. So he's the only one there, and he answers questions when people call about how to hack this game. And then he starts being chased by the monster of this game called Camel Teeth. Zombie sharks with metal teeth. Self-explanatory. 3 miles past. Really ghoulish stories of serial killers, some of the creepiest I've ever read. And then after the People Lights have gone out. Zombie Sharks and People's Lights are both short story collections, so you can get a quick sense of what Jones was like. Fast forward to 2016, he gets with a New York press, and so his books have much better distribution. And his first novel, Mongrels, is a play on that whole notion of the wolf imagery that I was speaking about with the captivity narratives. And so here he makes a family of werewolves, and yeah, they rip people's throats out and, howl at the moon, but they also try to live a life as people when they're not werewolves, which means they can't really have jobs, they can't go to school, they're always having to move because, the cops are after them and werewolf hunters are after them. But for him, he's inspired by not just those captivity narratives, but also Art Spiegelman's Mouse, if you know that comic about the Jewish people represented as nice. So Stephen said, I told Spiegelman's Mouse a few months ago. The students loved it, of course, but I realized at a certain point teaching that graphic novel that I would totally hate it. For all its wonderful greatness, I would hate it if he had ever drawn an American Indian, because I know he would draw him or her as with a wolf head. But then I realized, started looking wider, and I realized that everybody was doing this, that everyone was drawing American Indians as some kind of wolf, and I thought, what's the attraction there? So he wrote his own version of that, and the story is told from the perspective of a kid he starts out as 8 years old, and he's a werewolf, he's part of a werewolf family, but he hasn't become a werewolf, and he's wondering, when is he going to become a werewolf? And obviously, the whole notion of identity politics is involved there. Who's native, who isn't? Who's werewolf, who isn't? It's the same sort of story. He wrote a trilogy of slasher novels. My Heart is a Chainsaw, Don't Fear the Reaper, and The Angel of Indian Lake. And before that, he wrote a novel called The Only Good Indians, which basically he wanted to write a Jason Voorhees novel, but the publisher said, well, that's copyrighted. You can't do that. So he created this deity called Elkhead Woman. But she's basically Pamela Voorhees taking revenge, just like Pamela, Elkhead Woman taking revenge, just like Pamela was taking revenge at the camp counselors at Crystal Lake. He says, And The Only Good Indians plays off of the phrase that was very popular in American West. The only good Indian is what? A dead Indian. And so he tries to flip that script. And he creates this final girl named Denora who stands up against elk-head woman. So it's a woman slasher, final girl, and the idea that she has to live, but she has to also make amends for what her father had done. His last set of novels, and I'm almost at the end. I Was a Teenage Slasher. This was actually considered for who's the late night host now? Not Jimmy Kimmel, Saturday Night Live guy. Jimmy Fallon, yeah. It was on Jimmy Fallon's summer reading list. Of course, it didn't win. I think it won, and they just lied and said so the novel won. They didn't want a slasher novel to be there. But this is what he says is his most personal novel, and it's about this white kid named Tully Driver who becomes a slasher because of, again, a prank. And he sees a slasher as an arbiter of justice, right? He sees Freddy as going back and getting revenge for this lynch mob that burned him. I mean, he was a criminal. But he sees the slasher as very much a justice kind of story when the justice system fails. And obviously think of why a Native person might think that the justice system always failed. And then his latest novel called The Buffalo Hunter, which is just, well, it's not his latest, actually. He's written another novel since then, published one called Killer on the Road. But The Buffalo Hunter is about a Blackfeet person who becomes a vampire in the 1870s and decides he wants to stop settler colonialism and stop the massacre, the extermination of buffalo. And then he goes out the task, killing buffalo hunters and killing settlers and soldiers who had carried out the Marias River Massacre. And he also realizes that there's this flood of people and he just can't do it. He can't stop this tidal wave of colonialism is coming. And the guy, he's called a Noxera because guess what? Well, Bram Stoker's Dracula had not been written yet when this novel takes place, so the word vampire had not circulated into North America. So he's using a German term that's spoken in the novel by this priest who's telling the story. But the guy's name is Gustav, and he says, I don't even know what to fight anymore. The backbone is a playground now. The backbone of the world is the Rocky Mountains to the Blackfeet. For Noctiquan, that's white people, to come look at the Cooney, that's the Blackfeet, live in lodges at the gates, and the bear isn't the bear anymore. That's the Bear River. It's called the Marias, named after one of Lewis and Clark's girlfriends, basically, or daughters, actually. So even Heavy Runner is being forgotten. And Heavy Runner was the chief that was killed at Marias. And that's all I have. So go out and enjoy some Stephen Graham Jones stuff. You can find his work everywhere. I used to be an auctioneer, so. So thanks, James, for putting this together.
Yeah, thank you, guys.
Thank you.
This was really good.
Our only chance to sit for a while.
Which of his books would you recommend starting with?
I mean, I love Blood Feather, but it's a very difficult book. It has about 6 or 7 different narrators. But I would say Mongrels, probably, the werewolf novel.
The first
and then maybe
reviews
The
were
Only
really
Good
positive
Indians.
because it was allegedly a found manuscript, and then I found
His
out it
earlier
wasn't a
books
found
are
manuscript. There
great,
was like a
but
giant
they're
freak out
more
about it.
obscure and hard to find.
But people read the
Weird
shit out of
plots.
it.
They're
It's
shorter.
Yeah.
It came from Del Rio. It was just re-released,
I
so.
skipped the first one.
But he's a very engaging writer. If you want a shorter work, I would go with Del Rio. If you want something 300 or 400 pages,
Yeah.
start with Mongrels.
Yeah, no, people
I'm a
like
slow
them.
reader, so I always tend towards the smaller books. But what's that?
What about the screenplay? Sorry, what is being considered a screenplay?
Oh yeah, it's just some news I could share that Jones told me. I wrote a book about him back in 2016, and I just finished it. This is an edited collection about Jones's work, and I just finished a book about his horror. But Buffalo Hunter is probably going to be a movie, and there are movie studios not bidding over it money-wise, idea-wise, he told me. And Leonardo DiCaprio read it, wants to play the lead character, the priest. So that's probably gonna happen at some point.
Of course it
Probably won't
does.
come out as like direct. It'll probably be like 3 or 4 years. He
Yeah.
said that there probably will be a movie for the Only Good Indians that comes out first.
Yeah.
So he's really just blowing up. He was obscure for for probably 25 years of his writing career, and now he's finally, getting his due. He told me back in the day when Noam Bugatti, the video game book came out, there's only 600 copies of it made. And now his books are press runs of 50,000. So that's quite a turnout. But it just shows, right? Keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. You get that lucky break and can be successful. So
Once again, thank you to our panelists. Good job.
Yes,
Thank you.
thank
Thank you.
They were great together.
Thanks. Coming up next, we're gonna have some folks in here talking about writing. We're in the process of doing all that stuff. So, if you are so inclined.
Good talk.
Where you guys are doing?
Oh my Tell me around.
I always joke around with people and I say, or if you tell me you like my necklace, but don't tell me
Thousands
I'll have a
of
brand
pictures.
new.
He uploaded like everything. Each one has a story. It is amazing. Yeah, it's great. And it's disturbing how many it does. It's gonna have
Yeah, like I said,
yeah,
it
it
makes
makes
sense.
sense.
Tell the story of how I got it.
And it was like,
I chose
it was cool to see, like, some of the people were like, oh, I love the pictures. Anyway, they're really great.
Some love behind it, and I'm just throwing on.
That's my joke about.
I kind of feel like Luke's turning it off.
Oh, this is an old geek shirt back when I was still.
Take 5 minutes for yourself.
Every time I can make something for 2, and it's kind of like Indian time. We did 100
Can I contact you guys for like your presentation?
Set it up however the hell you want.
I don't have anything
Okay. Or I'll find you all.
Yeah.
Online.
I know, we just set it up.
Yeah, I know Billy. I can get to Billy for sure.
That's
But
the
I'm
street.
Raina. Hi, nice to meet you. I really love your team. I love the progression because you got me intrigued about Frontier Gothic, and then Billy took off on that.
Otherwise known as the alternative.
Oh, cool. Thank you.
Here's my business card.
Cool. Hey, that's a good one. This is my business card.
Well, I want your business card.
Okay, well, it's not really. It's my the club that I promote. So. Yeah.
Yeah, I need to see some today. I don't know what my deal is.
Oh, awesome.
And I don't know, I still haven't gotten tasks, I don't know, like, the doing yet, I guess, because I love stuff that she's been.
Awesome soup. I love that. Thank you. I appreciate that. Cool. No one has played any copyrighted music in this room. So our stream has not been shut down. Well, there goes my plan for the panel. It happened last night. We were streaming the concert. One of the DJs put a song that was a little too popular, and YouTube was like, nope, your stream is done.
That's lame.
How many chairs do we need for this next
5.
one?
I think there are 5. Anyone else is participating in this panel? Unless anyone wants to stay and just sit down.
Probably now for an hour.
Really officially.
One more. Can we grab that one over by the trash can, or is that we go?
These are all up for grabs. You need this TV, or you guys doing any PowerPoint?
I'm not the moderator for this one. I'm just.
James is.
I believe
Yes,
so.
James
Yeah.
is.
Hi, I'm Sarah.
I'm Drew. Nice to meet you.
It's
his TV, so if he gets
is on my list. I've not gotten to it yet. I've heard good things.
That is. Oh yeah, okay, it's on there. So that's I call it my starter set. Basically, it's a drop card. If you flip it around, there's a website you can punch in the code, and it'll give you digital versions of all of those books. So that's the first in all of my series, which Fred is one of.
That's cool.
Yeah, they're fun for conventions.
Thank you. Also, I love your bio you gave us.
Oh, thank you.
Oh, wait, was that the one that was like?
The one with the beer helmet and the
Yeah.
he's talking about
Yeah,
himself
that
in
was
the third
classic.
person.
I
Yeah,
read
that
it.
was
I read it all. It was very
genius.
rewarding. But
That served me well for many years.
Yeah.
Consider writing for a living.
I know, right?
Well, I remember your name, Sarah. Everyone else's name I don't. So
Well,
I
that's
think I met you all yet. So I'm Russ.
Hi, I'm Raina. I'm just in the audience.
Okay, no worries. That's,
Yeah.
that's awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
There's no point in this without you. So,
Yeah,
okay, that's good.
Well, there is the live stream.
I've done it.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
true.
Oh, cool. So,
Chris, good
Nice to meet you.
will that be
Have a lot of love.
available? Because I was
I've heard
late.
design though. That's a
I am
great
Russ.
further.
Yeah.
Russ.
Cool.
Nice to meet you.
Yeah.
If you go to the
Done a little
Convergence
bit.
YouTube.
Not officially
Oh, cool.
because I'm
Okay.
working for Hasbro and the whole thing.
I usually don't wake up till 20 hours.
Yeah. If you have the live panel, like.
Savage Warriors, my primary system.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Then I can check out the
Kind of
YouTube
fell off.
channel.
It's fine.
For some reason, you just really want to watch people drinking.
Yeah, if I can.
They're drinking tea, all right.
Yeah.
That's funny. Oh shit! Someone hit the camera though. Damn it.
Oh, good thing
We
you
don't fix the camera and fucking. Be back. It's facing the bar now, which is funny, but not helpful for people who want to watch the live.
Right? Okay, I guess I'll wait a minute.
It's my first time doing one here with you guys, so do you have a way you like doing it? Or something I should know?
I mean, not really.
I mean,
Every panel was kind of its own thing in my experience.
works for me.
No, I
It's up
think
to change the
Sarah.
Just sitting here.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure.
I've
we
never
don't
been
step
in a
on
panel room
Nancy's
where they set
toes
up
or-
rounds instead of flats, but that's okay.
I was
When
confused
I
for a
signed
second.
the program.
This is maybe the first time we've actually met in person.
I think maybe at a HWA thing once, but I'm trying to remember for sure.
If it's been since April, then probably. And my brain is just scrambled because I do too many things.
The name tag is a good idea.
Thank you. Thank you. It helps me too. I like it.
Right?
I don't know about y'all, but I brought my books to put on the table. If y'all want to grab books, I've got extra stands.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
All mine are at the HC table.
Mine,
One they have that.
Mine stand
Yeah.
themselves.
Holy cow.
And
That
again,
is a
All right, that's
massive
basically the
book.
size of all my
Do you
books.
want one for the
Oh, sure,
small
thank you.
I recently stocked up on these because we're starting to do events for HWA. And I've bought out a few Dollar Trees of these. Because Dollar Tree, and they're actually like
it has
crazy
a Dollar
sturdy.
Tree.
Exactly.
That's
They-
wild.
yeah,
You might
I-
not have known that because I bought them all.
I'm gonna have to get some of those.
Now, the real question is, do I throw on the cute blazer and suffer with the heat, or?
Well, I mean, you are sitting here.
Okay, blazer.
This is the most appropriate outfit I had for the occasion.
I just noticed the skulls. Oh my goodness. Where did you find that?
Vegas.
Of course, of course.
Turned 40 this year and had a very fun birthday. This was one of the things I got, well, yeah, definitely in my holy right state of mind, but no regrets.
Hey, if it brings you happiness, there's no reason to regret.
Indeed.
Last time we were in Vegas, we had the kids with us, and you know, we can't really be that debauched.
I've never been to Vegas.
Not a great time right now. Kind of overpriced at the moment. I said as someone who loves the hell out of Vegas and has been like once a year for many years.
I'm curious because it was a good name. I'm Drew.
Selena.
Selena, nice to meet you.
I'm still getting used to introducing myself by my pen name, because most of the people know me by the pen name.
See, I made the mistake of using my name as my pen name, and that wouldn't be a problem. There was another Drew Hayes who wrote a book series called Poison Elves and passed away a few years prior, and so Amazon and Google really love to like missort us. For a long time, there's a picture of me saying deceased when everyone Googled my name.
Well, when I started writing this one, I was still very active in my church. And I didn't want the teenagers that I worked with finding my erotic horror novel. There. Yeah, sure. Stands? Yeah. I've got a couple more of them. That one's upside down.
Thank you.
There we go.
Yeah, I got it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Of course.
Wow, it's nice.
I went to StokerCon this year and someone brought the books and put them on stands for one of the panels. And I'm like, that is brilliant. I am doing that every time.
Where'd you get some?
Dollar Tree.
Dollar Tree. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll have to get some. So thank you.
Yeah, I went to StokerCon this year. So far, going out of state for my budget.
That tracks. It was a birthday gift from my dad. So.
I honestly make more money publishing gaming stuff, so that's been my focus for going to big conventions for gaming.
I saw that with the bio, and that's awesome. I'm in the process of starting a feminist comic book company right now. And like the first thing that we're going to release is a graphic novel that I'm working on. It's a feminist retelling of Jack. It should release in February of next year. So, I'm excited about it.
I'm curious to think about how that's going to be.
I'm not giving away the secret. I will give away.
Buy the book. Yeah, exactly. I'll give you what the book says.
I will be submitting that for Stoker consideration too. Because Jack.
What's coming out?
February of next year. I'm working with a bunch of different artists. I've met a bunch through the events that I've done. And so each victim is going to get their own chapter. And then each chapter is going to be done by a different artist. So you get a personal feeling for the victim and you really relate to the victims. And then my best friend had this idea, and I'm stealing it with his permission. But the start of the novel is going to start in color, and then there's going to get incrementally less and less color until the very last victim is just black and white with red for the blood. So it's like the life is draining out of the novel. So,
That's a cool artistic take. I've never seen it.
yeah, I was struggling on whether or not to publish in black and white or color because color is so much more engaging, but it's also more costly.
Exactly, it's the same cost.
Exactly. And so I was considering black and white, but it didn't feel right. And like, I'm not going to have that many pages in this comic book. It's not going to be like 200 or whatever. I have the one that won this year, for the Cuckoo one, and it's in black and white, and it's like over 200 pages. It's phenomenal, but I can't do that much with the story that I have in mind. So with it being smaller, I'm like, I can do this comic.
I know Amazon. I haven't done those in color.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I know they said prices down, so changed a while back.
Yeah.
They increased the packages.
Yeah.
So is it a little less expensive? They're saying.
Well, for Amazon, yes, but I want this to be able to be carried in comic book stores, and a lot of stores won't buy it from Amazon.
Is that the Ingram?
Ingram, yeah.
Yeah.
And Ingram is a little bit pricey.
That's a nice way
Yeah,
of saying it.
Our most recent anthology.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Ingram is just, yeah, I just started to ask every time.
This one was my first Ingram release.
Well, not a worldwide distribution of the books. It's just it's there. I'm still fighting 2 books on there, even though it's my own eyes. That's why I'm glad I had some conversation with you too.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, now which of these jugs has beer in it?
Yeah, right. Probably the one that's empty.
I'm in the wrong freaking room. Well, one person, we hope you brought a lot of questions.
Oh,
No pressure.
I
Some
hope
pressure.
they'll be emerging. We'll see. I can always ask questions. I think there was someone else.
They were, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
It's a horror emotion, kids.
So this one is going to be.
Did you have any books that you wanted to put on table? Oh, were you asking me? Or? What? Oh, no. Yeah. I won't be doing too much this week because Saturday I fly out to a week. Oh, okay, so only a week. I fly out to Texas and doing a mini book tour down in Texas.
Where in Texas?
Austin and Dallas.
Yeah.
Awesome. Me too. This one's set in Texas, so I decided to start the events down there.
Makes sense. That'll be fun. That Austin's always a good time.
Yeah, my best friend from college lives down there.
Wow.
So it's going to be at her favorite bookstore, and then the one in Dallas is at the bookstore that my best friend is at. So.
Hello. Our audience is growing.
Yes, that's good. And then
I just needed to use the restroom before I came started in.
The good news is if you want to know anything about the publishing industry, it seems like you're about to get an hour of unfettered studies.
Please start on the next. That's why I have the last drink.
I put cold butter in it this morning and it's still cold.
Should do this first.
No, I got extra one.
I got one for my dad. I got him the big one though, because he works on a ranch in South Texas, like where I live in. And so I've been worried about him getting heat exhaustion recently. And I'll fill it up. And it'll stay cold. I know, I was so excited about that.
Oh, yeah.
For a pen with more people. Make sure you get the pen that says brown powers. The first one didn't.
And we'll go. I'm really particular about my writing utensils.
Yeah.
It means I can save that on my notebook.
I guess let's everybody write while we're in our rooms, number-wise.